Could be too good for you. Everyone wants a piece of this. Watch me drive up to the Hollywood Hills, always dressed up in my high heels. Everybody wants to have my life, 'cause this is my life. Yeah, this is my life. I know you want my life. I know you want it. I know you want it. But this is my life. Everyone wants to follow me, follow, follow, but they can't beat me. The original, sensational, could be too good for you. Everyone wants a piece of this. Watch me drive up to the Hollywood Hills, always dressed up in my high heels. Everybody wants to have my life, 'cause this is my life. Yeah, this is my life. I know you want my life. I know you want it. I know you want it. But this is my life. Wanna move like I move, wanna step in my shoes. Gonna need to bring your A game if you step in my lane. 'Cause this is my life. Yeah, this is my life. I know you want my life. I know you want it. I know you want it. But this is my life. The original, sensational. Everyone wants a piece of this. So beautiful, incredible. Everybody wants to have my life, 'cause this is my life. This is my life. Yeah, this is my life. Yeah, this is my life. This is my life. I know you want my life. I know you want it. I know you want it. But this is my life. My life. Yeah, this is my life.
Cutie, dressed up and I'm glistening. I'm the gift, don't wrap me like it's Christmas. Want some yours, you'll know what you've been missing. Feeling like we should get into mischief. Listen, you've been looking like you're down on your luck. Need a girl like me to come through, lift you up. Hold me in your hand, I like when you touch me. Keep me around or you might get lucky. I'ma keep you with the good mood. Keep you up all night. Never, never around you. Baby, this is soul vibe. Got me dancing like a soul train. Laughing the whole time. Got me singing in the shower. Baby, are you all mine? Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good, good omen. You wanna keep me with you. Keep me with you. Yeah, it's not hard to see. There's a pattern forming when you got me. 777 all wins, big money. The tramp over here never see me coming. I was in your back pocket the whole time. A quiet power, a silent gold mine, a big old confidence boost. You never delude. Just know that you'll be winning 'cause I'm with you in the building. I'ma keep you with the good mood. Keep you up all night. Never, never around you. Baby, this is soul vibe. Got me dancing like a soul train. Laughing the whole time. Got me singing in the shower. Baby, are you all mine? Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good, good omen. You wanna keep me with you. Keep me with you. You been looking like you're down on your luck. Need a girl like me to come through, lift you up. Hold me in your hand, I like when you touch me. Kick me around and you might get lucky. Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good, good omen. Yeah, you wanna keep me with you. Oh yeah, keep me with you. Let's go. Put it in motion. Baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment. Baby, keep going. to the top of the mountain and see the view. Let's vibe, looking back on the journey, just me and you. Ain't nobody wanna go slow. Yeah, I was chilling in the past, I was solo. Now that I got you in my life, I'm like, go, go. I be living for the thrill of it, whoa, whoa. I hear you like to gamble. Let's take the road, let's travel. No, I'm a lot to handle, but I wanna go fast with you. Think we could go the distance, although I know we're different. Together we both fit in, so I wanna go fast with you. Put it in motion, baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment, baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. It's like they never even seen us, and nothing will ever get in between us. I'ma ride by your side every season, and if anyone try to stop us, we just speed up. Yeah, always keep it at 100. Top down, pretty face, so sun-kissed. Know it's scary, but I swear I really love this. Big shades on, summertime in London. I hear you like to gamble. Let's take the road, let's travel. Know I'm a lot to handle, but I wanna go fast with you. Think we could go the distance, although I know we're different. Together we both fit in, so I wanna go fast with you. Put it in motion, baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment, baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. Put it in motion, baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment, baby, keep going faster, 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 faster.
I got the Lambo car, house in the hills with the stars. Told you I'd raise the bar, told you that I'd go far. Oh, what we could have been if you weren't arrogant. Oh, baby, what we could have been. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Baby, it's crystal clear. I'm not a souvenir. I'm not an accessory. I'm a necessity. So come and check me out now. 'Cause now I like the fun things. 20K gold ring. Don't need a make us in my own game. I'm dripping icy diamond everything. Baby, it's crystal clear. I'm not a souvenir. I'm not an accessory. I'm a necessity. So come and check me out now. Come and check me out now. Come and check me out now. Rabbit jet up in the sky, baby, that's just how I fly. Yeah, I told you one day I'd be living this way. You could have had it all, but you went and dropped the ball. Oh yeah, you could have had it all. Yeah, 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 yeah. Baby, it's crystal clear. I'm not a souvenir. I'm not an accessory. I'm a necessity. So come and check me out now. 'Cause now I like the fun things. 20K gold ring. Don't need a make us in my own game. I'm dripping icy diamond everything. Baby, it's crystal clear. I'm not a souvenir. I'm not an accessory. I'm a necessity. So come and check me out now. Come and check me out now. Come and check me out now. Baby, it's crystal clear. I'm not a souvenir. I'm not an accessory. I'm a necessity. So come and check me out now.
Been down before, but now I'm better than I've ever been. Through all adversity, I saw
killing it since tip-off. Come with it or stay home, the people gon' feel ripped off. It's only major leaguers in the office. If you giving half of an effort around the rest of us, you'll make it awkward. I'm about that action, not the one you talk with. You better hope I'm not the one your coach gon' have you out here really guarding. It took a lot for me to get here, but I have arrived. I really made it and the haters be looking surprised.
Been down before, but now I'm better than I've ever been. Through all adversity, I saw them right now at the whatever the problem, we'll solve them. Make it through together, it'll be all love, and it's all good.
Yeah. Okay. They say pressure makes diamonds. That's what I align with, cause the journey I've been climbing is riddled with perfect timing. I'm in a different mode when I be trying to get it. To even get a chance to compete is a form of winning. I mean, what's the point of playing if we ain't striving for greatness? I feel a sense of pride with every play that I'm making. To the top of the world when I came from the basement. Boy, I'm the one and not the two, so don't get it mistaken.
I'm in the strip clubs, how you work for? You a beast type of hoe you get murked for? I can tell a lot about a girl on the first I'm in the strip clubs, how you work for? You a beast type of hoe you get murked for? I can tell a lot about a girl on the first
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
Yesterday, Birthright fought with everything they had, but their path to victory was cut short by Insinuous Supremacy and Team Falcons, marking the end of their Snapdragon Pro Series. Contrary to their fate, Papara's Supermassive turned our casters into dominance, dismantling the MENA Giants and pushing their Turkey brothers to a 5-game series. Now, with only 3 representatives for Mobile Masters locked in, one last battle remains. Today, they fight not just for prize and glory, but the right to be called champions. I'm your host, Liz, and you're watching the Snapdragon Pro Series. Welcome to the final showdown of the Snapdragon Pro Series Challenge Finals for EU, MENA, and Turkey. I'm your host, Liz. Joined with me at the desk for the final cast is going to be Steph Weezy and UA. The Rush Hour duo is back. How you boys doing?
Hey, better than ever, man. To be able to see the Challenge Finals coming to a close with 3 teams remaining, I wonder who's going to be able to climb to the top of that ladder.
You know, Weezy, I missed you. Yesterday was a great series. We had a private go on the show with us. Lots of excitement from all these teams. But I think there's going to be even more flair today.
More flair is what we're looking for. While you guys are at it at home, make sure to follow us on our social medias for the latest update to notice the flair from yesterday's show. It was quite an exciting series. So make sure to follow us on ESL Mobile at X, Instagram, and Facebook. And also make sure to join our Discord server for more information at Snapdragon Pro Series.
That's right. Stay tuned with all the highlights, all the flashy plays from yesterday. I mean, you're talking about 3 best of 5s, like UA mentioned. I didn't get to partake in, but to be able to watch it from the sidelines, there were a lot of key moments that you guys don't want to miss out on.
Yeah, and it's just going to be even more intense today. As you can see in terms of the formats, EU and MENA here, open qualifiers that they had last year around September. It was a tough elimination, but as they move on, even from Turkey, each of these regions have sent the best of their best all the way leading up to this moment.
Yeah, we went through the challenge season with 8 teams in January, and now going into the challenge finals, we were here yesterday with 4 teams. Unfortunately, Birthright was eliminated, bringing us the 3 last teams for the challenge finals and the 3 representatives moving on to the Mobile Masters. The Mobile Masters will take place in April from the 7th to the 13th, and each region, as you see on the graph, will have their representative. And very exciting stuff. Now, what's more important today, Weezy, is that we get to see the teams fighting out for that prize pool.
That's right. First place taking home $20,000. Second place, $10,000. Third place, $6,000. And fourth place, $3,000. And you know, you just got to love to see the competition over there, not only just for the money, but also for that regional pride, right? Holding up that banner high. We have 2 teams from the Turkey region, and then also 1 from MENA still standing to see who could rise to that momentum.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it in the pre-show a little bit. I really feel like a lot of these teams aren't holding back. They are essentially playing their hardest. And talking about that, do we have a special guest coming through with us, joining us on the desk? It is going to be Gideon coming I don't know. Is it?
Yeah, it's going to, you already splurged the surprise here. We are going to be having Gideon, the Malaysian caster, joining us to talk about the Mobile Masters. I mean, Gideon, you came from all the way from APAC region. You're going to be casting the series. What are some exciting things you want to share about that?
I want to share about. Sorry, my cam is a little fuzzy here. Way across the world, getting for the challenge finals happening in Malaysia, our southern Johor as well. Live audience, all the teams are going to be coming around APAC to battle it out there. And honestly, you know, I'm very happy to see how SPS is growing, including the rest of the world, to play alongside.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, APAC has 5 representatives, right? EMEA actually has 3. So we're not falling behind too much. We have 3 representatives: Papyrus Supermassive, Incendio Supremacy, and Team Falcons. We're actually one of the first teams to announce or to have selected our 3 representatives. And APAC is going to be happening very soon, right? They are going to be a hell of a competition for any of the other regions, and a lot to look forward to, Easy.
Yeah, it's going to be an exciting time, right? To see all these regions come together once again after the World Series and just see how much they fare off against each other, right? I mean, APAC, it's no secret. They're the powerhouse when it comes to the competition on the international scene, but we've been seeing other teams from other regions rise to the occasion, kind of calling this the underdog rising to the scene. And do we see that happen here again for the Challenge Finals and Mobile Masters?
I mean, we've definitely been able to cast most of these MENA regions. A lot of these teams are extremely solid and can adjust all the way up to that top. I know there's also like a LATAM region there, so there's plenty of different spices coming out through. But for you, Gideon, what region do you think is going to be matched up the best against a lot of these APAC teams?
Oh, that's a tough one. I would say that Incendio Supremacy from Turkey is probably going to be the
I can
best
translate.
possible
So
chance.
Gideon likes to speak in sign language, and I will translate for everybody. So he's saying that Turkey is going to be such a dominant force. He's right now, there you go. He's throwing up the big T right there. He's saying Incendio Supremacy has been one of the most dominant teams, not only just in Snapdragon Pro Series, but also in Mobile Legends in general. And it's going to be amazing to see how these underdogs go up against them to get more of a fair play on how they'll go up against APAC.
Yeah, and also he said Weezy is the best caster for. Oh, and we lost Gideon. It is an international call, so well, we'll see if Gideon is able to join back with us. But for our casters here, Mobile Masters, I think that none of us have actually been to the offline event for the Snapdragon Pro Series. Very exciting. I would say there's less teams represented at the Snapdragon Pro Series, but a lot of powerhouses. The top 5 teams from APAC. That's a lot of competition for all the other regions, and it's going to be a tough run for any of these teams trying to compete with that.
Yeah, it's always been the hurdle that every team has to jump over, right? The APAC region. And to be able to see this, I can't wait to see which way it goes. I mean, if it's like the M Series, we got to see Ofednar go through the wild cards, and now getting to see Incendio Supremacy with the rebrand here again for another chance. But then also other teams like Papara Supermassive, which could keep teams on their toes as we look at the bracket so far from not only what we've seen yesterday, but what we can look forward to seeing today.
Oh boy. Yesterday we did have Birthrights against Incendio. Unfortunately, did not go through for the side of Birthrights. Incendio did end up matching against Supermassive Papara, pushing them down to the lower brackets. They will be our grand finalists so far. And we're looking for the second one, right? Birthrights against Falcons. Falcons was going to win that 3-1. And now for our very first and exciting match today, the best 5 series between Papara Supermassive and Team Falcons.
I mean, this is the fated rematch that we didn't get to. The first game we didn't get to watch yesterday. It was broadcasted off stream, but we know that they took down Team Falcons in a best 3-1 series. I think a lot of our casters haven't expected that. So today we get to see what exactly happened and if Team Falcons can kind of fix their mistake yesterday and redeem themselves against Papara Supermassive today. So today we will first have the lower bracket finals between Papara Supermassive versus Team Falcons, and the lower half will have the grand finals between Incendio Supremacy and whoever makes it out in the first group.
I mean, one thing's for certain, the Turkey region, man, they got a grand finalist regardless. But for MENA, this is huge for them, right? To have Team Falcons rising to the occasion time and time again with that powerhouse name behind them as well. To have a chance to be a grand finalist and take it all the way home for the EMEA region is massive. Not to mention when you're going up against a powerhouse team like Incendio Supremacy, there's definitely a lot on the line and a lot of stakes that are high right now for everybody who's competing.
And I think the most interesting thing about this series that we're going to be watching is that they did actually face up against each other just yesterday. Unfortunately, we did not cast that match, but Supermassive Papara did win that series 3-1 against Falcom. And this time around, it's either Falcon's going to come up with some revenge strategies, because they've definitely shown some cards already in that series, or is Papara going to show the dominance that they had in their first series and continue it all the way to the end?
Yeah, and from yesterday's series, we observed some more of the interesting picks and drafts between these two teams. But on the screen, you see Xiao staring right at us from Papara Supermassive, doing God's work yesterday, carrying his team, versus Team Falcons. Now, both of these teams, like you guys mentioned, have a lot that they've proven throughout the tournament. But yesterday, we didn't get to see what exactly went wrong for Team Falcons, but today we get to really see how these two teams match up against each other, and this is like the time to prove themselves, because the next step is going to be the Mobile Masters. After this, it's all death or and alive, but today they really get to still be in this regional landscape and still kind of poke the waters and test it out and try to see what they can improve and what they can work on.
Yeah, and I mean, you made a great point against both of these teams competing yesterday off stream. Ended up in a 3-1 finish. Papara Supermassive was able to take that best of 5 with little to no problem. Maybe it was Zhao. I mean, he's seen it all, right? You can tell from the photo that he definitely does not miss a beat when it comes to the professional landscape. But when you're looking at this team, right, Papara Supermassive, they're always under the shadow of Incendio Supremacy, but I feel like this is their chance to kind of step over them, right, and say, hey, no, we're the top team from Turkey, and it's up for them to put that pen on the paper and write that story, but it's not going to be the easiest road, right? Right now, the story is about going up against Team Falcons. Team Falcons, one of the best teams in the MENA region with one of the biggest brands behind them, right? I mean, I remember being out in Riyadh and seeing a Team Falcon base, man. I'm telling you, the Hawk was huge. And just to see them back here again, the Falcon ready to rise to the occasion, we got to see how they can turn this narrative back in their favor, right? When you lose in a 3-1 deficit, that's a little bit of a bittersweet defeat. But hopefully from yesterday, they went back to the drawing board and they made some adjustments to make it more of an even series.
And I mean, this is Team Falcons, one of their like first times actually like getting to compete in an international stage like the SPS Masters. So again, I really think both of these teams are not going to be holding back in today's series, especially since they kind of had a little bit of practice yesterday. Papara here with some of the most picks. It is going to be the Soyu in the jungle along with the Gato Kacha. And Team Falcons, also a very fan favorite of the Gato Kacha, paired up with the Granger. Both most bans is going to be Fanny. I do believe both these teams aren't going to be allowing this Fanny to be used in today's match, but it seems like a very even head-to-head so far with the damage dealt, average kills, and GPM.
And it's interesting because it seems like Team Falcons actually has an edge over Papara Supermassive with that head-to-head. Small, but still an edge against Papara Supermassive. But yesterday, Papara was able to take them out in a 3-1. It's not even 3-2, it's 3-1, and they finished actually before our series between Birthright versus Incendio Supremacy. So something is happening out there, and we get to see it today.
I have a theory, and that is that Falcons lost on purpose yesterday to keep Papara Supermassive feeling like they will be able to pull this one out with ease, and maybe they're waiting to be on the big screen to show those secret weapons to the world. So it's up for them to be able to showcase which way this goes, but this is going to be another best of 5 for the lower bracket finals. This is the final chance to remain in the challenge finals, but keep in mind, guys, all 3 teams remaining, Papara Supermassive, Falcons, Incendio Supremacy, they all have qualified already for the Mobile Masters. So now it's just really to earn that spot as the challenge finalist for the EMEA region.
Well, Weezy, as the conspiracy master out there, show us which way this would go with the first series.
All right, and Liz will be exiting us, and it'll be me and my rush hour twin, Yue. Oh, no. All right, man, we got a lot to talk about. We got a lot to break down today, man. All right, so you mentioned a point on the Fanny, right? You don't feel like the Fanny is going to be picked the entire time. Do you think it's going to be banned?
You know, just looking at some of the datas that they have on that series yesterday, some things stand out to me. So there has been like a Louis prioritization when you're going up against like a powerhouse like Incendio Supremacy. When you got something like Rosa standing at mid, where they're not afraid to pick it blindly, right? You have to take that hero out. But in this series, it seems like both teams are allowing the opponents to pick up not only the Louis, but the Fanny. They just feel comfortable going up against those 2 heroes. So expect them to be open, and I would, dare make the statement that don't expect them to actually pick it up, because it seems like both teams are quite ready for that pick.
And speaking of picks, already into the draft for game number 1 of the lower bracket finals, Snapdragon Pro Series Challenge Finals, Team Falcons and Papar Supermassive. Now, this is a little textbook. I feel like this is kind of what happened when they both faced off stream, right? We got to see that Mathilda ban, the Joy, and the Lucas from the side of Team Falcons. And I feel like the Tsuyo and the Zushin as well, I feel like this is kind of textbook, right? I don't feel like it's too out of the ordinary, but you are right on that Fanny pick. It has not been banned out this entire time, and now I'm wondering if the bait will be taken, or if, like you mentioned, it's not going to be picked up at all.
You know, for me, this is a little bit of a dirty draft. It's not clean because Team Falcons and Supermassive both have decided to take away a lot of the jungle options. Joy, Soyu, we haven't really seen a 2 ban on these 2 junglers that much in our previous series. And now paired up with the Lucas, that kind of is been able to flex into that jungle role. This really means that Hayabusa is going to be one of the best and only options, and if these teams want to pull up the alpha, it's a possibility. But yesterday's match, Team Falcons did win with a Julian pickup. So in terms of the jungles, seems like both teams are quite comfortable with playing a little bit of a tier below, I guess, like the top 5 meta. But Team Falcons come out blazing with the guns right now. It is going to be a Hilda blind pick into Papara Massive.
Well, I feel they are kind of onto the Hayabusa pickup, right? And that's why Team Falcons is going to go ahead and pick up this Hilda. I mean, the other day we got to see them prioritize the Bedang instead when they were in this exact same situation in the draft. But this time they're going to go for the Hilda, who was actually picked up from Papara Supermassive the last time they faced off. And I wonder if that's going to be the difference. Maybe they still going for that No, they're not going to go in for the Hayabusa. So they are going to pick up this Bedang and go straight for the double frontline composition with the Hylos.
It's greedy. When you look at the double front line, it's extremely greedy. And yes, exactly. Team Falcon is going to respond with, I don't know if it's kindness that they pick up the Granger, or if it's like just saying, hey, we're going to take this Granger for free and there's nothing you guys can do about it. There's still Harith available on the board, right? The Rithel also available for Supermassive if they want to pick this up. But taking both the Hylos and the Bedang just shows the side of Falcons, all their front line, it is a risk, but it's just like we're going to take the 2 best picks and we want to see how you guys respond with them.
Yeah, it's a lot of crowd control. It's mobility as well with this Hylos on their side. Speaking of crowd control, though, they're going to get a little bit of that themselves. They're going to have the Spear Destruction from this Alpha to be able to rush in and get some crowd control and sustainability. Not to mention the Granger Danger, who we've seen be such a dominant force, kind of rising to the occasion as the best marksman so far in the current meta, but paired up against the Harith, who we've been seeing have such an impactful force as well as that ADC. Now both sides locked in for the first half of the draft. We're seeing a little bit of damage, a little bit of frontline and crowd control with sustainability from Team Falcons. Papar Supermassive yet to really showcase what they're going to put in their jungle. They didn't even go in for that Hayabusa pickup. Probably credits to this Hilda in the first phase of the draft from Team Falcons.
Yeah, I think it's quite smart for Team Falcons to force the Hayabusa. However, Papara Supermassive, they have a different type of priority, right? And I think it's a little bit better now that they picked up this Harith, because we saw yesterday, if you don't pick up the marksman in the first phase, it's going to get banned out. And if you don't pick up the jungler, it's going to get focus as well. That's why I'm saying Papara Supermassive's draft already is kind of greedy, picking up both these front lines, allowing Falcons to ban out and focus into the jungle. However, they have missed a crucial ban, this Eve, which is pretty much one of the highest priorities in any region across. Get slaughtered through for Supermassive. I wonder what response Team Falcon has prepared for this pick.
I would say the Valentina. I mean, if they don't have the real world manipulation at their disposal, pick up the Valentina and you get that plus a little bit more. Not only would you have that, but you'd also have the Glorious Pathway to take away from this Hylos as well, which would create a mobility for the side of Team Falcons to work in their favor. There goes the Belleric pickup, though. This is going to be interesting. Has the Wrath of the Dryad. Maybe to slow down some of the members. I mean, you have this Harith who's going to be a little bit more up close and personal. the high-lows, the double front composition. Maybe that's their plan, or are they just doubling down to try and stop whatever's going to be slotted into the jungle? Final pickup for Team Falcons, though, is going to be the Sicilian.
The Sicilian gets picked up, and I like this for Team Falcons, right? They have a very utility and objective focused jungler like the Alpha. So it allows the Sicilian to have a lot more space and room to work with when it comes down to timing and scaling. Now, Papara comes out with their last pick. It is going to be the Nolan, and we've seen the Nolan throughout yesterday's match. It was that physical damage hero that teams are trying to slot for when a lot of bans have been pushed through onto the jungle. Have we seen the success of it? You know, debatable, but the Nolan does provide a lot of the physical damage that the team desperately needs when they're picking up something like the Harith and the Hylos. It's heavy magic damage, and it also provides, you know, some timing in the jungle clear speed. It's decent enough where it can stand up tall against Alpha.
And speaking of standing tall, two teams rising to the occasion yet again in the land of Dawn for the lower bracket finals. Team Falcons up against Papara Supermassive in a best of 5.
Let's talk about predictions, Weezy. You know, Papara did win this series 3-1, so it seems like Papara has a pretty good grasp in Team Falcon's ability, right? And especially with the draft like this, where they really forced Team Falcons to Papara was actually forced to pick up something like the Nolan. What do you have in terms of predictions for this match? And maybe like how long is the match going to be going for?
I feel this is going to be an interesting one, right? Possibly, I would have to say maybe onto the side of Team Falcons, just because they have the Sicilian. And I feel like this game is going to go a little bit later. I feel like it's going to be possibly a longer one, just because a lot of the heroes on Papara Supermassive side, I don't feel like they're going to have the ease of access to get to the back line to be able to take down Smidgy on this Sicilian, right? I mean, you have an Harith who plays up close and personal, but is not the most mobile when it comes to getting to a back line. Not only that, but Mohi on this Nolan as well. It's not going to have the easiest time. Even the Badang, none of them can really effectively get to the back line. It's like rushing, just running straight forward, but I don't feel like it's going to be the easiest process. So I'm going to have to go with Team Falcons, but I'll raise you the same question.
You know, I like what Papara is doing with their draft so far. I think it's pretty well balanced in terms of how much physical damage and the magic damage that they have. But there is the same exact question. What can you guys do when you guys have to deal with something like a Belric that's charging at you, or even the Hilda that has so much presence early on?
Ooh, speaking of presence, though, there goes a glorious pathway. Mohi about to get the turtle.
Wow.
Genji able to get the steal. Last second, Wassa may be punished, needing to get out away from them. Bats Feet comes out. Smidgy able to pick up the kill to draw first blood for Team Falcons, and they secure the turtle.
You know, I've noticed that there is a lot of 50-50s early on for the Retributions, and I feel like in this region, some of these 50-50s are not going the way that the jungler that's actually doing the objective, it's not going in their direction. And if we look at the overall, you know, landscape of Mobile Legends, right? These C regions from APAC, if they have the opportunities, have these 50-50s, you bet they're going to just take it for free. They're not going to waste too much time. They're not going to put too much resources, and they're going to be able to just get a slight advantage just putting their face in. So I'm a little bit worried here if they're not able to get the very first objective cleanly in their favor.
Yeah, I am as well, because considering you have an Eve, you also have a Hylos. These are heroes that can control an entire zone with just their ultimates alone. Mohi, need to be careful. Alpha on his tail with the Hilda. One more hit, unable to follow through, and Mohi will go back to safety. But again, this is the power of the Hilda, how aggressive you can be on an assassin type jungler. What a punish.
You know, we've seen the presence of Alpha yesterday up against their match in the Birthright series, and Alpha was extremely annoying. He was always in the enemy jungle, always forcing pressure, and he's doing exactly that, but on a Hilda, and this is a Hilda that's so extremely annoying. Look at topside right here. They're able to take care of business. They shut down the jungler early on in this series.
Yeah, and still a little bit of a skirmish on the top side. There goes that Franco hook we were looking for. Now we see the panel onto the top side. Kenji gonna go ahead and do some crowd control, some damage, some sustainability, but Wasa will burst him down. Not even the Alpha can survive that one. Wasa maybe next, don't need to be careful. After Dark with the RWM drops down. Alpha will fall. Wasa picking up his second kill, a double kill over here on this Hylos, and now evening out the scoreboard 2-2.
Man, look at Wasa go. He was just there the whole entire fight, dealing tons of damage. There's a reason why the side of Papara decides to prioritize the Hylos and the Badang pick. And it shows right here. These two units, although they're playing in the XP and in the roam position, the damage is quite good. The sustain is also there. Paired up with the amount of crowd controls that they have, it's hard to deal with here.
Yeah, now both teams find it out. Zhao will be able to get a kill, finds Detective Super. Belleric does fall, no Wrath of the Dryad at their disposal. Smidgy will find Wasa. That's going to be an even trade. That's going to be a tank for both sides.
But the turtle does go to the hands of Papara Supermassive. That is going to be evening out in terms of the neutral objective. Now, Team Falcons up about a 1k gold, trying to assert some pressure down onto the south lane here. And it's interesting. Alpha, only 5 minutes in, has decided, hey, the Granger, Koba, he is more important. We're going to make sure his lane is the winning lane.
Yeah, right now, Blatchfett doing a good job on denying the proxy of the lane for Zhao as he clears those minions. Wasa After Dark keeping a tight rotation, trying to match the tank mage synergy of Team Falcons. Team Falcons currently leading, though, by about 1,500 gold and putting a lot of pressure on the map.
Wow. And just like that, Alpha baits out the RWM. It's a huge resource that's been wasted by Papara. And we really thought that, hey, you know, before that, Shao, bot side here is going to get taken off the map. It's a 4-man siege onto the bot side. A huge divergent play coming out from the side of Team Falcons, and they're able to grab that one up with really no punish there.
Yeah, right when we gave Blatchfett credit for protecting Zhao, he steps away for a second, and that's all she wrote. And that is going to possibly allow them to take this turret. They're going to go in for the proxy play again. Blatchfett trying to go in for a little bit of defense. Has to clear out these minions, though. Koba in position.
Oh, no.
We'll start focusing on to this tier 3 turret. Does get bursted down. That's going to be the tier 3 on the bot and the top side, secured by Team Falcons.
And you really know why Team Falcons is able to move the way that they moved is because the RWM was wasted. The second the RWM was not there, the side of Papara decides to rotate on the opposite side, allowing Team Falcons to get that 4-man siege. And that was completely free, Wheezy. There was no response in that fight.
Yeah, now maybe they will pay the cost here. Kenji is going to be able to take the turtle yet again for Team Falcons. 2 turtles to 1, and now going for a punish. Smidgy taking down Zhao with the Bat's impact, able to burst him down in the middle of that Bat's feet as well, and now up with 3,000 gold for Team Falcons.
I'm going to say Team Falcons look quite good in this very first match. They have the Sicilian that's up almost 1k gold, right? And you also have the Granger that is completely dominating his whole entire matchup. Team Papara Supermassive, they're caught in a blunder here. They're trying to, defend against this, but it's a hard defense against some of the pokes that Koba can really just dish out with the Granger.
This is getting a little scary too, because you had asked me the question in the beginning who I predicted, and I predicted Team Falcons winning this game, but not at this fast of a pace. And now Zhao hit with a little bit of burn. I don't think he's going to make it. Able to dash for a little bit more shielding just in time through the mid lane. But yes, Team Falcons is scaling at a way faster rate than predicted, which is going to work even more in Smidgy's favor, who's already leading with the highest kills in the game, 3-0-1.
They do get the shutdown on Kenji on the top side. I think it was a small misplay. It might have been on the bot side, actually. But Papara do end up losing that tier 2 top towers. And when it comes down to some of these towers, yes, the mid lane tower is quite important to defend against. But when your side lanes are just kind of shown naked, it just means there's not much insurance when it comes down to some split push opportunities. And Team Falcon, it feels like they're so comfortable with that type of play.
Yeah, and right now, Team Falcons very comfortable across the map with these objectives. able to take 4 turrets and not losing a single one on their side. They have a lot of insurance even if they do make a mistake, but we have yet to really see a mistake from them. I mean, yes, they lost a turtle, but they traded for 2 turrets alongside that. So with this Lord spawning in, is this an opportunity for Papara Supermassive to flip this game around?
You know, Team Falcons, although they have the Sicilian, lots of CC being come down. The health of Wasa comes out of the box here. He gets completely shut down. He did toss the Glorious Pathway, but it was way too late. Papara down 1 member. Seems like Team Falcons is ready to get this next objective.
Is that Smidgey or is that Smidge he? Is the way he's dominating right now on this Sicilian. This man even takes the Lord. Oh my gosh, man. It's just showing you how well he is doing so far through these times. Sicilian, a hero who's been rising to the occasion in terms of meta as well. And now we're getting to see just how dominant it can be.
It's a Smidgey, it's a Smiles, but Alpha here getting kind of CC'd here. It is going to be a Hilda, so that's kind of going to be what the Hilda does, right? He's in your face, wasting a lot of abilities, and he just is able to get away with just popping the sprint. That's so much resources spent. And if you actually take a look at some of the previous engagement that Papara had, it's always Alpha that's baiting out the RW, and the Lord is now marching down. And after dark, he's not going to be having that ultimate available here. It gives a green light for Team Falcons. They're like, hey, no big spell. Let's look for a siege. Let's look for a fight because they cannot fight against us here.
Yeah, and the Clock of Destiny now picked up from Smidgey as well. Not only to help him with the damage, but for these magic tanks as well. So Hylos, he's going to have to be very careful. A lot of these heroes, Badang's going to have to be very careful. Kenji now going to be able to take yet another turret for the side of Team Falcon, stripped down to their inhibitors. The Lord will be bursted out of the game before they can crack open the base, but they are going to go in for the fight. Glorious Pathway for the denial, but Smidgey put some respect on his name, is going to take down Blotchvet. 1 member down for the side of Papara Supermassive. Immobilization onto After Dark. Barely dodges the Bat's impact, but taking some serious hits. Now forced back to the base for some regen. And Team Falcon soaring higher than ever.
I will say this though, After Dark's RWM there, it was pretty huge. Unfortunately, Team Falcons just feels like they have a lot more gold. Already up 7k, looking to push onto this mid tower, gets it completely for free. Potentially this might just be too much damage dealt already to Papara Supermassive. It's going to be a hard way to get back into this match.
Yeah, but they're still going to give a little bit of kickback. Papara Supermassive trying to find a mistake, trying to find this over-aggression from Team Falcons and capitalize on it. And yet to really find that key moment. We're looking at a 7,000 gold lead, 12 minutes in, and I thought this was going to be a late game one, right? And this is getting a little scary. I mean, I'm just looking at Smidgey, right? We're keeping a close eye on the Sicilian. He's 5-0-1. 5 out of the 7 kills from Team Falcons has been in his hands.
Yeah, Smidgey is smiling right now. He's probably, the happiest Sicilian that we've seen in this tournament so far. Pretty much uncontested here, 5-0-1. Even Team Falcons is offering up the blue buff as the sacrifice. Smiles is going to be able to just have that in his pocket.
Yeah, and speaking of pockets, Mohi going to be put in the pocket of Detective Kova for some questioning as he bursts him down. And now they will not have the retribution on their side, and that's going to allow Team Falcons to take another objective with little to no problem. And Papara Supermassive not even in a position to be able to contest, and with this objective, another opportunity to push in the base and clear some more of these inhibitors and possibly go for the finish they're looking for.
It's kind of why in the first phase of the draft, you really want to prioritize some of the heroes that the enemy team or even you have taken off in the ban list. There was already 3 junglers banned, and the Fanny is not really a hero that both of these teams want to use against them. Then things like the Alpha or the Hayabusa should be highly prioritized, but Team Falcons seems like they have a good grasp on it, and Papara just kind of fell into their trap.
That's right, the Falcons' Talons are ready to grab this base crystal. As you are going to see the RWM drop down, Papara Supermassive putting on a final stand, trying to hold off this pressure. Just 1 more minute to go through, but here comes the mid lane. Looks like Team Falcons forced to push out.
Yeah, that's good. That's good news. Papara is able to defend up against the siege of Team Falcons. They potentially are going to be looking for more, but I think this is a good and solid defense. And I feel like After Dark's RWMs, especially in the last 2 sieges, have been so crucial. And ooh, they're looking to go for more.
Yeah, you're going to see the fist crack a little premature from Blastvet, now caught in the middle of chaos. Detective Koba grabbing another suspect for questioning. Zhao is going to be able to get a kill of his own, though. Responds back, taking down Alpha. That is going to be a 1-for-1 trade for both sides.
Hey, 1-for-1 has always been in the advantage for the losing side. And I think Papara Supermassive, it's very important that they're able to get some shutdown on Alpha. Something like a Hilda, where they build a lot of tank and they have some mobility. If he dies over and over, he's not going to have the impact that he had in the early game, especially something like Hilda, where it really does shine with sitting in bushes early on. When it comes down to a lot of these late game sieges, there's not going to be that much bushes to hide. So it's important that Papara has found a few shutdowns so far, but can they deal with the late game opportunity and the damage that the Sicilian has presented himself?
Yeah, and that's the question, right? I mean, Blastvet is trying his best to be able to get to the back line. We've seen him rush in and try and get a fist crack onto Smidgy, possibly Detective Koba as well. But as soon as he does that, he's very vulnerable, susceptible to the damage from the rest of the team, as it's very hard for that Bedang to get out. It's kind of like this Phobius, right? Once the Phobius goes in, you're kind of stuck in the heart of the battle with little to no mobility on your side. So they have to really pick their poison when they go in for this. If he's going to go in for these setups, it's going to require Papara Supermassive to be ready to engage alongside him, especially when you're trying to rush into the back line. I mean, it's no secret, right? Smidgy, he's the high value target of this game so far. And right now, Detective Kova is starting to catch up to him and KDA as well, as you are going to see this Lord spawn in and Team Falcons in control of the pit.
Yeah, it's going to be a very hard Lord. They could try to go for some picks here. Wasa actually gets taken a little bit low, and the fish crack. It's a 3-man set paired up with the RWM. It's a lot of skill stack, but it seems like the damage is dealt too much already. Team Falcons pick up one of their picks so far, looking to go for a little bit more. I think it might be smart to just let it go, and the side of Papara gets another shutdown. Xiao has already looking to scale into this match. Lord going down, but Smiles is going to be the one that takes it. Damage is being dealt on both of these sides, but 3-man has fallen. They're looking to go for a little bit more here.
Smidgy, wait a second, Smidgy! He's going in. Oh my goodness! Guilty as charged. Smidgy, the executioner, 7-0-4, and now the march to the base crystal with only Wasa and After Dark to defend. With wings of strength and hearts of fire, Team Falcons, sword of victory.
It was convincing, Gleezy. This game number 1 was a huge showcase for Team Falcons, and I think they really needed this victory. In their last series, right? Team Falcons was the one that got denied the opportunity to go into the upper bracket, but this time around they're coming back with revenge, and they're starting it out so extremely strong. A good draft, a good ban, leading them to success in this game so far. 13-6 is the overall score. 17 minutes, meaning it was still a relatively fast game.
Yeah, man, it was definitely a fast pace and full control from Team Falcons. There was little to no error on their side. And if you ask me how this happened, I would honestly say a lot of it was the draft, right? I mean, there was just nobody to get back to the Sicilian, and you got to put respect on his damage and what he's capable of. And when you pick a hero like the Bedang, it's a great pickup, but it requires other members to be able to play their parts down to a T as well, and we just didn't get to see that happen. I mean, there was even a great play at that last Lord fight where we saw Blachvet get the double setup with the fish crack. He not only caught Smile, but he also caught Koba in the 2-man set, but nobody was there for the follow-through.
You know, I like the Bedang pick, and I also like the Hylos priority. However, not having... I dare to say an adequate jungler right? You're pairing up a Nolan in nowadays where Nolan really doesn't get picked that often. And if you look at the statistics, right, we were looking at kind of like a 25% win rate, 4 picks out of our whole entire SPS. It's just not the hero that you're looking for. And you can really tell the aggressiveness coming out from Team Falcons. They're confident. They're looking for invades. They're looking to go into the enemy jungler and become aggressive with it. And it's just due to the overall meta. They have a good grasp in it during the draft, and it's just leading them to success in the very first match.
Yeah, and just cool, calm, and collective, pure surgical gameplay from the side of Team Falcons. Like we said, soaring high in the skies, picking their opportunities and making the most out of them. And we didn't really get to see Papara Supermassive have that same story. It was kind of like they were very reactive, right? As soon as they started getting punished in the early game, as soon as we saw, it really started with Alpha on this Hilda, right? He kept being very aggressive, holding on to the objectives against Mohi on those buffs, and it really threw off the synergy and rotations from the side of Papara Supermassive, which started to force Blotchvet to say, okay, well, I can't sit here and protect Zhao in the gold lane because they're punishing my jungler, so now I have to go into the jungle and help him on his buffs. But as soon as he did that, what did we see happen? A full rotation to the bot side, and Zhao was punished, and the turret was taken down, right? And the MVP going over to Koba. Okay, so I like it, but I feel like that one should have went to Smidgy, to Smile, right? I mean, that was definitely his game, but Koba was alongside him doing a great job and did not fall that entire time.
You know, Koba or Smiles, Team Falcons was able to take the victory in this one, and in a very convincing fashion. And, you know, sometimes it can be a little bit hard when you're dealing with such a strong opening coming out from Team Falcon. Again, Team Falcons did fall here, so they're really trying to prove themselves that they are above this Turkey team. However, Papara did get the win last time around. I do feel like they have prepared themselves well for it. And just, you know, if I ignore the Nolan, it seems like their overall draft was quite good. In some of the team fights, just like you mentioned, the Fish Crack was hitting, the RWM was there, the Glorious Pathway had a lot of impact. There was a lot that Papara had to be able to set up themselves with a very good position. However, Team Falcons draft, it just looked much better. The Alpha was dealing tons of damage. The Sicilian had the early game advantage where he could really push onto dealing tons more damage in terms of the mid and the late. And we're not even mentioning the Granger. We're not even mentioning the Hilda that's popping RWMs early on. Team Falcons just had a much better grasp in how to take that victory in game number 1.
And I feel like I'm right there with you. I wouldn't say that the heroes they picked were non-meta. I wouldn't say that they weren't good. I just feel like sometimes you had an element that was already checked off and you should have went for something that your team was missing entirely. And I think this case for the side of Papara Supermassive was having a hero that can really get to that back line with 1-2 no punish. As we are now seeing the statistics, the team stats from Team Falcons so far. How are we feeling about this, Yue?
80% win rate as a first pick. This really shows that Falcon has a good grasp on the draft. Not only is it what they're picking, but it's how they build towards their first picks. How do they set themselves up with success? That is a very huge statistics. And even the second pick, it's not that far away. Fastest game time, they've been able to close out games, and their average is 16 minutes, which is around the same time as their last match. No wonder the Sicilian pick worked well for them. It's because their average time of closing out the games is around the time where that Sicilian hits that 3-4 item power spike.
Well, something that really stands out to me, kind of credits to what you said about this draft pick stats, right? The 80% win rate on the blue side. This really shows that the draft just has such a strong impact, right? When you have a little bit of a more prio to select what you want first, it seems to work better in their favor than when they're on their second side being a little bit more reactionary. And that's a little surprising considering you have the 2-pick swing in your favor for the red side. But yeah, I mean, when we're seeing these two teams face off, I would say draft definitely was the difference in why Team Falcons was really able to have an easier time. And I feel like for Papara Supermassive, if they want a way to turn this around, it's going to start with either banning that Sicilian, picking that Sicilian, or picking a hero that can get to the back lines, right? You need somebody like a Gatot or maybe a Cho, somebody that can rush in and really force these engagements. You can't really go with this Hylos and this Bedang because both of them, it's really hard to get such a major gap in distance at a fast pace, right? You have to kind of just run straight toward it, and there's a lot of crowd control from the other side for the denial.
For me, it comes with preparation, right? A team that has an 80% win rate on the first pick side means that in terms of their game plan coming into the match, they know that they succeed quite well in the first pick, and they have bans that set themselves up with great first picks, great responses in the counter, and they're just comfortable there. Now, this is the real question. If Falcom has an 80% win rate on first pick, how do they match up on the second side? And Papara Supermassive coming out with, I would say, a more aggressive ban this time around. They're taking out the Phoveus, which is taken out the first game, and the Hylos, which they picked up themselves. This does open up to that neutral beginning where they do prioritize something like the Badang and they don't show their cards out completely, or they could go a different direction. They could deny some picks away from Team Falcons that they actually had a lot of success with in the very first match.
Oh, this is interesting. They're going to go ahead and take out this Alpha for the final ban for the first phase swing for Papar Supermassive. Now for Team Falcons, where do they go from here? We know there's some heavily prioritized picks on the board. They're going to take off the Joy. So the Mathilda walks so far, and it gets picked up from Papar Supermassive. This is major. This is a great start for them in the draft because that not only checks off sustainability, but it also creates mobility as well.
Okay, the Matilda is one of the heroes where I feel like a lot of teams are banning out. However, it's a great blind pick, but it does have a lot of counters, and I'm kind of interested to see if Team Falcons go with one of the counters that I think Matilda is really, really known for. And Team Falcon actually is very solid with this hero. It's going to be the Khalid for me. However, they go with this Hilda first pick. I like it at the same time. They had a lot of success with the Hilda on the hands of Alpha. I'm kind of wondering, with 3 jungler bans, if they're willing to take that Hayabusa early. But Team Falcons, especially with this Hilda pick, they're really just inviting Papara Supermassive to take that Hayabusa and struggle in the jungle against this Hilda pick.
Yeah, the Hayabusa is going to be an interesting one because if you take it for Papara Supermassive, then you deny it being picked up from the side of Team Falcons. But if you pick it up on Team Falcons, then, I mean, you can pretty much get to the back line because they did go in for this Mathilda. There goes the Lucas, though. We've been talking about the Lucas rising to the occasion, one of the newer heroes on the competitive scene. I feel like he can do well. I feel like teams are trying to find exactly where to slot him at, right? Do we have him in that roam position? Do we have him in the XP lane? We'll have to see, but nonetheless, it shouldn't be roam position here. It's going to be an XP lane Lucas because you are going to have the Mathilda for Papara Supermassive. So we'll see how it kind of fares off.
Well, XP lane jungle, I think in this region specifically, they're very comfortable with flexing it all around. Badang gets picked up from Team Falcon, but it's going to be their last pick. It is a little bit worrisome. Number one, there is 3 jungle bans, so it's just there's going to be less and less opportunity. And the Herod, right, where, you know, the side of Papara has this Granger. Now they're able to ban out some of the marksmen. Some things come into mind. The Rithel should be taken out along with this Herod. But a Matilda being picked up by Papara, but Team Falcons do not go for this Khalid that I really thought that Team Falcons loves to use it against the Matilda. It definitely feels like Falcons have prepared a pick against them. I'm just worried it may not be good enough.
Yeah, and I'm right there with you. We got to see how it kind of fares off. I was going to ask about the Katat. I was like, why not pick up the Katat here to get to the backline from Team Falcons? But they're going to go ahead and ban it out to deny Papar Supermassive. So it looks like they're on the same wavelength as you. This Lucas possibly being in the jungle, considering they are going to ban out this Katat. So we'll have to see which way this kind of swings. The Sicilian is still up for the taking. Now, you are going to have to worry about this Hilda who can rush to the back line. But I feel like with the proper setup the Sicilian could be fine, considering they also have this Mathilda on their side to be able to bring that Sicilian back to safety when things get a little shaky. Now, that's going to put a lot of pressure onto the hands of Lucas and whatever they slot into the XP lane to be able to stop these frontliners from closing that distance. But there still are some options on the table. Now, the Gatot is not there. So do we see them pick up something that's maybe a glue, maybe something that can rush in and create some diversion plays for the team to be able to get these objectives and some separation?
Whoa, whoa, whoa. This, we've, you know, in terms of the statistic, we've seen twice. No success so far. Team Falcons looking to bring that statistics up themselves. The Melissa gets slotted in this second phase. And for me, again, I feel like if you're going to sacrifice the Rithel and the Harith for this Melissa, something is not matching up here. And I feel like it's just a little bit too greedy when you set up these two fronts. We've seen it in the very first series where Papara was in that second pick position and they set the two fronts up in the beginning, and it kind of caused them to not have some solid pickups, especially in the jungle. And this time around, the roles are reversed quite a bit. You were wondering what Papara is going to be doing to set themselves up with some sustain, with some CC and frontline. And this Terizla pick is something we haven't seen that much, but it's extremely effective at its job. It has the tanky, it has the tankiness, it has the sustain with some HP back, and it more importantly has that CC built in where Matilda may be lacking a little bit in that department.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one, and paired up with that Vexana as well is going to have a lot of damage and some great front line to stop them from rushing in with that Eternal Guard. But for the side of Team Falcons, to finalize their draft, they're going to pick up this Julian. So it is going to be Julian inside of the jungle. I feel like it's kind of one of those heroes. It's a jack of all trades, right? You can fight from afar, you can fight from up close, you have a little bit of crowd control, you have mobility, and you have sustainability in your kit. Now, I'm a fan of the Terizla. You mentioned we haven't seen the Terizla in a while, but with what he's going against Team Falcon's composition, I feel like it works out really well, right? You're able to pretty much sustain yourself with that execution strike and also be invulnerable to the crowd control. And then you have the penalty zone for some great setup potential from the side of Papara Supermassive. And I feel like that's where they were lacking in the last game, right? They didn't really have a hero that could just rush in and get that massive setup that everybody could punish on, but looks like that may be the story for them as we are now jumping into game number 2 of the lower bracket finals for the Challenge Finals Snapdragon Pro Series. Papara Supermassive up against Team Falcons.
Grab your popcorn, call your friends. I always say this, but make sure to let everyone know that this huge match is coming through. Team Falcons and Supermassive Papara here. Falcons up 1, leading in this series, and they're the stronger ones in drafting first, but this time around they are going to be the second pick, and the statistics isn't completely in their favor. It doesn't take away that Team Falcons should be able to, take care of this if they play it correctly. But Papara Supermassive, I like what they have set up, and especially with the Matilda that we really haven't seen before that much in this region. It's actually let open, so I'm excited to see how they use this pickup.
Yeah, I'm going to be keeping a close eye on both sides, right? I mean, it's going to be interesting. Game number 1, we saw Team Falcons be very effective across the map, especially in the early phase. Pretty much got everything they wanted with little to no punish. This time around, though, with Papara Supermassive's draft, they have a lot of insurance to be able to sustain themselves in this fight. Alongside the Mathilda, they also have Wasa to be able to get these massive setups, and then also Mohi on this Lucas to make the difference. So we'll have to see how this kind of plays out. Can Papara Supermassive really lead the way in the early phase, or will Team Falcons continue to soar high?
So let's talk about some predictions here, right? In the last match, Wheezy, you got it. And I would say part of me kind of got it as well. We both kind of lean towards Team Falcons in terms of their drafting, but this time around, we have some new elements that are kind of sliding in. The Melissa is being picked up here, but before that, seems like there is an emphasis on the objective.
Yeah, you've seen that turtle very low. Smidgy trying to join the battle. Uses that Sacred Beast form. Ooh. After Dark, able to take down Detective. A double kill finds Alpha. And Papara Supermassive able to get the turtle. What a start from the Wizard in the mid lane.
My bad, Wasa. You know, we talked about the Terizla being kind of a interesting element added to this showdown. And he's able to get a 2-man set. And that sets Papara up for a very, very strong lead. Not only does Team Falcon have to deal with the mobility coming out from the Matilda, but the amount of CC and disruption that the Terizla has is already having an impact on this match.
Yeah, speaking of impact, Smidgy forced to use a Circling Eagle. Detective Super, very low, taking a lot of hits. Blotchfed still wants to rush into a little bit of chip damage, but nonetheless, we got to circle back to that question you asked, right? You said predictions, and this time I'm going to go on the opposite side of the table. I'm going to have to go with Papara Supermassive.
You know, having that Granger in the gold lane, it's a lot of work, but it seems like Team Falcons may understand how to deal with it. The Circle Eagle does come through, getting onto Super Detective here. He is shot dangerously low, and Mohi was actually going to be the one that is going to pick that up. This Matilda that we saw open the draft up for Papara. It allows them to have so much mobility, so much pressure early on, and it's really showing 3 minutes in the match.
Yeah, it's definitely showing as we take a little bit of a technical pause, giving us the time to really break down our expectations for this match and also what we've seen so far. First of all, this is totally different than game number 1. Papara Supermassive is finding their first lead in this series and at an early start in game number 2. You mentioned the setup from Wasa on this Terizla pickup, right? With the penalty zone and then being able to punish with heroes like After Dark who have that damage. They were able to pick up a double kill and take the first objective. Is this where they fell short in game number 1? Was it really just due to not having a true setter to be able to get these objectives?
You know, this is Papara Supermassive right now. They are the Owls with the Circling Eagle, able to see through everything. Before we go into that, though, let's take a look at some of the kills leaderboard. Incendio Supremacy is up ahead and by a good margin, and for good reasons. This is pretty much the staple #1 seed from the Turkey region. They've done well in majority of the international tournament. They always had a presence when it comes down to, you know, joint events like the MSC and also the M series. And this time around, even leading on the assist leaderboard, they continue to thrive in any international settings.
Yeah, you're just seeing, this is pretty much just Incendio and domination on these leaderboards right now. I mean, the first one had 2. This one has 3 with Apex, Rosa, and Alien to lead with the highest assists. Right behind them, though, is Blotchfed, who do have the pleasure of seeing in this game. And then credits over there to Mark. Unfortunately for Birthrights, they did not earn that ticket into the Mobile Masters, and we got to see them bid their farewell yesterday. But today is a new story, and today is all about game number 2. And right now, Papara Supermassive, they found their rhythm, they found their groove, and now they're leading for the early phase, 3-0 on the scoreboard. A double kill going into the hands of After Dark, and some great setups from Wasa. Do we see Team Falcons kind of rolling over and letting them take these objectives, or do we see a little bit of clapback on the way?
You know, I mentioned a question that is the Badang and the Hilda good enough to deal with the Matilda in the draft? And it's showcasing in the early game that no, there's not enough stuns, there's not enough crowd controls to keep whether it is the guiding winds to save the Matilda or you know, the Circling Eagle to come in for the engagement. It just doesn't look that good. And you know, the most banned hero is the Matilda. 14 bans by opponents. You don't want to give this hero up, especially when you're going up against the Owl, the Eagles, right? So this is a problem that I think the side of Team Falcons is facing right now, and it may just bite them in, the behinds.
Yes, and I think the Matilda is something you have to put some major respect on, right? I mean, it's almost just worth banning it entirely because sometimes it requires an entire draft to really work against, and it's being very effective so far. But then there's also, like we said, Wasa, who kind of initiated that massive setup to be able to get this steamroll on the objective for the first turtle and the 3 kills on the board. So Papara Supermassive now leading 2,000 gold ahead of Team Falcons. Team Falcons now playing on the back end, and another turtle will go into their hands as well to help them elevate even further on this economy. And a circling eagle as we are talking, and Zhao will draw another kill on the board for Papara Supermassive, finding Smidgy.
And Blotsfed here, we saw the assist leaderboard. He's just racking it up. He's like, another assist on my belt, 0, 0, and 4. He's leading in terms of assists. 100% kill participation for Blotsfed. And following short behind is After Dark on this Vexana, which we saw being picked up in the second phase. Lots of impact so far. Whenever Blotsfed does come in with the Circling Eagle, I remember there's a caster that always goes, "Kaka!" But maybe we gotta go hoot hoot, because Papara is coming through, and he's able to have these visions, these sets that can predict the enemy's movements. He always finds himself in a good positions and in a very solid pickoff with really no repercussions.
Speaking of repercussions, Detective Koba need to be careful. Look at the situation. They're trying to find a way to sandwich him into that turret. He is forced back to the tier 2. It's going to allow Zhao to be able to take the tier 3 turret on the top side. And there it goes. Another objective on their side. There goes the hoot hoot we were looking for. The Matilda Airlines taking off. Alpho able to sustain himself with this Hilda, but forced to go back to the base. But now the punish onto After Dark with the fist crack, and Smidgy will take him down. Zhao to respond back. Takes down Smidgy, and now pushing into the tier 3 turret for the mid lane. Detective Koba trying to deny them. Zhao, with the follow-through, claims the turret.
It's great that Team Falcons was able to respond, right? They take After Dark out, which is a very crucial member, the only magic damage dealing mage, at least from the side of Papara. I know Matilda has some magic, but they're able to get a shutdown there. However, you saw the response. They had to double flicker out, and that is not good. The hoot does come through. Blotsfed is going to be able to respond back, and he should be able to get away with no problem here.
And speaking of problems, wait a second, Team Falcon starting to get online a little bit. They're able to get a kill.
Yeah.
Now able to take a turret on the top side. Signs of life are definitely there, but the response back in the turtle pit. Mohi, in the midst of all this, is going to be able to take the turtle.
It's signs of life. It's okay. It's a trade, but Team Falcons is still behind in this match. It's a 3.4k gold lead. However, if you look at the whole entire map in general, right? Papara Massive has gotten all the turtles. They are even in terms of the towers. Yes, the mid lane from Team Falcon is gone, but Papara Supermassive is way ahead in terms of just having control over the map. And look at the pokes from Zhao. He's just sniping and smelling them. It really does show that Owl and Papara Massive is just detecting the members of the Eagles here.
Yeah, just really putting on some pressure. Still a 3,000 gold lead though from Papara Supermassive. Queen's Wings was just picked up from Mohi as well, which could be a little bit of a problem as he decides to engage on these fights. For Team Falcons, I feel like they're in a situation where they just have to wait for a mistake, right? I don't feel like it's too far out of the game for them, but it's definitely going to be a little bit of an upscale battle. It's also interesting. I was looking at the emblems, right? Smidgy, he picked up the Brave Smite on this Valentina. I would have thought maybe he would win it for something that does some damage, but he goes in more for the sustainability, right? He wants to be able to stay in the fights for a little longer and create that crowd control effect. But you are going to go ahead and see some pressure now on Mohi. Detective Super punish After Dark will be the one to draw the kill. Shockwave Blast on the Detective Koba on the bot side. And now Papara Supermassive starting to invade into the jungle for Team Falcons.
Yeah, just you know, to back up that Brave Smite, Team Falcons already have quite a good enough of magic damage coming out from Kenji. So I think Smiles going for a little bit more utility and sustain could provide Team Falcons just a little bit more of that front line that I think they may be lacking in this scenario. But again, it seems like Papara Supermassive is just the how do you say it, the better animal here, the more stronger. The Owl is definitely showing, you know, more class than the Eagles in this draft so far. Papara able to get this Lord uncontested, and it's showing the same story as the early game. All the objectives not really contested by Team Falcons. There's not much of a response so far, and Wasa looking for something.
Ooh, catches Smidgy though with the flicker and the penalty zone. Smidgy does survive though, able to get back out to safety, and now the punish with the fist crack onto Mohi, forced to engage. Mohi able to find Super, he's still alive. Guiding Wind to bring him down into Kenji though, not where he was intending to go, and he will fall, and that is going to be 1-for-1 on both sides as they disengage.
The amount of time and spells that Mohi was able to soak up in that fight was absolutely ridiculous, and he almost got it alive, right? Blotsfed almost was able to save Mohi there, but unfortunately fell a little bit short. The siege though, topside.
Circling Eagle connecting onto Alpha, wrapping around. He's looking for a play. He gets a little bit of that HP as well. Now may find Wasa. Gets hit with the fist crack. Gets hit with the wall as well, but still able to disengage back to safety. That turret on the top side, barely hanging on.
It's the guiding wins from Blotsfed that's just making this matchup so frustrating for the side of Team Falcon. Whenever there's like an opportunity to get a kill or even a stun, the guiding winds is just there to be able to save them away from harm. Circling Hoot Hoot comes through. Nothing though.
Yeah, nothing. I mean, look at the HP of these turrets. They're like, you can breathe on them and they'd be bursted down. But you're going to go ahead and see Blade Armor picked up from Wasa. He's getting ready for Detective Koba when Koba is going to be able to engage a little bit more. Has that Inspire, which I have yet to really see kind of pop off. He did pick up the Golden Staff as well. So we're going to have to see really just where this Melissa plays a part in Team Falcon's composition. Circling Eagle, though, for the setup, but no follow-through.
Yeah, it's a three-man hoot hoot, but I think Papara is quite happy with just pushing Falcons back into their side of the map, right? And we're heading into kind of this like mid-game, 12 minutes, maybe mid, maybe late game, but it seems like, you know, the side of Papara has been able to get some items and stretch the gold lead a little bit more. It is a 5k gold lead. Team Falcons, they definitely do have a chance, but just having the guiding wins has been so frustrating. They're not able to close the gap. They're not able to get some kills. And when they do get to close the gap, it seems like Falcons have to spend so much more resources. We saw early on, its flickers being popped, sprints being used. And this time around, it may just be the same here.
Yeah, Alpha soaking up a lot of damage. Does not go back to the base, though. Is going to hug in that bush. Rotating around for an opportunity as we are seeing Papara Supermassive waste no time on this Lord. But Team Falcons, they want the punish. They want to be able to take this objective. Penalty zone does drop down from Wasa to engage. Mohi able to take the Lord for the side of Papara Supermassive. And now a punish on the way. Zhao able to take down Smidgy. Detective Cobra responding back. Takes down After Dark. Both sides, one member shy. Both mid laners have fallen. But the Lord on Papara Supermassive's favor.
I will say this though, a mage for a mage, trades are good for the losing team, and Team Falcons being able to find a response in that, it's good news. It means Team Falcons is still confident in terms of fighting for objectives, right? And yes, maybe they didn't get their heads deep enough where they can get a 50-50 Retchie, but maybe on the next one they're able to find that power.
Speaking of power, just Blotsfed and Mohi alone, just engaging 3 to 4 members of Team Falcons on the top side, while the Lord starts making his way to the base in the mid lane, but quickly bursted down. Still all inhibitors standing strong for the side of Papara Supermassive.
Yeah, it's a good defense, right? No towers fall on the very first. I mean, I don't even know if maybe this mid is gonna fall here.
Yeah, they're going in for the punish. Big knock-up from After Dark. And they're going to go in with the penalty zone as well. But nobody will fall from Team Falcons. They are maintaining their defense even though they're losing these inhibitor turrets. Zhao will be able to claim the one on the bot side, and Papar Supermassive will disengage. But Team Falcons, they're still putting on the defense.
The damage is done though, Wheezy. That's 2 inhibitor towers that don't really come back to life. There's 2 huge lanes that are always going to be pushed, right? Papara has gotten the advantage they're looking for, and being so disciplined in a scenario like this just proves that they are ready to go on to that next level. Yes, Papara has the advantage here, but Team Falcon still looking to fight back, pushing them away from the orange bus. They're able to grab this up, and with enough time, I think Team Falcons may have enough damage, especially with the Inspire on Koba. We saw him able to pick up 1 kill. If he's able to pick up a few more on top of that, especially with Inspire, it may be some trouble here.
It's been trouble. Triple setup onto 3 members of Team Falcons, and now the follow-through Circling Eagle as well. Super need to get out of there. Smidgy caught in a lot of damage and crowd control with the penalty zone. Mohi able to find a kill. 1 member falling for Team Falcons. Koba will be next. After Dark will take down Koba for the double kill. Finesse and Kenji falling like dominoes in a row. Alpha all by himself, and Papara Supermassive ready to take the base crystal. Alpha wondering, where did we go wrong? Where are my teammates? How did this happen? And Papara Supermassive will even out this series 1-1.
I love this, Wheezy. The response coming out from Papara is so aggressive and so forward, right? It's a 1-1 now in this series in the best of 5. So with a game for both sides, it really does show this series can go both ways here. But Papara played a great game, and I think their draft was also quite good, right? We're looking at this Granger with not much response towards this Melissa. We're looking at this Matilda, 0 deaths. Again, not much response in the roam department. And the jungler, you saw how much impact and time and spells wasted on Mohi. However, he only died 1 time. It's a well done for Papara Supermassive. But, I think it really just came from the draft, and you just can't let this Matilda go without finding a counter to it.
It's the Matilda special, right? I mean, it's just been such a dominant force. Even in the World Series, the rule that went down was drink water and ban Matilda. I mean, it was said for a reason, with just how impactful this Matilda can be. But nonetheless, there's some other things I want to kind of hone in on, right? When we're looking at the side of Team Falcons, not only Koba, but Smile as well, they took a lot of hits. They took a lot of deaths in game number 2. And when you look at this compared to game number 1, they didn't fall at all. So I really think that draft is what is making the difference here. Not only just because of the Matilda pickup, but also having heroes that can get to the back line for these setups. I mean, look at Wasa right there. Able to get a double setup, and then the follow through from After Dark every single time like clockwork. And Team Falcons just fell in for the trap. I feel like they need to have some way to protect at least one of their backliners, right? If not Koba, then Smidgy. When they are able to sustain themselves in these fights, they're able to deal the damage necessary to turn things in their favor.
But you could really kind of see the amount of mobility that I feel like Team Falcons lacked in this draft, right? A lot of the times, they're kind of forced to flicker out after an engagement, and when they do get an engagement, when they do get a pick off, it's really responded well by the side of Papara. They're really able to just capture and get some kills on top of that. And even look at this, right? There's so much dive coming out from Mohi. There's so much mobility coming out from Blotsvet here. It's just a lot of spells that the side of Team Falcons have to deal with, but they don't have enough resources. They don't have the picks that are required to be able to follow up on the movement speed of Matilda, the dashes of that Granger. Blotsfed here, adding another victory under his belt. That's 12 assists. That puts him just a little bit closer chasing that Incendio Supremacy leaderboard.
Yeah, and just a great way to even out the series from Papara Supermassive. And now it raised the question for Team Falcons: are they going to be on the blue side for this next match? I mean, we've seen their stats, right? We've seen Team Falcons is genuinely just way more effective on that blue side. It was above 80%, whereas on the red side it was at 40. And I guess we got to see that firsthand today, that the stats don't lie. But yeah, I mean, I feel like this was a simple fix, right? Number one, you can't let the Mathilda walk. You can't let that go. I mean, they banned out this. I would have let the Suyo walk before I would let the Mathilda walk.
Yeah, it is a mistake here, but I do think these teams have prepared against the Matilda. It's just been a while seeing it, right? And some teams, they decide when they go up against this Matilda, it's like, do we counter it or do we just pick the best picks available? And with this Matilda, what I've seen so far, if you have prepared a pick against it, something aggressive like the Khalid, I feel like it usually works out a little bit better in your favor. But this time around, it feels like Team Falcons, they didn't really decide to target to find a counter for this Matilda. Instead, they just tried to pick the best picks, right? They had the Hilda, they had the Badang. Unfortunately, it did not work out. And just to bring it back to the first game's draft, it is a double front line as the second pick in the first phase. It happened twice, and both of the teams lost with that. I would like for the next match for both of these teams to make sure they're drafting with a little bit of conscious that maybe the double front line strat is a little bit too greedy and it's just not working out for them.
Yeah, it's the draft that's having such a major impact in these matches so far, right? And I feel like there's less for Team Falcons to fix than I feel like there is for Papara Supermassive. I feel like if Team Falcons can just find a way, like if they would have banned that Mathilda out and found a way for the backlines to stay alive, then I feel like they'd be just as successful on the red side as the blue side. And I think that is what they have to kind of focus in on for game number 3. For the side of Papara Supermassive, their focus, just find somebody that can get to the backline. Find anybody that can shut down or at least disrupt with some crowd control on to the backliners. And they pretty much got themselves some guaranteed objectives. Speaking of objectives, we're now jumping into game number 3 of the lower bracket finals between team from MENA, Team Falcons, and Papara Supermassive.
Let's take a step back, Wheezy. Let's look at the big picture here. You know, we've been very intense and focused on the draft. However, I want to know your opinion on maybe some predictions for the overall series. We got to see a little bit of showcase on Team Falcons, extremely aggressive on the first pick side. They're able to find some good picks, but on the second, they fall a little bit short. And it seems like Supermassive Papara, they're able to capitalize quite well on that. With these two teams, the history, the matches that you've seen from yesterday leading up to today, what are we looking at from your perspective here?
I mean, I would say from both sides, right? When I'm looking at Team Falcons, I feel like just their overall progression so far, it's been a little shaky, right? Team Falcons is a team that's been, well known in the MENA region, but they've fallen to Papara Supermassive, who's more considered the underdog team. This is more of the new faces of the Turkey region, not Incendio Supremacy, which we've been seeing dominate so far. So I feel like on paper, a lot of people kind of expected Team Falcons to really soar through this with no issues, and we got to see a little bit of that in game number 1. But then, following the game number 2, we saw a little bit of the cracks in their formations, and Papara Supermassive was able to find that and exploit it. So we'll have to see as we develop more into this series. But I mean, this series pretty much just happened, right, UA? I mean, we didn't get to see it yesterday. It was off stream, but it was a 3-1 finesse inside of Papara Supermassive's favor. And now both sides tied 1-1, and it's blue side. So technically, this one could be more in the favor for Team Falcons.
So Wheezy not giving a sure answer here, probably leaning towards Team Falcons, but I was wrong. I admit, chat, everyone out there. I did not vote for Papara Supermassive. I felt like they had to prove themselves. A lot of us actually thought Birthright was going to be the one that kind of comes through, but Papara Supermassive showcasing the ability to be able to go through. Not only did they win their first match against Team Falcon, the whole entire series, now they're coming back and showcasing that they have what it takes here. So I was wrong. I am going to lean towards Papara for this series overall. What do you think about that?
Papar Supermassive overall. All right, well then
Yes,
I like having it like a little bit of a competitive nature here. So I'll go with Team Falcons. All right, and Team Falcons on blue side. We'll throw all our diamonds on the line that we have in our accounts.
Okay,
No, I'm
yes.
just kidding. I'm just kidding because I got way more than
Now, now I want to mention something that's really, really interesting with why game 1 and game 2 looked like this. We always talk about this Hayabusa, right? Why has it not come out? But when in other matches, it feels like it's a high priority. They ban out 4 junglers, and it's due to the fact that Hayabusa lost 3 matches in their last series faced up against each other. Twice in the hands of Falcom and once in Papara. So they're really baiting it out, and this is the first time that we actually get to see it come out to play. Papara, both Papara and Falcoms have not had the success on this assassin. However, it is still considered the top dog assassin. So I'm wondering if they're able to fix some of their mistakes, or is it going to be a repeat in the last one? And this is Team Falcons on the first pick, Wheezy. We know how strong they are there.
We do, but I have a couple of questions that are raising some concerns. The Mathilda wasn't banned out, and oh no, it was banned out. Okay, that worried me for a second because I was like, you have the Phoveus and you have this Eve. Now, then that's the question. Are they going to pick up something like the Hylos, because they need a little bit of the mobility for this Phoveus to get back to safety or something? He's gonna have a little bit of a harder time. But for the side of Team Falcons, they have this CC, right? CC who's able to rotate around and get to that back line with little to no problem. A lot more mobile than a Phoveus. If these two even just pair off in the XP lane, the amount of speed for CC to be able to rotate around, kite, go to the mid lane and come back, it's gonna be way faster than a Phoveus, which is going to force Wasa to really be very aggressive and deny these plays from the side of Team Falcons. If not, you're going to start to see that work in their favor for the early objectives.
It's a 2 buff CC. That's how I kind of like to put it. We thought CC was great already when a lot of teams are showcasing it in the M series. After the M series, CC has received 2 buffs, 2 patches in a row. So she's even more stronger than before, right? So this is going to be something that I think Papara has to prepare against. CC is going to be dominating the Phoveus. However, in terms of the team fight, Phoveus is definitely going to have the upper hand. Now, we talked about some of the draft issues in game 1 and game 2, and I think Team Falcom is a little bit more leaning towards that side for me. It is the first pick Team Falcom. However, it is still the 2 front setups in the front where I think it's just a little bit too aggressive. We don't have to we don't have to take the CC up so early on here. The Hylos is great against the Phoveus. The CC is great. And I'm sure Team Falcoms have another pick that they will say is a good response. But this time around, the 2 fronts, unfortunately, Weezy, it's just not doing it for me.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting one to see how it kind of plays out. Now, you mentioned the CC, right? The CC did get a little bit of a buff, particularly in the 1v1 situation. So the skills are going to do a lot more damage from the most recent patch. And that is something that Wasa is going to have to watch out for. Now, I would say a little bit of an element of surprise does work in Papar Supermassive's favor, as they are going to be able to pick up this Moskov. So, he is going to have that spear to be able to rush through. But, oh, wait a second. What are we seeing here, Yue?
Surprise, what? Coming out from both of these teams here. Team Falcons come up with this Fredrin. We've seen it in works. We've seen it do well. But have we seen it in the SPS? I would say the answer is a strong no. Maybe once, but it definitely did not have the success that it had, I would say, coming back from like the North American side of the region. We do see smiles on this Kadita. It's a fan favorite for me, extremely strong against Assassin and does well against the Eve. But the raw elements, this Akai that we've seen actually bring some success from Incendio's match. I believe it was either like game 3 of the first series where they had success with this Akai, but it seems to have brought back into some meta. It provides a lot of CC, a lot of disruption, but both teams coming out with some hot new picks on the stove here.
That's right, as we are now cooking for the lower bracket finals of the Snapdragon Pro Series. Team Falcons up against Papara Supermassive, game number 3.
You know, I bet both of these birds taste like chicken. Falcons, I've never really had, and I don't think people do cook them. Maybe not the owls either, but it's a pleasure watching both of these teams go up against each other, claw for claw, wing for wing. As you know, this third match of the series is just as important as every single match they played so far. They've been able to open up against each other, whether it is a draft diff, whether it is a mechanical diff. So far, it seems like both of these teams are matching up good, and that's good news for us, Wheezy. It's a great match for any of us casting and any of you guys watching out there.
And we do have a little bit of a technical pause, so we'll take a brief intermission here to kind of talk about so far what we've seen in this series and what we hope to see in game number 3. Because right now we're seeing Team Falcons, the best in the MENA region, at least on paper so far for Snapdragon Pro Series, up against Papara Supermassive, who are starting to rise to the scene and starting to question who really is the top dog out of Turkey. Now, you mentioned this Akai pickup, right? Incendio Supremacy, it's nothing that they haven't ran before. We actually got to see that, like you mentioned, up against Papara Supermassive, and they did find victory, and a fast one at that. It was about a 12-minute game that they were able to pull off. So I wonder if that's going to be their same story. I mean, we know the Akai can be very aggressive when it comes to the neutral objectives. Just having that heavy spin to be able to push out the jungler from these turtles and lords could be the difference in snowballing for the beginning of the game. And that's typically what we see when Incendio Supremacy picks out this pocket pick.
Not only the Kai, right, that is coming out for some show for Papara Supermassive, but this Moscow, they actually won a 10-minute match against Team Falcons, going up in this lane, the Moscow versus the Grange. But top side, the Shadow Kill going for a little bit of chip damage, doesn't really get outflow straight down here, but some aggressiveness coming out from Team Falcons. This Fredrin might be a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, it could definitely be a force to be reckoned with, and I'm going to be keeping a close eye on it. But yeah, like we mentioned, I've only really seen one team successful with the Akai, and that was Incendio Supremacy, but their Turkish brother, Papara Supermassive, can they play it down to the same caliber, right? And that's what we're going to be keeping a close eye on. I like to look at these X Factor pickups, but also on the other side, the Kadita from Smidgy. This is not something you see every day, but usually when we do see it, it's very effective. He has the Petrify, so he's going to be able to go in for those setups, and anybody caught out of position could be punished with the swiftness. Speaking of punish, though, After Dark finds Smidgy, and now they're forced back into the mid lane. Kenji may be next, caught in the RWM, and that is going to be a double kill for After Dark.
Yeah, this is where I would say the Eve gets a little bit annoying, right? The amount of range that the RWM has, the burst damage, it just completely zones out Team Falcons, right? Kenji fell in that fight. Smiles got completely bursted and added salt to injury. Papara picks up the objective with absolute no contestation.
Yeah, that was a little bit of a miscalculated play from Smidgy, right? He should have played a little bit safer. With them falling there, pretty much gave the momentum into Papara Supermassive's favor. And this game is huge for Team Falcons, right? They normally win on the blue side, but if Papara Supermassive can find a red side win and then swing back around to the blue side to have the advantage over Team Falcons, they may be able to take this series.
Yeah, it is that 20% that may put Team Falcons on the back foot. However, you know, it's It's still a little bit early, I would say, to make a deciding factor on who kind of has the advantage. So far, it's just a 500 gold lead. They're able to pick Kenji off. They're able to take Smiles into the grave. However, there's still a lot more game to be played with, right? The Granger, it's something that we've seen quite well. And talk about the Granger bot side here. Might get a little action.
Ooh, yeah, it looks like Koba will be picked off by Mohi with the quad shadow, Ouija shadow kill. That is the ADC falling for Team Falcons and their third kill on this game for Papar Supermassive alongside the turtle play that we got to see moments earlier, and now leading the way with an 1,000 gold lead.
Now, I'm wondering if Falcons is going to look to go a little bit more aggressive on this objective. It seems like the last one, Kenji was picked off, Smiles was picked off, but Team Falcons should have a better setup. This time around, goes in with the Petrify, but the Rolling Stone comes through, canceling Smile in his track. This is something that I was a little bit worried too, right? The Kha'Zix, he's not going to be able to get a clean, rough waves, especially with the heavy spin coming out to play here.
Yeah, with Smile falling his second death of the game, and Mohi able to take down Detective Super. That is 5 kills unanswered from Team Falcons. Papar Supermassive now going to go ahead and take this turtle as well. And look at Alpha. He's trying to go in there, trying to patch up the bleeding of this lead from Papar Supermassive, but not able to find it in time. And now 2,400 gold in the lead, and Blatchfett taking some hits. They may be able to get their first kill of this game. Alpha will take him down, but wait a second. Wasa rushing in, hit with the taunt. Quad Shadow comes out from Mohi, wrapping around. Alpha forced to use a vengeance. Need to get out of there, though. Very low. Not going to be able to get the kill. That's a 5-1 lead for Papar Supermassive and 2 turtles.
But they do get the response, right? You talked about patching some bleed, and, you know, Papara, it felt like they were invincible for a few seconds, but they do bleed, right? Blatchfett fell in that team fight, and it just shows that Falcons still have some response in this game. You know, if Smiles is able to get a few kills, right, there's going to be a heavy impact on that rough waves, which forces Blatchfett's ult to come down. And if they can force Blatchfett's ult early on in these team fights, then it's a lot less disruptive for Kenji to be able to set himself up with a lot of damage and a lot of CC, and it allows Koba to, you know, just attack a little bit more freely. But Papara Supermassive here, still with a lead. It's looking quite good in their favor. 6 minutes in, not only a lead, but a tower in their books.
And Mohi doing great on these rotations. He's able to find that pick off on the bot side, and then on the top side with the separation, with Alpha not there in time, he takes the tier 3 turret. When I'm looking at the ADCs, Zhao up against Koba, I'm surprised they're not too far separated in terms of the gold difference. There's only about 200 gold. Corrosion side picked up by Zhao. Hunter Strike picked up by Koba. Zhao will be able to have those on-hit slow effects, but Koba is going to be the one with the additional pin and movement speed from the Hunter Strike. Not to mention, look at their emblems, right? Impure Rage on Zhao. He's going to be a little bit more mobile, but Koba is going to be the one that hits a little harder.
Yeah, talk about a little bit harder. They do get that bot tower completely for free. So it's a tower for tower trade. Team Falcons not behind and even looking to sneak an objective. But is that going to be the right play? The mid tower is going to get chunked so low, and it's completely off the boards here.
But wait a second, they could find a way to get some kills. Look at Super, look at Koba trying to wrap around. Heavy spin for the denial. Mohi able to find Alpha, one member down for the side of Team Falcons. Kenji will fall next. Wasa getting another. Zhao finding the third as Super will fall. Smile, need to be careful. You're gonna see the Infernal Pursuit go down. Mohi able to find Smile. Koba by himself, and yes, that was a trade. Working in Papar Supermassive's favor. I would take that turtle over that mid turret and 4 kills any day.
I will say this though, the Spear of Destruction coming out from Zhao was perfectly timed. If he missed that, that was some firepower gone from Papara's team, and he hit it, and he was able to dish out so much damage there. Papara able to come out quite ahead. They do lose the objective, but they trade it with the mid. They trade it with the winning team fight, and now they're able to get the bot tower too as well. That's just wins on top of wins. This is pushing that lead that Papara has from that 3K now to about 5K, and you could start seeing some distance in terms of some gold with especially the junglers here.
Yeah, speaking of junglers, you're going to see the dire hit, I believe, put on to Smile in the mid lane on his boots for the arcane boots. So he's going in for a little bit of that additional damage, the hybrid damage as well. But we'll have to see how this plays out. I mean, right now, it's definitely more of a one-sided story. It's a 5,000 gold lead. Demon Hunter Sword now picked up from Zhao to be able to soak into the tankier members of the side of Team Falcons. But Mohi may be in a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, I was, wondering if he was going to defend with the shadow kill, but unfortunately, Team Falcons was able to find that siege. The response coming out from Xiao on the bot side here. We saw the Demon Hunter Sword getting picked up here. He's just going to get more and more dangerous. But top side here, Mohi kind of caught in a pickle. He's a little bit low, but is he going to be able to get a Smile? Does pop that Petrify, but should be able to finish him off. That is going to be a pick off that I think is going to be quite important for Team Falcons. But the 50-50 coming through is looking like they're able to get the stun off. Yes, the side of Papara is able to pick that up for themselves, but Kenji here looking to go for a little bit more. Potentially is going to be able to get away here. Team Falcons still having all 5 members, but they do end up losing the objective, and I think Papara is going to be a little bit happy with that trade.
It's interesting because I would have said, well, what is he doing? Why did Mohi go over to the top side right there, especially knowing they needed this objective? But he was a distraction. He trusted his teammates, and he forced the split of Team Falcons to work inside of Papara Supermassive's favor, which is how they're able to get that pin and get that Lord away from Falcons.
Yeah, it's smart here, but it is risky when you're doing the objective without your retribution. But look at top side here. Xiao having the time of his life. No response coming out from Team Falcon. It's just more. Oh, the heavy spin coming out through with the RWM. Does pin 2 members down. They're looking to clash onto even more, and even the Goomba Stomp coming through. Wasa trying to dish out with so much damage. Splash Pass is going to be the first one that falls. Smiles shortly after. It's a 1-for-1 so far. And Mohi looking for a little bit more. Wasa backline looking to grab up. Does get shut down here. It's an over-aggression coming out from the side of Papara Supermassive, but Xiao getting that tower on the top side, looking to run away. The conceal play does come through. However, he does get taken off the board. It's a win in a way where Papara is able to get some of the inner towers, but Falcons find a lot to trade for.
Yeah, but now Papara Supermassive starting to be a little too aggressive, right? I mean, they have the massive lead, but now it's starting to lead to a little bit of arrogant plans. You're going to see the AOG drop down as well. And Team Falcons, even though they are holding on to only 2 inhibitor turrets, they're not really afraid to traverse across the map, across the mid-river, into the jungle of Papara Supermassive. They're very confident.
Yeah, they definitely need to respond to some of the aggression that Papara has. And especially with something like a Granger, they have the ability to just kind of chase and rinse and repeat, right? So Team Falcons, they have some sort of team fighting, but it seems like they have not dealt with Xiao enough. They don't put enough pressure on this Moskov, and Xiao is having the time of his life. I believe we saw the Moskov getting picked up by Birthright in the first phase in their very first series, and I was wondering, the Moskov, is it really that good? And Xiao right here is showcasing that, yes, it is a tier 1 marksman. We don't need the Harith. We don't need the Rithel. With the Spear of Destruction, it provides so much pressure on the opposite side of maps that some teams, if they don't have the right mobility, if they don't give themselves the right pressure, it's going to be a free inhibitor, and Xiao's providing a great seminar in that.
Yeah, and with this Lord spawned in, a chance for Team Falcons to find a mistake, a crack in the armor of Papara Supermassive, which they have started to do, right? I mean, it used to be a 5,000 goal lead. Now it's only 2,000. And that was in a matter of about a minute to a minute and a half. And now with this Lord in play, an opportunity to pretty much possibly gain another advantage and turn this around. Look at the positioning from Smile on the top side.
Yeah, I like it. However, Xiao has the Purify. So if it came down to that Petrify knockup, Xiao is going to dominate. But there's a lot of pressure on Team Falcons on the opposite end. And Papara not going for the bait. They're looking to just burst this Lord down, no problem.
Yeah, I mean, I probably would do the same thing. I mean, they were able to take this Lord, and they lose a tier 2 turret on the top side, but
Wasa?
they have a major objective. Wasa very low as well, but will disengage. And now Team Falcons will have to fend off against another Lord that is going to be pushing down momentarily. And it's a good way for Papara Supermassive to continue maintaining the pressure in this game.
Yeah, it seems like, you know, the gold lead is small, but Papara is most definitely in control of the match, right? Xiao, you know, he didn't even go up to the top side. He just said, we're just gonna go for this Lord and we're gonna go for the burst. It doesn't seem like Team Falcons have the number, and most likely he felt like Smiles was already there onto the top side. Now with the Lord marching down, it is clashed onto a lane with no minions. Papara looking to take care of the rest of the tier 1 towers, or the last tier. But Team Falcons, they've defended well up to now. It's going to be a question if they're going to be able to defend even more here.
Yeah, they're going to put on a possible final stand. Zhao will be able to take down the inhibitor in the mid lane. Quad Shadow leads a shadow kill from Mohi for some pressure. Look at the base crystal, 45%. RWM dropping down as well. Koba, though, will find Watsa. Wait a second, the turnaround on the way. The cavalry now stampeding, but minions on the bot and the top side to provide some pressure, and Team Falcons will remain in the skies.
Huge defense coming out from Team Falcons here. It was extremely hard. The Lord was almost full HP. Xiao was just smacking that tower, no problem at all. But I think the AOG of Super Detective was able to displace the Moskov, and then there was some focus on pushing Xiao back, and that's allowing them to have a little bit more success. They took off Wasa, and now they're on the aggressive move here.
And we're past the 40,000 gold threshold, which means everybody's getting to full build, which means it's really going to boil down to positioning. It's going to boil down to the rotations from either side and who makes the first mistake. You can't really go on the massive gold lead from the beginning that was making the difference in these engagements.
And this is where the draft really does show a little bit more. If you look at Team Falcom's side, right? Yes, there are 2 inhibitors down. The Lord is on the bottom side. So this is a pretty big disadvantage for the side of Team Falcons. However, they do have abilities to split push, and they have some bush pressure with the Kadita, right? They could send the CC up to top. They could spend a lot more resources putting Koba and Super Detective up there together. But it seems like Falcons have a response to deal with the lanes that you know, the Papara Supermassive has set themselves up with. However, is it enough? Right? It's 3 inhibitors down. Team Falcons is going to be on the back foot, and you could already see Papara already setting themselves up with the Lord.
Yeah, but you are going to start seeing a rotation from Super, trying to get there in time. He is going to have the AOG, but heavy spin and RWM drop down. Wasa finding Kenji. Wait a second, Mohi with the retry play will be able to get the Lord from Papara Supermassive. Immortality being procced onto Super after dark. We'll find him. Team Falcons forced to disengage. Wasa taking some serious hits. Mohi, Quad Shadow into Koba. We'll find him. 3 members down from the side of Team Falcons. Zhao able to find Smile to make that 4. Alpha finding Blotchfetch. 1 member down for the side of Papara Supermassive, but a Lord marching through the mid lane, and Papara Supermassive will find victory in game number 3 to lead the way in this series.
The Hoots come out on top in this claw for claw, wing for wing match here. Papara 2-1 with a stylish victory, a clean sweep in that case. It's very convincing that Papara just had a better grasp in terms of how to play this match out, and it really does showcase here, right? There's a little bit more for them to go, but it definitely feels like they are comfortable in this scenario and able to take the game off of Falcons on their first pick. I think that's quite huge, but again, in terms of the draft, it always goes back to the draft for me. When you have to get something like the Fredrim, the Kadita in that second phase, Team Papara Supermassive has taken away a lot of options that I think Team Falcons was looking to set up. And when you have to go for some of these lower tier picks like the Mage or the Jungler, it's just too much. I don't like the double fronts being set up in the very first phase, and I hope we don't see that in the match number 4.
Yeah, and I just wasn't really a fan of the Smile Alpha rotation to the opposing side of the neutral objective Lord, where they were trying to go in for the split push to try and hope that Papar Supermassive would kind of fall for that bait. But they said, no, every time you do that, we're going to full send this Lord. And, I mean, they just were not equipped to be able to defend against these Lords, right? I mean, they were losing so much every single time. I feel like it would have been a little bit better if they would have just all grouped up and took that fight. It could have made the difference in turning this back in their favor. And I mean, we mentioned how important this game is for the side of Team Falcons, right? I mean, they typically win 80% of the time on the blue side. And when you take a loss, you fall into that 20% threshold. That is major for the side of Papar Supermassive, who will be blue pick for the next game.
And if you look at the game statistics, right? Minus Blotsfed, Mohi, Wasa, and After Dark were the first 3 picks in the very first phase, and all 3 of them had a extremely successful KDA. They are all part of the honorable mentions. They've done well in this match, and they set themselves up early on in the draft. It's a blind pick. It's a strong pick. It's something that Falcons really saw it coming, but there just was not enough response. I would say it's a well play for Papar Supermassive. I felt like in terms of their draft, it was just that good here.
Yeah, it was definitely a pleasure to watch, and also to be able to see Papar Supermassive bring to fruition what their Turkish brothers and Incendio Supremacy was able to do as well with Sakai pickup, right? They were able to effectively play it very well, but we got to put some eyes on Mohi on this Hayabusa. This man was all across the map. It started with getting that early kill on the bot side and then rotating toward the top and just constantly getting all of these objectives with little to no problem.
This is interesting because they finally broke the curse of Hayabusa losing in this matchup, right? Before this match, Hayabusa was 0-3 in terms of a win-loss statistics against the very first series between these two powerhouses, and this time around, Mohi broke that. It makes the draft go into a different dimension where you cannot just take away the alpha, the joy, the Soyu, right? It allows both of these teams to be like, oh no, now we have a Hayabusa to watch out for. Maybe we don't ban out all the junglers, because if they take the Hayabusa, we need something good enough to deal with that. And so far, there hasn't been a great response there.
And now Papar Supermassive kind of knocking on the doors for Team Falcons with match point. They only need one more to secure victory in the lower bracket finals and earn a spot as a grand finalist to go up against Incendio Supremacy. For the side of Falcons, okay, we've seen game 1, 2, and now game number 3. Let's dial back to game number 1, where they did find a victory and possibly what created that, right? I would say the Sicilian had a major impact. They were able to keep their backlines alive, and through that, able to pretty much overwhelm with just pure damage alone against Papar Supermassive. And I feel like ever since then, we've been seeing more of a dive composition come out from Papar to really separate the backlines like Smile and possibly Koba. We've seen the Hayabusa in the last game and got an MVP as well. Maybe they go in for something that can deny the assassins in the jungle, like the Hilda, onto the Hayabusa, and then also maybe something to deny pretty much the tanker heroes like a Gatot, maybe through a ban or through a selective hero like a Tig, or somebody that can really pressure these heroes and protect their backliners.
You know, I like how you brought the Sicilian up, because yes, Team Falcons had a lot of success with that, but at the same time, I feel like it was due to having a jungler like Alpha, where it was very utility focused. Majority of the 50-50s, he's there. He provides a lot of impact, whether he doesn't have that much gold or not. He's always in the front lines, and he gives the space that I think Smiles really needs in that mid matchup to be able to thrive, right? I think that's one of the stronger points to be made. But I also think that we need to draft better in the first phase. We cannot be putting double fronts, and double fronts have been losing every single draft. I say it's greedy, and it's really showing its colors so far. Papara Supermassive going with a different style and approach. They don't even get the XP. They don't even get the roam. They're willing to sacrifice those blind picks early for, you could essentially say, a counter pickup. And they're prioritizing strong junglers, strong marksmen, and strong marksmen and strong mid laners, making sure that they're able to grab up some of these power picks, and it's leading them to success. Game number 4, Wheezy, 2-1. What does Falcon needs to do to bounce back here?
Well, definitely ban the Mathilda, because if they don't ban the Mathilda and they fall into the same trap from game number 2, I'm gonna lose it. But I think there goes the Mathilda ban right there. You got to put some respect on that, man. It's just too much of a strong option to work in Team Falcon's favor. The Alpha ban over here for the side of Papara Supermassive is definitely something interesting as well. Now, yeah, this is hard, right? I mean, it's like Papara Supermassive is starting to scale the further and further we go inside of this series, and Team Falcons, on the other hand, is starting to have even more and more challenges. The Sicilian, if they go in for that, possibly could be an option. There goes that Hilda ban. There's just so much on the table that works in Papara Supermassive's favor. I say this is a great time to pick up that Hayabusa, though. I think it's one of those heroes, like we said, can make the difference. It can get to the back lines. They're going to go in for the Granger first, though. So does Team Falcons take that bait?
So, Granger first means that you definitely want to make sure that you have a gold laner to deal with the Granger, and we've seen Granger being dealt with. We've seen the Moscow being picked up. However, is that something you want to risk? Right? There's the Herod, there's the Rift that do perfectly well. The Moscow is a third option. So, if Team Falcon decides to not go for the marksman in the first phase, whether it's the first or the third pick, or the second or the fourth pick, I'm kind of okay with it, but I want to see where Team Falcon go here. They have the first pick on the jungle if they want to. They could choose the Hylos, which I always think it's great, right? Pair the Hylos. You could go for the mage here. You could go for the jungler here. I think those are the two solid options here. They go for the Joy. That's extremely smart, but this does bring a lot of magic damage that, that Papara kind of set Falcons up with. That's 2 magic. With the mage, that's 3. If they force the Herod pick, that's 4. That's going to really disrupt the hybrid damage that I think any team is looking to set up for.
Well, they can pick up the Belleric here already and stop this Joy. They could pick up, they can go the Belleric and the Hayabusa for the side of Papara Supermassive, and I feel like that would be okay. Or they could go in for the Fredrin, because the Fredrin's great to counter the Joy. We've seen that in the World Series as well. And then they could go for something else inside of the roam entirely and possibly get this Gatot. So I'm saying, okay, so they don't go for either. They're going to go in for the Gatot and the Lucas. Now, this is interesting. Now, the Gatot is not the worst hero to pick up, but I mean, I guess they have a way to get to that. Maybe, you know what? They're not even focused on this Joy. I think they're really focused on, unless the Joys ran inside of the mid lane, they're really just focused on the element that's been having the hardest problem for the side of Team Falcons, getting to the backliners.
And, you said Gato's not the worst. Gato, I would say, actually is considered very, very strong, especially in this region where they have a high prioritization on this Gato Kacha. It has just the same amount of pick and ban rate as the Granger and as the Hylos. So this comes in this early means Papara wants to make sure they have an adequate front line, whether it's in the XP or in the roam position. But the interesting here is we don't know where. Even with this Lucas being slotted in so early, I can't say it's a double front because it could be the jungler. It could be the XP. The Gato can go in the roam or in the XP too. So I think Papara has set themselves up not showing all their cards. This is an advantage that I really like what the Owls are doing with their draft. They're seeing the future, making sure that they have all the responses they need and the flexibility to be able to counter the draft here.
Well, do you feel, okay, so if this is Lucas, let's say theoretically in the jungle, do you think that's the smartest decision when they're going up against the Joy? Because what do you feel?
No.
Do you think the Gatot is good for the Joy? Because I feel like I don't see a strong answer for the Joy right now. I really feel they're forced to put this Lucas or this Gatot into the XP lane and put the other in the roam, and they have to pull out something like a Fredrin in this situation, which is going to be triple frontline, which is very, it's going to be the Sicilian's still on the table. Man.
It's a great question, Weezy, because I do not think the Lucas in the jungle is good enough here. Do I think Lucas is good enough in the XP position and then allowing the Gato to face the Joy up as the only CC? No. So, it's tough. Papara set themselves up with the flexibility of not showing all their cards. However, it already doesn't feel like they have enough to deal with the Joy. And now, banning out 2 CC mages. The Vexana, which is great against the dive, takes away the option that Papara has here. I am a little bit worried, right? This isn't the composition that is good against dealing with Joy. So, yeah. No, Weezy. I don't think Papara has set themselves up with a great counter for the little rat here.
I'm picking up Sicilian as soon as the red face starts again. I am grabbing that Sicilian for dear life. Guess you have to worry about the Gatot. Okay, fine, whatever. But I feel like the Sicilian is still great here because I really feel they do not have a solid answer for this Joy. Now, can the Gatot and the Lucas combination give it some problems?
Okay.
Possibly. But, I mean, yeah, they're kind of drafting themselves into a hole right now, and this could be a chance for Team Falcons to turn this around. Not only do they... okay, look, bear with me, UA. If they get the Fredrin, then this can still be okay, and this is why, right? Papara is super massive. They take Fredrin, it counters the Joy. They have an answer for the Sicilian already with the Gatot. If they don't do that, I don't know what... Oh, no! No, this is good, though. This is okay because the Hayabusa... This is okay because the Hayabusa can get the Sicilian. It's okay.
Yes. It's... we talked about kind of the flexibility, and this is exactly where Papara is using it. The question for me is, how are they going to deal with the Joy? They can get the Sicilian... Oh!
Okay.
There is one of the answer. The win rate is not great. The pick time is not great. In terms of statistics, we would not consider this. But in this scenario, it doesn't look that bad. The knockup coming out from the Veil, especially early on, there is a good range to that. There's a good width to it where it may be able to stop the Joy in tracks. It may be the response coming out, but it's also showing the lack of CC that Papara is desperately trying to make up, right? There's not much to catch the Joy if it's not the Gato. He's going to be able to run through the backside. Granger, not going to have a great time in this scenario. However, maybe the Veil is just good enough to patch up that weakness that I think Supermassive has here.
Oh, they're going to take the Belleric. Okay, so this is going to be interesting. Maybe for the Hayabusa and also for the Lucas and the Gatot. This is okay. I feel like both sides drafts is not the worst. Not the worst we've seen today. I don't feel like it's super one-sided. But I will say for Team Falcons, this is sin. If they can play from afar, it can definitely work in their favor. But you are going to have to watch out for that Hayabusa. Now, as this Belleric or this Hylos decides to be super aggressive, maybe they can deny the jungle from Mohi, and that could be their game plan to cause some disruptions in the early phase. But nonetheless, the story right now is Papara Supermassive is 1 win away from securing this series and moving on as a grand finalist for the Challenge Finals to go up against Incendio Supremacy. And right now, they're on a 2-win train right now. They have yet to lose in the previous 2 games. Will game number 4 be the difference for Team Falcons?
Ladies and gentlemen, game number 4 between Papara Supermassive and Team Falcons. This is a very tough series so far, and it's a must-win for Team Falcon. Casters, me, Yue, and also Steph Weezy on the desk. Of course, we're both desperately hoping for that game number 5 here. And You know, these two teams, they've brought so many different dimensions in terms of their draft. And this time around, we get to see another great hero, the Veil coming out to the Land of Dawn. Is this going to be enough to stop Kenji in his tracks? Or is Team Falcons going to prevail here?
Yeah, and the lethal ignition picked up for the Veil as well for that extra damage on the multi-hits. So it'll be interesting to see. And then also the adaptive damage and Scorch that it provides. So we'll have to see.
Oh, blue buff. Whoa. The blue buff. The super detective.
Oh, he got it? Oh, he did!
He got somebody's. I don't know whose. Oh,
we have to look at
Mohi's.
He did get
no.
Mohi's blue buff. And this is what we said about either the Belleric or the Hylos. It looks like the Hylos slotted into that XP lane, and Belleric able to get the denial to try and slow down these assassin rotations from Mohi.
Yeah, and we talked about kind of the flexibility in Papyrus draft here, but Team Falcons actually coming out with that last pick. The Belleric pushes the Hylos into Wasa's lane, and it seems like Alpha's having a much better time here so far. And yeah, it just shows you the dimensions of the drafts here. Team Falcons playing with the fire. Papara, you can have flex picks here, but we can also show a color of our own.
Yeah, and right now, it looks like they're going to be pulling every color out the rainbow with this Joy, and I want to see what the answer is for Papara Supermassive as this game progresses. But the first turtle going into Team Falcon's hands to start this match off.
You know, you mentioned the success of Sicilian that Smiles had in the very first game. And this time around, we get to see it in game number 4. This is a life or death situation. And are you happy that Smiles is on the Sicilian? Or do you think it's still going to be a tough battle ahead here?
I am okay. I have mixed feelings about it because you have the Gatot and also Lucas, which is going to work really great against. It's going to be a little harder to hit Zhao, though, and also it's going to be way harder to hit Mohi, where Mohi's technically a hard counter for the Sicilian. So I feel like it's tit for tat, right? I feel like there's situations where it's going to work and there's situations where it's going to be punished. It's really up to Smiles' position to make that difference. If he can play from afar and not get caught by Mohi, then I feel like they can punish really well. And if they can get these neutral objectives like they did with that first turtle and kind of climb up on that, it's not even going to matter because they're going to be so far ahead in the economy that they're going to be able to burst down the front line, double front line composition from Papara.
Yeah, I'm kind of on the same boat, but I'm a little bit worried that there's so much magic emphasized on the side of Team Falcon. The Shadow Kill coming onto the bot side is going to do a little bit of chip damage, but Alpha is really not the target you want to go for. You want to go for the only physical damage that Falcon has set themselves with AOG coming to the blue buff.
Yeah, Blatzfett, though, getting a lot of hits from the Bat's Impact and the Bat's Beats. Smile raining from afar. We talked about his positioning. Did they get the denial onto the purple buff? They did. Kenji looks like he was, I can't tell. I got to see Mogi, but I'm pretty sure Kenji got the steal.
And I do want to give props to Super Detective here, right? I've played the Belleric before, and to be able to catch Mohi is an extremely hard task, and he's able to do so. But the knockup and the pushback from Wasa, tons of damage, able to push Team Falcon back in terms of this objective, but the response comes through. Wasa is chunked dangerously low himself here.
And they did get the steal. Mohi does not have purple buff, so that's a second steal in a row from Team Falcons into the jungle from Mohi. Off to a little bit of a rough start and showcasing why they picked that Belleric. And now both sides fighting it out. Turtle at about 40% HP. Mohi able to get it for Papara Supermassive to even out these objectives.
But still very, very neutral coming out from both of these teams, trading a lot of spells and utilities, but no one falls so far. I think both of these teams are playing, quite defensively, just making sure that they're just out there being objective focused, right? They're not overcommitting onto anything, but it seems like they're looking to put some resources on the top side here.
Yeah, 3-man rotation on the Zhao. Blatzfett after dark trying to get there in time, but I don't think they're going to make it. Look at the turret. A couple more hits. It does get shut down by Detective Koba, which means Team Falcons has found the advantage they were looking for.
It's good news. Oh, Koba here taking low after dark. We were wondering what the veil was there for, and it's exactly there. The amount of bursts that it shown Koba, it was a definite jump scare there. 5 minutes in, still no kills or death on the board, but we've seen a little bit of the preview of the show. After Dark is definitely going to have a lot of damage, so Team Falcons cannot afford to walk into that knockup, or it may just smell death there.
Yeah, now gonna go in for the bottom tier 3 turret as well. Glorious Pathway trying to cut off Mohi. He's there, left to defend. Blatchfett rotating around as well. Not gonna allow Team Falcons on the push.
It's looking pretty solid for Team Falcon, right? They're able to get the advantage onto the top side, and Team Falcon, I think, the number one important thing is to make sure their physical damage does not fall, and they're doing a great job responding to a lot of the aggression that Koba can output and putting a lot of resources up there, making sure that this Rithel scales decent into the late game. Because let's be honest, if Smile falls, there's still magic damage coming out from the Beleric, Alpha, and Kenji, and vice versa, right? So Team Falcons, they need to make sure Koba is in a good position.
Yeah, speaking of positioning, that is Kiwasa trying to stop the full team by himself. AOG dropping down for the double knockup, but Mohi will be able to get the turtle for Papara Supermassive. A great setup from Blatchfett to allow that. Alpha will fall. Wasa will be the one to draw first blood, and that is going to be 2 kills for the side of Papara Supermassive and 2 turtles on their side.
And I do want to give props to Mohi in this game so far. He's able to take 2 of the objectives away from Team Falcons. I can't even say that Papara is down in terms of getting position in these objectives, but Team Falcons, Kenji has always been in a good position to find those retributions. Now, up 2-0 in terms of the scoreboard, has gotten the trade in terms of the tower, and is up in gold, so it's looking quite good for Papara Supermassive.
Yeah, it's definitely not a one-sided story, but more of a back and forth game. Super hit with the Windstorm, hit with the Wind Blade and Wind Blow as well. A lot of damage, and he's not able to sustain himself. Super will fall right there. 3 kills unanswered from the side of Team Falcons in Papara Supermassive's favor.
Yeah, that's not a combination you really want to face tank, especially with so much supporting damage followed up behind it. It's a 3-0, a complete, you want to say a one-sided skirmish so far, set up by Papara Supermassive here. The Shadow Kill coming out to the boss side is going to deal a little bit of damage, but no, Mohi gets taken off. A little bit of an over-aggression, something a little unexpected coming out from Papara.
You gotta respect the range of the ADC, the heavy crossbow from Koba to deal the final touches onto Mohi, and now the battle on the way for the mid-river. Massive AOG and taunt from Blatchfett. Zhao able to take down Kenji. That is going to be 1 member down for both sides now. Blatchfett in trouble. Revitalized, trying to keep himself alive, but Koba will burst him down. 2 members falling for Papara Supermassive.
I will say this, Team Falcon is most definitely not out of this match, because Detective Koba is doing a great job not dying, dealing tons of damage on the side, and coming out for that, you know, last hit, for that finishing touch. And that's exactly what Team Falcons needs to set themselves up with. Mohi caught so low once again here. Koba trying to bite a little bit more, does not get that last hit. Like I said, Team Falcons is still quite happy, even dying 4 times here. Koba is in a great position to carry the Falcons here.
Yeah, needing to be careful though, as Koba is very aggressive. He's got 2 kills right now. The only 2 kills on the board for Team Falcons did go on his side, and now the Lord intact, both sides ready to go the distance.
Yeah, it seems like Team Falcons is happy leashing the Lord. You know, it's probably going to be a dance around here, but again, Team Falcons is quite content with what's happening right here. The 2 kills that they have is on top of Koba, and that is exactly the priority target, looking to go in. The Glorious Pathway pushed out on the boss side. It is some utility wasted paired up with Koba's ultimate. Team Falcons should be wise to disengage here.
Yeah, big AOG for the knockup. Bat's feet as well. You're going to see Zhao with the double kill, takes down Detective Super Kenji, able to find Mohi. That's going to be a 2-for-2 trade as Alpha shuts down Wasa. Windstorm for the connection, and Zhao for the finish. Finds another member. Alpha will fall. And overall, the trade working in Papara's Supermassive's favor, but Koba wanting to even the score. Able to clear out the minions. After Dark forced to recall back to safety on neither side. Able to take the Lord.
Yeah, again, you know, I'm on the side of Papara. Like, I think Papara has what it takes to win out this series. However, I think Team Falcons is happy with a 2-for-3 trade, even when the numbers aren't in his favor. Look at Koba. He's so happy finding some aggressive picks here.
Yeah, and speaking of aggression, there goes a glorious pathway. Smile from afar with the Bat's feet. You're going to see Kenji go ahead and take this Lord. Zhao with the double kill, though, finds Alpha, finds Super. Two members falling for both sides. Zhao, the monstrosity, though, able to find the kills he was looking for. Now 7-0-1, but the Lord goes over to Team Falcons.
And, you know, Kenji hasn't found the success in getting these 50-50s up until now. The very first objective, yes, Falcons was able to take that, but Papara bounced back with two great retributions coming out from Mohi, and this time around, Kenji gets the retribution. The more important one here, they're looking to siege onto the spot side, but it might just be a little bit of an over-aggression here.
Yeah, overextension could be costly. There goes the Ouija Shadow kill, though. Onto Koba for the connection. He will find him and shut him down. Kenji maybe next. ALG! Blotsfed on to Kenji. Two members falling. And the Lord, while all this is happening on the top side, the denial from Zhao and Wasa.
Yeah, a little bit of an over-aggression, but Team Falcons is able to patch up with some of the real estate work. They get the mid lane tower here. Glorious Pathway passed on, trying to push Super Detective back into the safety, and Team Falcons should be able to defend this, right? They have Smiles onto the mid side. Super Detective is quite healthy, but the tower on the bot side does end up falling here.
Yeah, it does fall, and the punish maybe on the way. Zhao able to find Super. Smile still in the mid lane, trying to do everything he can to flicker forward. Wow. Koba finding Zhao, but Blotsfet, the counter response, is going to go ahead and find Koba. Was it worth it?
You know, it's a flicker for flicker. Xiao was 8 kills to 0, so that was a lot of gold returning to Koba's favor. But, you know, Koba is like the only physical option on Team Falcon. He must be successful. And Kenji on the backside, bodying After Dark back into these death. Is he able to get out alive? Yes. And the response coming through, Papara Supermassive does not find the trade. So you say if it's worth it now, most definitely. After Dark, that was that icing on the cake. He's been so annoying in this match, and Kenji is finally able to put a stop onto this veil.
Yeah, the Veil, which we were wondering how it would kind of play into this, and this is a Papara Supermassive special. We've seen them use this up against Incendio Supremacy as well, and they were able to find a victory with it, and now to be able to see this showcased again up against Team Falcons, and it's still been a threat. I mean, he's 1-1-10. Yes, he did fall right there, but you could just see how strong of a hitter he is. I mean, just the wind blade and the wind blow alone, we saw that pretty much almost bursted down Koba entirely earlier in this match, and it's not something you want to take lightly.
Overall score 13-8. Gold lead. Nobody has a gold lead here. 14 minutes in. Team Falcons with the control over the objective. Again, if Team Falcons set Koba up with success, if they're making sure Koba is safely peeled, especially if Wasa does not get onto it, I feel like Team Falcons is going to be quite happy. They look to chase onto the top side, but is it going to be a little bit of an overcommit? Glorious Pathway used and wasted on Wasa here. That may give Papara a little bit of an advantage, but Papara still not taking the bait. They know that they have to respect the damage and the composition that Team Falcon has brought to the table here.
Yeah, you can definitely tell a lot of nerves on the line for Team Falcons. Alpha, it's the second time I've seen him kind of prematurely use that glorious pathway. Need to be a little careful, as that can definitely work in their favor when it comes to fighting out over these objectives. But hey, better safe than sorry, I suppose, is the game plan for them, as they realize what's on the line. They need to win this one to move on to the grand finals. They cannot allow Papara Supermassive to take this heavy objective.
But look at topside. Papara has set themselves up with a great small, slow push. So Team Falcons they have to respond to that push eventually. Yes, that top tower can fall, but expect that same wave of minion to hit the inner inhibitors. I feel like Team Falcons, they have to race with time. They have to look for an engagement. Alpha is able to get the glorious pathway down, but is that enough here?
Ooh, Mohi, quad shadow. We just shadow kill. Blastvet finding super. Kenji will fall alongside him. ALG back to safety. 2 members falling for the side of Team Falcons, and the numbers are in Papara's favor. This may be the difference here. They now may be able to push him for the objective, but after dark does fall. Koba with the push play will find him. The mid laner dropping for Papara Supermassive.
Man, Smiles on the Sicilian, able to get the CC on top of After Dark, and Koba coming out with the finishing touches, but the Retribution is still available here for the side of Papara Supermassive, and they're looking to go for this.
This should be a guaranteed objective. Mohi will be able to get the retry just in time, and back to the quad shadow. Very close call, though. You're going to go ahead and see the Lord go over to Papara Supermassive. A chance for them to be able to push through toward the base for Team Falcons.
Man, I'm just seeing this flicker for flicker on these 2 marksmen over and over. Both of them looking to go for a little bit aggressive, and the damage onto Mohi. That's a lot of damage. Team Falcons able to push Mohi kind of back here, but the Lord is marching down. And the top side, like I said, the minions are going to push onto the inhibitor, and if Falcons don't have a response there, it is such a big risk to let that fall so early here.
Yeah, now with this Lord marching through the top lane, the turrets will fall through the mid as well, and now the map will be even for both sides. And Papara Supermassive now able to turn this match around in their favor. Team Falcons, their window of opportunity is closing, and they need to stop this push from the side of Papara.
Yeah, the damage has been dealt already. Even the Lord marching down, not really doing too much, but you can already tell Team Falcon's base has already opened up significantly. Papara gets this mid tower, the last outer defense that Team Falcon has here. Left with the 2 towers now, and especially with the inhibitor not being available on the top side, this next objective may just be that finishing touch that I think Team Falcon was desperately trying to avoid here.
Yeah, Papara Supermassive trying to find a way to close out this series, and they're doing a great job on finding a way to disrupt these team fights from Team Falcons, right? Able to shut down members like Koba or members like Smile is crucial to being able to take these objectives. And also Kenji, who we mentioned on this Joy, was going to be a very major threat. But so far, I mean, the power of this Veil alone from After Dark has been massive. And then also Zhao, his positioning on this Granger, he's 8-1-4.
And I will say this though, Team Falcons being positioned on the far side of map gives me an impression that they're still quite confident in terms of fighting it out, right? The most important pressure when it comes down to setting up for a lot of these objectives later on in the stage is if the team has map presence on the opposite side of map, and usually one team is going to take, you know, the opposite side and the other team is going to take the Lord side. And typically the ones that are taking the Lord side is a little bit more defensive. So Team Falcons, I think, with a great position here, but it may possibly be an overextension. Team Papara Supermassive may look to punish it, but it seems like they're looking to rotate on the opposite side of the map. The Lord spawning now. This is extremely crucial.
Yeah, definitely a major play for both sides. Papara Supermassive, Team Falcons needing to get this Lord, and it's looking like it's going to go to the side of Papara Supermassive if they're not careful, but Team Falcons now going to wrap around for a possible counterplay.
Yeah, eyes are on Detective Koba here. That is the #1 winning condition that Team Falcons has, is to set himself up with success. Smiles doing a great job looking to, but the backside, Wasa here.
Ooh, Glorious Pathway going down as well. Wasa, Kenji, Mohi!
Oh no.
With the quad shadow, we'll find him. Koba needing to get a kill as well. Does take down Wasa. It's going to be one member down for both sides, but Kenji falls again, which means they don't have the retribution for Team Falcons. This is what we saw in the previous Lord engagement.
And now Papara has the opportunity to play the map overall. right? And Team Falcons, they've been in this situation before and they chose to kind of sacrifice their top tower. And this time around, oh my god, the damage. Super Koba here. Detective just taking tons of hit from Blastfed here, but there's Mohi from the backside. Should be able to pick him up. The immortality does spawn. He able to pick up Detective Koba. That is the most priority target. Xiao picking up the Bellaric as well. That's a 1-for-1 deal. Team Falcon caught in the back end and take these heavy losses.
And this is why you need a hero who can get to the backliners, right? This is where the Hayabusa becomes such a major threat. You gotta respect the range and the element of surprise that he can provide for a team. And he was able to find Koba in that mid lane, takes down the ADC, and now able to take this Lord in their hands to be able to push even further to shut down some additional turrets and possibly take the Space Crystal. But Team Falcons left for a possible final defense. Look at the damage on the Mohi from Smile.
I'm rooting for game number 5 here, Wheezy. My time is cut short, but it seems like Team Falcons, you know, they have a response in some of the team fights, but it seems like the Granger 9, 1, and 6 is a lot to deal with. After Dark, also with a great KDA, not dying so much. You know, Papara has set their front lines up great, not dying so much, taking so much damage, but the Lord marching down onto the top side. Is Falcon going to be able to defend this? We will have to see.
Yeah, Team Falcons trying to soar high for another game, but Papara Supermassive looking to try and close out this series. You're going to see the Lord bursted down with ease, though, and now the push toward the mid lane on the way from Papara Supermassive. They may want to disengage. They were only able to take the inhibitor on the bot side.
Yeah, it's a over-aggression from Wasa, right? He popped that Vengeance thinking that he potentially was invincible, but quickly shut down by Detective Koba here. Good news, Team Falcon was able to dodge death once again, but the damage, like I said, has already been done. Both of the side lanes, which I would say are the most important inhibitor towers, have ended up falling. So Papara, if they play it smartly, they can play the whole entire map. But Team Falcon, it is still a ticking time bomb. You mentioned the Sicilian early on in the draft, and we're moving into the point of no return when it comes down to this hero. This is where Sicilian, this is his game. He's going to be able to out damage, out sustain, out whatever anyone that's on the map. This is trouble. And Team Falcons have the front line available to deal with the defense. But can they deal with the strategies that come out from Papara Supermassive? There's 2 inhibitors down. It just depends on how they play this out.
And right now, the respawn timers are almost a minute long, or a little bit over a minute long, so you got to be careful on when you decide to engage. And you mentioned the Sicilian. I mean, we're past 60,000 gold for both sides, so everybody's full build. Sicilian is just scaling in stacks right now, so you have to watch out for the Sanguine Claws and the Bat's impact, as it'll pretty much obliterate anybody that it comes in contact with. And Mohi, he understands the objective. He's going to go ahead and pick up this immortality just for a second chance when that does happen, as they are preparing for this next objective as the Lord spawns in.
Yeah, the top side minions are in a great position. I think Team Falcons is also in a pretty decent position to defend that, right? They're putting a lot of resources there. Oh my gosh, they're going for Mohi here.
Yeah, Mohi, a little bit of bait, though. He used the Luigi Shadow Kill to be invulnerable. Buy some time for his team to be able to rush in and counter against Supermassive. Koba rushing in. Zhao on to Alpha as well. Smile finding after dark. Immortality procced on Alpha. Another immortality procced on Koba. Koba needing to get away. Blastfet on the chase. Zhao with the punish, with the follow through. Finds the kill. Glorious pathway to safety. Alpha trying to bring his team back to the base. But what did we just witness, Yue? They don't have Koba in this engagement, and now Papara Supermassive, a chance to be able to either go for this Lord or push through for the finish, and it looks like they're gonna go for the Lord.
Losing Koba is huge, but I feel like the damage has already been dealt, but the Lord not going down that fast here. Team Falcon with the opportunity for a 50-50.
Yeah, they're going to go in for the 50-50 trade. Mohi will be able to get it from Papara Supermassive, and now Team Falcons again trying to run away. trying to get to safety. This time, Alpha is not going to be able to disengage, and now they are short 2 members and a Luminous Lord marching on the top side.
Lord marching down. It's a 5 versus 5. Oh no, Alpha actually falls. It's a 50 seconds without Alpha. It's a 4 versus 6 with the Lord marching down. Papara Supermassive has set themselves up with such an advantage 25 minutes in. The only hurdle that they have to get over is Smiles, and it's just only Smiles. Is Team Falcon, I don't know if Team Falcon has it to be able to defend this.
Yeah, they are going to give everything they got, but it's only a matter of time. And without Alpha there to defend, it will be a challenge. You are looking at the Lord almost at about 50% HP. Base Crystal taking some heavy hits. Zhao finding Kenji. Gets a double. Finds Super. And the Base Crystal will fall. Papara Supermassive will be moving forward as the grand finalist, shutting down Team Falcons.
Well done from Papara Supermassive, able to end the series on the same note as their chance in the upper bracket. And this is where, you know, a lot of us, we didn't really see Papara coming up ahead against Team Falcons, and they're able to prove us not wrong once, but twice here. And when I say prove us wrong, prove me wrong once. I thought Papara, you know, was going to prevail here, but the performance was unexpected. It felt like Papara was well prepared in this match. Even taking the loss against Team Falcons, they were able to bounce back with no problem at all.
Yeah, definitely no problem indeed. I mean, the only victory from Team Falcons came from game number 1 in all 4 games you saw today between this best of 5 from both Falcons and Papara Supermassive. And it just goes to show through the times Papara Supermassive learned from their mistakes, and they built upon that every single game. I mean, they were just all over the place, getting every single objective. This was a long game, though. This one went down to the wire. It was almost a 50-50, but a lot of moments that worked inside of Papara Supermassive's favor was Kenji on the opposing side falling. And without the retribution plays, a lot of these neutral objectives were a little bit more easy for Papara Supermassive take. And if Kenji didn't fall, then you started to see the ADC fall. When Copa was out of the game as well, it was just something that Papara Supermassive was able to easily lean in on.
Yeah, I think Team Falcons just fell a little bit short here. There was a lot of things that were going in favor of Falcons, right? Detective Koba had a great early game. 2 kills, 0 deaths, was able to dish out as much damage as possible. I felt like Detective Super on this Belric, unfortunately, it just didn't make the strong impact that I think the team desperately need. The ultimates, they were great. I was able to catch off a few members here and there, but you can see Super Detective just not having the best game of his life. Kenji, on the other hand, you know, didn't get the retributions, but he was able to close some of the distance and deal with the pressure that After Dark had to put. But again, lots of resources were used to be able to get onto those kills, and unfortunately, it just spelled a lot of trouble. Xiao here, another great performance, you know, pretty much unstoppable in this game.
Yeah, and now with Papara Supermassive earning their ticket into the grand finals, they'll be facing off against Incendio Supremacy, which means we're going to be having a full Turkish finals as we close the doors for the Challenge finals and season and get ready for the Mobile Masters. This has definitely been a pleasure to see for the side of Team Falcons. It's always great to be able to see MENA rise to the occasion and see what kind of tricks they have in their book. Hopefully, as we get to Season 7 of the Snapdragon Pro Series, we'll be able to see them yet again. But speaking of seeing things, the man who has seen it all, Zhao, with that MVP, 13-1-6 MVP on the Granger.
I love it, and it's completely well-deserved. Xiao has been the backbone of Papara Supermassive's success in this whole entire tournament, and he proves it again with an almost near perfect performance, 13-1-6 with the 86% kill participation. Xiao completely well-deserved, and I think if we're able to bring up the statistics of MVPs, Xiao is definitely climbing to a top position.
Yeah, definitely climbing to a top position, and now we'll be on a big rise up against the team that's considered the top dog, which is Incendio Supremacy. So that is going to put a close to this series. And now panning on over to our amazing host, Liz, to get her thoughts on how this all played out.
Yes.
The man who has seen it all takes Papara Supermassive into the grand finals, now up against Incendio Supremacy. I gotta say, it's like history repeated itself. 3-1 yesterday against Team Falcons, and 3-1 again against Team Falcons. Now Team Falcons will be the third place of this tournament, but they will still be making it to the Mobile Masters. And with that, Papara Supermassive is now moving forward to face up against Incendio Supremacy in the next series. It does seem like Papara Supermassive never got a chance to meet up with Birthright.
Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, we didn't get to see Birthright and Papara Supermassive, but I guess for Team Falcons, at least they get to move on to the Mobile Masters. So hey, job was accomplished here at the end of the day. But full Turkish Grand Finals, Yue.
I mean, if you're not a believer of Papara Supermassive, you definitely should consider or become one, because these hooters have definitely proven us that they have came a long way since, you know, the Turkish league. They were kind of like the mid-tier teams, but this time around, they took that massive step and proven that Turkey is extremely deep. It's not just about Fireflux. It's not just about Incendio Supremacy. We are here to perform as well.
I mean, Turkey has always proved itself to be a rising star in the Mobile Legend arena. One of the regions other than APAC that's making a presence in the world stage. S2G unfortunately wasn't able to make it, but they did indeed face up against Papara Supermassive on the first day, where Papara actually won against S2G. So it does show that Papara has what it takes to be up at the highest caliber, and now they will face up against their home team, and I think it's going to show us a little bit of how they will perform up against this team and now up against some stronger teams in APAC. So yeah, it's going to be exciting. I think we're all wondering how they're gonna do up against up against Incendio Supremacy. Will they continue to repeat history like yesterday? Or are they going to take that game 7 and take the victory against Incendio Supremacy? We'll find out with a short break.
Walking through the bar, all eyes on me. People picking up my energy. The music never stops. They play my song on repeat, on repeat. I'm flying till I hit the sky. The melody is getting high. You know how to free my mind. When I'm with you, my world is golden, so golden. Baby, you make my heart shine golden.
It's better with you. Better with you. Better with you. It's better. It's better. It's better. It's better. It's better with you. It's better with you. Better with you. Better with you. It's better. Give me all the sunshine, put it in my heart. I love the way you are. Give me all the sunshine, put it in the sky. I love the way you shine. Give me all the sunshine, put it in my heart. I love the way you are. Give me all the sunshine, put it in the sky. I love the way you shine. Lovely smile, I can't lie. Who you are is what I like. Clouds above, up in the sky, smiling, 'cause we're so high. You and me were meant to be together. You and me, everything is better. Give me all the sunshine, put it in my heart. I love the way you are. Give me all the sunshine, put it in the sky. I love the way you shine. Give me all the sunshine, put it in my heart. I love the way you are. Give me all the sunshine, put it in the sky. I love the way you shine. It's better with you. It's better with you. Better with you. Better with you.
Me and my crew, yeah, we're lawless. Got the man, them thinking that we're flawless. Yeah, mama told you that I'm gorgeous. Got a million tricks, can't deport us. I'm a flame in the star, call me gassed. Back foot slidey, I'm slick to the mass. Calling to the tribe, it's a revolution past. Present in time, no, we can't be masked. So you better rise up, cool up, size up, shout out loud. Down before the time's up, so we better rise up, cool up, size up, shout out loud. Down before the time's up. If we break bread, then I'm coming like a eeler. If you want beef, then I tom beater. If you want beef, then I tom. 789, that's procedure. If we break bread, then I'm coming like a eeler. If you want beef, then I tom beater. If you want beef, then I tom.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
Are you guys ready? The last series of the day, the final showdown between Incendio Supremacy versus Papaya Supermassive. I'm your host, Liz, joined alongside by Steph Weezy and Private Dancer.
Yeah, definitely going to be a pleasure to see, UA bid us farewell and joined by Private Dancer for the grand finals of the challenge finals for the Snapdragon Pro Series. And this is going to be a full Turkish throwdown.
Yes, a journey that started almost 4 months ago for these teams, where they initially met, and now coming to a headway here at the grand finals. Both these teams already secured themselves a great spot at the Mobile Masters, but here they're about to throw down to see who is going to reign supreme in the region.
And I hope you guys paid attention to the stream carefully because we will be dropping a free code, so make sure to watch and tune in. Now, Incendio Supremacy versus Papaya Supermassive. I love how every single time we get to see Xiao's death stare, the man who sees it all. Very exciting matchup. Some would say this is the main event of the day. It does seem like Incendio Supremacy has one game ahead in the best of 7 series. So they're going to walk in with a 1-0. And Papaya Supermassive have 6 games to turn the tides into their favor.
Yeah, it's the credits of reigning supreme in the upper bracket and not falling, right? To be able to have that 1 game advantage up against Papaya Supermassive is going to give them a little bit of a handicap. But Papaya Supermassive, right? We've seen them rise to the occasion time and time again. Just when you thought they were out in the lower bracket, they were able to claw their way back into the situation as a grand finalist.
Yeah, and sometimes you even have to ask, is that really an advantage being in the upper bracket? Because you are facing a team like Papaya Supermassive that have the momentum rolling, right? Heels hot right after a victory, now going back up to the upper brackets to knock some heads around.
And I mean, this is the second rematch in the challenge finals, and God knows how many rematch up against one another in their own Turkish league. But this time, does Papaya Supermassive have what it takes after one night's sleep and some recouping to take that 7-game series up against Incendio Supremacy? Now, a very full lineup from Papaya Supermassive. From your observations of yesterday's games, I want to know, Private, what do you think Papaya needs to do to make that full series and take the final lead up against Incendio?
Well, what we've been seeing from a lot of these teams is just how important that marksman lane has been, securing that. And sans the marksman lane, it's been about making sure that you have that assurance in your lanes. Do you have these great picks to kind of succeed in your lane, to get those rotations? I've seen a lot of teams really kind of ignore the fact that they actually need to have those team fights in the early game where they need to get these objectives, and then the ball just gets rolling to an unstoppable force. Here we're taking a look at a lot of the bans coming out, or the picks and bans for both of these teams.
Yeah, I want to break it down for us, Weezy. Looking at the headsets, it does seem like Incendio has a lead, but it's not a huge difference.
Yeah, it's not too far of a lead, but it definitely is scaling more in their favor, averaging more kills, 17 over the 12, more damage dealt as a collective, and also gold per minute leaning on their side. So on paper, Incendio Supremacy technically should be the team that kind of pushes through, but I don't feel like this is too much of a surprise, right? You're talking about Incendio Supremacy. Not only are they one of the teams with the most synergy in Mobile Legends in general, I mean, you're talking about a team who has stuck together, different name changes, but still the same players, and maybe that's why we're seeing the stats kind of lean more toward their side.
And one last time while I sit in this series, Private Dancer danced us into the final series of the challenge finals.
All right, boys and girls, this is what it is all for. Breaking it down into the grand finals here. 2 Turkish teams facing off against each other. Incendio Supremacy, Papaya Supermassive. And I'm wondering if we have the possibility of maybe seeing something a little spicy we saw I want to say yesterday, we did see a very interesting Hellcurt gold lane that was actually successful the first time that Papara Supermassive used it, and maybe that's just leaning on the genius of Zhao. However, I talked about it on the cast, dipped our hands into that well one too many times, and it wasn't as successful because we didn't have the outliers that made it successful in the next game and ended up having a pretty bad showing the next time.
Yeah, it's kind of like when you have something in your bag like that, a secret weapon, and you pull it out. Hey, it was effective. You took the victory. But when you pull it out the second time back to back, I mean, they kind of know how to work against it now. That element of surprise is gone. So I think one of those situations, they should have took what they got and didn't try and climb in more on that, double down on that Hellcurt pickup. Something interesting too is, Incendio Supremacy is known for some interesting pickups on their side as well, as they did pick up that Akai. They didn't pull out the victory against Papara Supermassive, but they have been victorious with this Akai in the past. And we saw today, Papara Supermassive pulled that out of Incendio Supremacy's book to go up against Team Falcons with the Akai, and it worked out in their favor.
Oh man, and there we have Sunshine and Zhao, the two gold laners for both teams. Sunshine has just been such a steady and consistent marksman for his team, and I want to say, Zhao, what can we say about Zhao? He has seen the end, and it was glorious. Just those eyes staring deep into your soul. But he's such a flashy, I want to say, for me, he's been like such a flashy marksman out there in that gold lane. But what I want to see him do is maybe us start prioritizing Zhao. I know he's a skilled player. I know he can handle his lane. However, the enemy knows that too. So you have to start realizing that they're going to start ganging up on his lane. They're going to start doubling up there. The ganks are going to start coming. And maybe it's time for us to start prioritizing him like that as well. Understanding that this is probably the player that is going to make or break our success in these games.
And we've been building up to this moment for a while in the Challenge Finals for Snapdragon Pro Series. As you see Zhao, #1 in the MVP leaderboard. It's funny when we saw the head-to-head from Zhao and Sunshine, because just even looking at their photos alone and their names too, it's kind of like night and day. It's also like when you see Sunshine, it's like the start of your shift when you go into work, and then you look at Zhao, it's like when you just finished your shift. It's just a very funny thing that I kind of wanted you guys to see as well. Hopefully y'all can kind of tell what we're talking about. But nonetheless, Incendio Supremacy and Papara Supermassive. Private, we got a little bit of a talk before we went live on the stream, and you mentioned that these teams, they fought in the open finals before getting to here, and then you got the pleasure of casting them yesterday for the upper bracket finals, and to see them fight it out for a third time is definitely going to be a treat. But alongside that, we have the top 5 kill leaderboard.
Yeah, which is crazy, the gap when it comes to kills for these teams. And I'm not sure how much the actual kills kind of come into play when it's like that much, because as we've talked about it, as we've seen here, especially when it comes to the top 4 teams, the upper and lower brackets, it's not always just about kills, especially when those kills are super early in the game. It's about making sure that we can transition those into objectives, into turtle fights, into correct pushes for our team. However, just the fact that a team like Incendio Supremacy has the top 2 spots means that they are continually creating these opportunities for their jungler, for their marksman.
Yeah, and the opportunity is going to be what's for the taking for both sides. When we look at both teams, Incendio Supremacy is pretty much the crowd favorite. Everybody's expecting them to pretty much take this one. But Papara Supermassive has had a lot of pushback against them in the Challenge Finals, right? They went 3-2 against them. But this time around, Incendio Supremacy does have that one match in their favor to work on. But there's a lot of momentum riding on the side for Papara Supermassive, considering they just won 3 games in a row to shut down Team Falcons.
Yeah, not just that. We had, you just mentioned it. We had a full 5-game series when these guys last left. It was a full series when they met back in the open qualifiers to get here. I'm expecting this to be a full series here as well. Sans, of course, that one game that Incendio Supremacy have right now because of their dominance in the upper bracket. So Papara Supermassive does start at a little bit of a -1 here in this game. We're going to see if they can maybe match that up and reply in kind. One other thing that I've kind of noticed as well is there used to be a shift where I want to say starting off with the first pick used to kind of almost be like a death sentence. You'd get that first pick, but then you'd allow these next 2 picks that would counter, and it really felt like Red Side had an advantage when it came to the draft. That has completely shifted now to where that first pick has become so important, especially with how the bans have always been shaping up, especially with those really strong picks right now, like the Granger, the Hayabusa, Matilda, if they're still open and stuff like that. So it's been very...
Again, but other than that, when it was more textbook drafting, I feel like that's when Incendio Supremacy was able to find their advantage. So maybe doing something off the wall, unorthodox, something that they have planned here, as that was what really kind of helped them in those victories up against Incendio.
So this is something that we've seen from Papara Supermassive pretty often, is that they will allow those 2 gold laners to come out there. The priority will go to the Granger on Incendio Supremacy, whereas Papara Supermassive don't feel like they have to pick up that countering Harith or that countering Irithyll. They are comfortable allowing Zhao to kind of sit back in the draft and prioritize other things. However, what we've seen is that it's not just that the Granger you're going to be dealing with. It's not just that you have to you have Zhao with a one-on-one. You're having a flood in that gold lane to where you're trying to overload Zhao, where you're trying to keep him from farm, where you're trying to keep that consistent pressure on him. So I'm wondering if maybe we're going to prioritize that here before we move on to the second banning phase, maybe give him a little bit of a leg up for the pressure that I'm sure is going to still be coming.
Speaking of pressure, I was going to ask the Lu Yi. Do we see that walk? We know it's a special when it comes to Incendio Supremacy in Rosa's hands. And there you go. There goes the Lu Yi. And this time it's paired up with the Joy. The Joy, I feel like, is really good here, considering Papara Supermassive kind of showed their hands a little early with this Su Yo, right? I mean, now they don't have the jungler to be able to counter this Joy, which means you're going to have to really put that into the hands of possibly the Hylos to make the difference there. Even the Harith is going to have a little bit of a struggle catching that Joy. So I feel like it's going to be a little bit of an easier rotation from the side of Incendio Supremacy so far. But as the draft finalizes, or we get to the second swing, you're seeing that Granger up against that Harith. I feel like both of these have been more textbook back and forth gold laners that we've been seeing as we progress through the challenge season.
Yeah, I mean, it's the top 3. It's that love triangle of Granger, Harith, and Irithyll. However, I want to say Irithyll kind of have dropped off a bit, that if you don't have those 2 available, we've leaned even more into other picks like the Beatrix. Here, Harith, I do like that we're prioritizing the Harith for Zhao. It's going to be something that's going to be able to hopefully still be able to kind of hold his own in that lane. However, like I said, I want to start seeing some prioritization on that mid lane. Have the Roman mid rotating early, making sure that they can still get to that gold lane, still continue that support up there, so that Incendio Supremacy isn't just overloading Zhao, who, like I said, I want to say, a great respect to every single player on this team, because they all fill a great role in each of these victories. But we've seen time and time again that Zhao has been this just staple for Papara Supermassive, and if Zhao does bad, then your team's gonna have trouble because you don't have that assurance in the late game. If Zhao's allowed to get farmed, your team's gonna still have some type of assurance, some type of way to be carried, even at the latest under the most dire of circumstances.
Yeah, definitely need to find Zhao. I mean, the ADC, he's been a threat. Even at that pocket pick with the Helker that you don't really get to see too often on an ADC to be able to pull off and be victorious. Now, I'm looking at also Rosa on this Lu Yi, right? You have the element of surprise. You are going to be seeing the Valentina still available. The mid laner has not been picked up for Papara Supermassive. Do they lean in on that, right? Do they take this ultimate and use it against Incendio Supremacy? It could be a wise decision. Also, the Cho has been banned out from Incendio Supremacy, which is a little bit of a shocker to me. I would have expected Incendio Supremacy possibly themselves to be the one to take up the Cho, but it looks like they have a different game plan.
Yeah, well, I mean, the Cho is going to be the obvious answer for trying to kind of nail down some of those backliners like the Granger, like the Joy. And this has been, this was the problem too when these guys faced before, is when you have this combination of the Granger and the Joy. Having the Hylos is not enough to be able to kind of chase them down. Even with a glorious pathway laid down, they are still so slippery, so many abilities to be able to kind of get out of harm's way, to be able to kite backwards and still lay on a bunch of damage. I do like the Akai pick up here as well, because now we can start, instead of worrying about where everybody is out of the map, we can hold on to this Lord, we can hold on to this Turtle, and we just have a heavy spin when it's time to get that retribution, and we don't really have to worry about them kind of bursting in there. It's just a nice tanky front line to hopefully be able to negate the damage, especially the suppressive fire that's going to be coming out from Sunshine on this Granger.
It's going to be interesting though. Okay, so the Belleric gets pulled out alongside the Lucas. Okay, I wouldn't have guessed these two side by side, but hey, and now you have the Wrath of the Dryad, you have that Sacred Beast, a little bit of range with the Shockwave, could work in their favor. But the response back, there goes the Valentina to be able to have that diversion play, to be able to use that against Incendio Supremacy. So now both drafts are locked in. You know what's funny here though, is to see the Akai used against Incendio Supremacy, who was the team that we first saw debut it in the Challenge Finals.
Yeah, and especially here, one thing as I would like to see, the big thing for Incendio Supremacy that's going to make or break this composition is how well Rosa's going to be able to use that Lu Yi. We've seen before where Lu Yi can actually get held back. She's not going to be able to use that diversion all the time, and that's where the compositions usually shine. Right after a Lord, right after a Turtle, out comes a diversion to capture an escaping enemy. They've done that so many times, but then there's been times where they've been held down, where they're not ahead, and they're kind of very soft-handed with using that ultimate because they don't want to put themselves in harm's way, or on the backside of that, they use it and it ends up wiping their team. But ladies and gentlemen, we are about to start the very first game of the grand finals. Incendio Supremacy taking on Papara Supermassive.
And bow to is the key part. So we are going to have a little bit of a technical pause, a little bit of a brief intermission. But yes, like you mentioned, between both these sides, the Akai, right, can definitely be aggressive. But I also gotta look at this Lu Yi pickup from Rosa. I mean, we mentioned the diversion plays can be crucial, and there's typically two types of Lu Yi players that we see, right? We see Lu Yi players that are aggressive with the diversion plays. They look for every single kill they can get on the map and force the other team to react. Then we also see players that play Lu Yi and they're very passive with it, right? They don't really use it every single time it's available. They just try and wait for those high key moments. And that also goes to the Valentina. I mean, if the Valentina does take up this diversion, are they going to use it as an aggressive type of mage, or are they going to be more passive with it? And I think that's also going to be something that makes the difference between both of these teams before we jump into game number one on their game plans.
Well, and the one thing, too, is when we've seen the diversion actually get countered, I believe the two times I've seen the Lu Yi actually get dominated, it was because there was an enemy Veil on the team that just had such a huge amount of CC on him, with his wind blades, with his pop-ups as well, that once the diversion came out, they just threw down that CC, and the entire team pretty much got wiped off the slate there. So here, I'm wondering what the plan is when the diversion comes out. Are we going to be able to burst them down, or is it just going to be heavy spin time to kind of keep the team safe?
Yeah, this is going to be a treat to watch. And something interesting that's kind of showcasing myself is the Temporal Rain emblem picked up by Rosa, right? It's going to have those non-ultimate skills having a higher CDR to be able to use that a lot more to get those setups. It's kind of genius when you think about it, and I want to see it kind of work out as we jump through this game.
Oh man, and look at the damage already. Bloodspet taken down to about 10% already. Incendio Supremacy showing themselves in enemy territory here. The early game has been a big core for Incendio Supremacy, trying to get in there. Apex 47 has to use the Revitalize to pop his way out, and that's going to be one that they're not going to have for this first turtle.
Looks like they're trying to test their aggression levels, right? Incendio Supremacy's trying to find an opportunity super early in this game, but almost was punished right there. Rosa now needing to go back to the base. But yeah, like you said, that temporal rain on Rosa is going to be an interesting one. It's going to allow him to be very crucial on these setups, not to mention he's diving in against a couple of frontline heroes.
Yeah, interesting. Already had that electrifying beats on to Blotzfed. He's going to go ahead and back up, giving his team a little bit of time to start on this first turtle. After Dark at the mid L bush right now, keeping Rosa and Apex 47 at bay. That's going to be a clean and first turtle take for Papara Supermassive. And as I say that, Blotzfed gets taken out trying to rotate top. And I'm wondering if that was kind of a mistaken play, because you knew your whole team was down at the bottom and you had no support with that rotation.
Yeah, and even with Incendio Supremacy losing that first turtle, they're still ahead in terms of gold. A little bit of that definitely from Blotzfed being taken down right there. A little bit of a miscalculated play.
Ooh, and able to return to favor. We do have a glorious pathway laid onto the ground. Some damage comes out, but no worse for wear. Tied at 1-1 apiece.
Yeah, tied at 1-1. Lead still in Incendio Supremacy's favor. Right now, Incendio Supremacy, they're doing their best on the blue side swing, which you typically see be a little bit more successful when it comes to these series, and it's already leading the way, making a little bit of a slight difference.
Yeah, Blotzfed goes ahead, starts on the enemy jungle, leading up for Mohi to be able to take it. Now 4 members of Incendio Supremacy in chase. Mohi trapped inside the pit right now. Half damage, 10%, and taken down by Rosa. There on the other side, Blotzfed taking a decent amount of damage, and Wasau being blocked from even being able to help out his teammate while his lane is being cut.
Yeah, just got trapped right there, not able to get out to safety, and another kill for Incendio Supremacy. We said it was about like a 500 gold lead. Now it's over 1,500 in their favor and steady climbing. And they still have only, no turtles on their side. It's just showcasing that they're able to pick up these kills to make the difference. And these are kills that could be, or deaths that could be avoided by Papara Supermassive. They're just, stepping in the wrong places.
Yeah, and they're kind of getting caught. I feel like we just need to kind of take a breath, and regain our composure for what we need to do. Blotzfed kind of rotating without his team, getting caught, us trying to invade Incendio Supremacy's jungle without, there really wasn't a need for that, but it ends up getting them caught. 4 members of Incendio Supremacy close in around them, and I feel like we have a composition here that's going to be scaling a little bit more toward the late game, where we're actually going to be able to win some of these fights, but not if we keep on taking deaths. Glorious pathway has been laid out there. Rosa takes a heap of damage, getting bursted down by After Dark, who claims himself a soul, tying the kills to 2-2. Now Alien on the opposite side in a bad way, in between 4 members of Papara Supermassive, does elect to go with that bestial form. TNZ on the opposite side with electrifying beats out there with the Wrath of Dryad. Bilal, or actually Sunshine, finds himself a cure as Mohi finds the turtle, and we are scrapping it out at the turtle pit. Mohi finds himself a double, while Wasau able to take down Apex 47.
Alien falling, TNZ as well. 3 members down to 1 for the side of Papara Supermassive. Papara able to get this turtle as well, and now we'll take the lead in the economy in their hands, now leading and also taking the turret on the bot side. That was a great trade in their favor, and a little bit of mistakes coming out from Incendio Supremacy. Rosa falling before the skirmish. A great setup from Blotzfed to zone out the team with the heavy spin as well. It's becoming very effective on the Sakai.
Yeah, and this is kind of what I was saying. Like they're just like, we're not going to try to chase down TNZ right now. We're just going to stop him from getting into there. His entire team will just we just sit Blotzfed on that fat panda at the entranceway, heavy spinning his way around, while it allows time for Mohi to pick up the retribution on there. As we take a look at some of the item builds.
Yeah, some of the items on the way. Both sides trying to get some damage. You're going to see the Sky Piercer alongside the Hunter Strike, the lethality. My favorite heavy spin.
Yeah, it does trap Sunshine, but they're not able to get the kill there. That is setting up Zhao, who has to lay down the Zaman Force to try to find himself an escape, laying down damage onto Alien, who decides against continuing the chase.
Yeah, now both sides going to disengage. Neither will fall in that engagement, but they're definitely not afraid to take the fight. We did see the Star Name side picked up over there by Zhao as well, so he's going to have those enhanced basic attacks and some magic power alongside the hybrid lifesteal to work in his favor. But Incendio Supremacy, they're struggling against Blotchfed alone with these heavy spins. It's just disrupting their team fights and objective pushes.
Yeah, and this is what you were talking about. Is like this is a pick that they usually like to utilize, and I guess they're trying to battle against it. This is why it's been so strong, especially when it comes to a lot of these dashing heroes. If you can't fight them, if you don't want to chase them, then just make sure that they don't have any type of options when it comes to these engagements or these objectives. Here, Rosa putting a lot of damage on the Wasa. He's still able to pick up the turtle as Wasa comes in. Glorious pathway. Rosa with the flicker out of harm's way. Wasa no worse for wear just yet. Alien with the bestial form actually gets stunned out. A lot of damage coming out. The vengeance popped there as well. The rest of the team looking to be able to disengage here. No worse for wear. I can't believe nobody died there, but that's just telling you how good and well versed both of these teams are when it comes to the damn. Oh, a little bit of a sneakiness. Blotchfed might be in trouble. He does get caught. Heavy spin is still available, so he's still able to find himself and escape. Mohi on the backside looking to provide some support for his roam as he disengages. And off-screen, Wasa finds himself a kill. Tienzi able to reply in kind. 4-6 in favor of Papara Supermassive.
Yeah, TNZ with the response back to find Wasa, but still a 6-4 lead for Papara Supermassive with 3 turtles on their side, not to mention the turret on the bot side, but Insidious Supremacy took a turret of their own on the bot side as well, so they are starting to find a couple of answers. Both sides very aggressive, though.
Yeah, and they're actually on trying to take down Apex 47, who is very patiently waits before he even uses that Revitalize. Tienzi uses an opportunity, dive into the back line, take down Mohi. Blotchfed in trouble. The diversion on the back end has a huge push surprise for Papara Supermassive as they tie things up and look to take down this top tower.
Oh, and After Dark taking some hits as well. Rhapsody does connect, and Desanata alongside it, but he is going to be able to get back to safety. 7-7 now. The kills are even, but Incendio Supremacy has skyrocketed in the lead. 2,700 gold above. Look at the difference in the gold laners. Malali well ahead, 2,000 lead up against Zhao in climbing, and they're just doing such a great job. Even when they were behind, they play as if they're ahead.
Well, and that's kind of the value. Like you said, it doesn't matter about their kills, but they're able to get objectives. It's not even objectives, I want to say. They've lost the objectives. They've been losing kills, but they've still remained ahead on the gold because they're catching people. They're catching these rotations from Blotchfed. They're catching these people in their jungle, making mistakes. And that is what has kept their gold up, despite like the score looking like it should be otherwise.
But here comes Blotchfed, the tank, the heavy spin on the way, waiting for the denial play. Rosa able to find Mohi off screen with the assistance of Tienzi.
Oh man, and that is going to cost Papara Supermassive. Incendio Supremacy know that the jungler is down. They're going to go ahead and start blitzing the damage onto this Lord. That's going to be a first one going to Incendio Supremacy, and there's not much that Papara Supermassive can do.
You know, and this match is very important considering Incendio Supremacy started with 1 victory on their side. By default, just from being the upper bracket finalists, they get that advantage in this series. And if they're able to secure game number 2, which is technically our first game watching these two fight it out, it's going to be massive diversion play. And they ain't even caught the cameraman by surprise.
Yeah, I keep seeing the end of these diversions, and I have to like hurry up and try to look at the minimap. Like, where'd they go? But yeah, they're just doing such a great job. This is what I was talking about. It's starting to get to the point where every single time that diversion is off cooldown, they're immediately using it, immediately finding themselves some ground, creating these opportunities to either take towers, take buffs away from Papara, and now it's beginning to be a little bit too much. Alien actually does get caught a little bit of a stun there, but Sunshine on the back providing that suppressive fire as he disengages.
And now the siege for the tier 2 turret in the mid lane. Lord on the top side. Tier 2 has been bursted down for the top and bottom. Stripped down to their inhibitors for Papara Supermassive.
Oh, the Glorious Pathway comes out, but just to kind of slow the enemy team from getting to the top lane, it's not a Luminous Lord. Oh, we actually kind of hop into the side. They put the heavy spin, but try to take down Rosa, but are not able to. That is 2 down for Papara Supermassive. A double kill for Sunshine. The rest of Papara Supermassive running back to the core to get topped up. I'm not sure if Incendio, if this is a smart decision for them to keep on pushing here, but they decide to continue with it. Lord ahead of them, bracing for the impact. Rosa takes a lot of damage, flickers out of the way, and gets caught as Mohi takes him down with that evil color.
Hey, that's a trade I'll take any day, though. Very aggressive style from Incendio Supremacy, but they know how to play at their finest when there's a lot of pressure on the line, and you got to see that right there in that high key moment. And now the base crystal took even a little bit of damage right there, and that was just the first Lord. And so to be able to see that work in Incendio Supremacy's favor, it's an 8,000 gold lead right now for them in climbing. This is the biggest gold lead we have seen today. And right now, with this lead in their favor, Papara Supermassive, they got to switch up their strategy. Having Blatzfett rush in and try and get these setups, he's now going to be bursted down by Balali. I'm sure he's gotten some more of those physical damage. I'm pretty sure he has the Demon Hunter sword as well. But you are see the fight on the way.
Oh yeah, a little bit of a disengage there from Blotside using that heavy spin, trying to get the team away from their marksman. Dow running for the hills. We do have the Revitalize out there. You see Alien charging in right now, trying to use that combo to close the distance. Is going to put some CC onto Wasau. They do back up to the core. They have some minions there trying to put the damage on right now. Down goes Zhao as the rest of the team trying to reimburse here, trying to reclaim some positioning here. Out comes some damage from After Dark. More minions at the core. Out comes the Wrath of Dryad. Alien finds a kill onto After Dark, and Blotsvet goes down. This is going to be the game 2 going to Incendio Supremacy.
And Supremacy is what we just seen with that flawless execution to close this game out around that 13-minute mark. Domination for what we would say is the household favorites. They treat these minions pushes as if it's a Luminous Lord with how well they're able to rotate around and find that opportunity. And that's what you have to do to stay ahead of your competition. And now leading the way 2-0 up against Papara Supermassive. A great start for the grand finals.
Yeah, and especially we talked about it earlier. They get that one game because they were the winners of the upper brackets. They started off this series with 1 victory. This now gives them 2-0 right now, and if Papara Supermassive isn't careful, this could be a clean sweep for Incendio Supremacy, who seem to have their number when it comes to these picks. Sunshine, of course, MVP, 9 kills for him, and 80% kill participation there. Also, TNZ and Rosa with 87 kill participation.
I mean, you're talking about a team that has possibly one of the best synergies in all of Mobile Legends in general across every single region. And that's Incendio Supremacy, which has been here time and time again. The team that we've seen shut down so many regions, even in M6 through the wild cards, but under a different name. And now to see them here again in the grand finalist position and undefeated in the upper bracket, it's no mistake that they are definitely built different. And Incendio Supremacy is going to have to switch up their strategy for game number 3.
Yeah, we saw that earlier was a bad rotation coming out from the Roam after his team was able to get the objective. He kind of rotated up top, no help with there, and then cost his team a death. More of these great objective fights coming from the side of Papara Supermassive, but the issue is after that, it cost them a decent amount of kills. And, I mean, all these objectives went over there. All these kills went over to Papara Supermassive. However, Incendio Supremacy, their discipline, their ability to continue farming, to find out and punish their enemy teams for these sloppy rotations or hanging out in their jungle too long. It was just amazing to be losing in kills, be losing objectives, and still have the gold lead on your opponents.
Exactly, right? They lost the first few turtles, and still, it didn't even phase them. Even just a kill made the difference for them to be able to find their rhythm and get going. And as soon as they found or got that ticket for the train, they never jumped off. They just stampeded through to the base crystal, and they were able to find that victory. And not even with the Luminous, I mean, Luminous Lord, that's the first Luminous Lord of the game. they're not even focused on it. They're just going for the kills and being aggressive. And that is what we see when Incendio Supremacy steps into the scene in the Land of Dawn. And there goes the MVP, Sunshine himself, on this Granger.
Yeah, I feel like we have two problems, or two great pillars right now in Incendio Supremacy. It's Sunshine on this Granger and Rosa on the Lu Yi. Right now, we have to have an answer for at least one of them if there is a hope for anybody to beat this powerhouse team. We cannot allow them to have both of these and expect to be successful in these clashes.
Yeah, it was just a bloodbath between both sides. I feel like as soon as we started that game, they were fighting it out just from the first second, and that's what you love to see. A lot of aggressive highlights, and definitely some stuff to watch out for on the Snapdragon Pro Series YouTube channel for those highlights. Is just game one was full of them, but it was a fast finish, right? Now we got to look at how did they claim that victory in such a dominant way. For Papara Supermassive, I feel like things were working in their favor. They were taking a lot of the neutral objectives. They had Blatchfett on this Akai. He rushed in. A lot of the times he got some great looks. He was getting the zonage, but it just wasn't enough.
Yeah, and that's kind of the crazy thing to me, because I was kind of remarking on how the Akai pick was working, was zoning them out. They were doing what they needed to. I feel like, from what I saw, it was just the tiny bits of mistakes started stacking up, started adding up. Eventually, you had a point where what I had talked about had come to fruition. You had Rosa on Lu Yi just basically using that diversion on cooldown, continually keeping the pressure on them. Once they got ahead, once they were pushed back into the base, boom, it's basically the entire map belonged to Incendio Supremacy. Those little mistakes cost them so much, because you got the objective, but we weren't able to push on towers. We weren't able to kind of get some of the kills that way as well. Like I said, I'm still baffled, like I said, and I'm going to keep bringing this up. It's just that you had the kills on your side, you had the objectives on your side, but the enemy team Incendio was still able to out-farm you.
And all that really tells me is that, I mean, because that means Incendio Supremacy was winning on poke alone, right? They were just poking, waiting for the team to poke back, and then they'd poke again. And when one side made the mistake, it normally would be Papara Supermassive, and that's when they were able to kind of create that gap and make the economy work more in their favor. As we are now seeing some of those stats, draft picks, win rate for both sides. Blue side working way more in Papara Supermassive's favor than the red side. But this is kind of textbook of what we've been seeing overall for our teams in the Challenge Finals.
Yeah, coming up with the drafting phase, I'm wondering if we're going to have an answer in the form of either that Granger being picked up by the side of Papara Supermassive, or a Granger Lu Yi. There needs to be answers. It needs to be addressed by the team. We can't just allow it out there. I know Zhao is a great gold laner, but I'm gonna say the last few times I've seen him on Harith, it has left a bit to be desired right now, and maybe that's just because of, like I said, the overwhelming that they get into that gold lane, the overwhelming that you have from a skilled player like Sunshine, and then trying to deal with Rosa at the same time. It'll be very interesting to see where we go from here as we continue the drafts. Basic draft, I want to say bans out there: Matilda, Badang, followed by the Fanny and Zuxin.
Yeah, respect to Lu Yi, but if they do ban it out, it opens up the table for something else to walk in the first phase of the draft. So it's definitely something they want to be a little bit wary on before dialing in on it. But I do agree with you. You got to respect Rosa. And I think that their answer for game number one, they said, okay, we have the Valentina, so technically we have Lu Yi as well, but we just didn't really see some high-key diversion plays that we were looking for. And I feel like it wasn't really even the diversion that was making the difference. It was just a crowd control aspect with the Temple Rain emblem that really helped Rosa get those setups to group members together. And then it was the rest of Incendio Supremacy with the follow-through, the punish of the poke potential that made the difference. So now jumping into game number 3, Incendio Supremacy is going to have blue side, which means we've seen the stats. Typically on paper, teams are more likely to win when they're on the blue side.
Yeah, and I've seen, I want to say Insidio Supremacy actually, more likely to win. When it came, we just saw the stats for Papara Supermassive. They're actually split right down the middle with their wins and victories on both sides. So they're about 50-50, which kind of tells why they like this, the red side here, because they can answer back with 2. Granger picked up by Incendio Supremacy immediately, and they're going to match that up with Hilda, an opening Hilda pickup to try to ward off, I'm going to assume, to try to ward off those assassin-like jungler picks that we've seen from Incendio Supremacy. So look for a very quick, a very explosive early game coming out from Papara Supermassive.
And they're going to pair it up with the Eve as well. I like both of these options. Take the Eve away from Incendio Supremacy. We know Rosa is really effective on that as well. And they took out this Lu Yi, so it's like it's a double direct comp against Rosa. So we'll have to see what the response is going to be there. Maybe the Valentina may possibly come out here just so that Rosa can have the RWM at her disposal as well, but we'll have to see. The Hilda is going to be effective to deny these assassin play styles. I don't know if they want to lean in on going for something like the Hayabusa, or if they want to go for something a little bit safer, like maybe a Fredrin, maybe something like an Alpha, to be able to shut down this Hilda when you decide to go and engage. And there goes the Alpha pickup we were looking for to be able to get a little bit more of that denial.
Oh, nice. And they patch, so they ward off the assassin pickups from Incendio and then pick up the assassin themselves. I pretty much read the Hylos pickup there, because you definitely don't want to have a Hylos and an Eve on the same team, because then the entire enemy team's just walking through mud trying to get away from some of these engagements. I'm wondering if maybe we go with a Gatakacha, something else that can help kind of have that setting potential to add on to the RWM. As well here. We're going into the second banning phase. Those look like we're going to take one off the field there as well in the form of Belleric.
Yeah, the Belleric's smart. I mean, it can definitely stop this this Hilda, this Joy. And I mean, I feel like they're okay against the Joy now because they have the Alpha alongside the Hylos. Now the Gatot is something that should possibly be banned out from the side of Papara Supermassive. Maybe, just because if Incendio Supremacy does pick that up, then it's going to be easily able to get to the back line and shut down a hero such as that Eve. So it's going to be something you don't want to take lightly. The Cho is still walking on the board as well, and I feel like it could be just as effective to reach into the backlines.
Yeah, I'm expecting Cho to possibly, I was going to say Cho may be banned out by Papara Supermassive unless they want to try to pick it up, just because, like, yeah, that's going to be one of those things that you're going to try to lock on to the Joy, get that Way of the Dragon kick up there, and to be able to kind of lock her down and isolate. Also does a good job of trying to stifle the aggression that you see from Hilda sometimes, but the Hylos, is it going to be, that would mean we're putting a Hylos into the XP lane, which isn't awful. It's not a bad thing, too. The only thing I don't like about Hylos in the XP lane is it always kind of feels like it's not doing, you're basically just holding the XP lane at a standstill. Like, you're not actually being aggressive, you're not rotating with the team, you're just trying to hold that other XP laner and keep him busy until your team can try to come by. And just like that, they do pick up the Cho on Papara Supermassive.
Okay, so they pick up the Cho. So this is going to be interesting. Maybe the CC will slip over onto the side of Incendio Supremacy. The Cho, again, they pick it up so they can deny Incendio Supremacy from using it against them. And that could be a wise decision. It's kind of similar to what we saw with the Eve first pick as well for the side of Papara Supermassive. So we'll see how this plays out. We'll have to look at the response. Also, mid laners have yet to be solidified. Maybe the Valentina does walk here. It's a good counter response to not only the Hilda, who's going to be rushing in. You have a lot of that Terrify to be able to stop those aggressive play styles, but then you also steal that real world manipulation to work in your favor as well. But no, they're going to match artillery with artillery.
Oh man, that's actually very interesting here too, because now you've got, especially because I believe Farja actually outranges Eve with that feathered airstrike there, and then you're going to have Apex 47 on this Lucas. He's going to be able to kind of use that flash step, use that transformation to try to get to the back line to try to punish Eve. It's going to be very interesting because the composition on the side of Papara Supermassive is set up. You've got a decent amount of peel and protection for the Eve, especially because you've got the Cho. You're going to have the Hilda running around to try to get to your backline as well. It's going to be very interesting, and I feel like this is going to be mostly on to the execution.
And the execution is what we typically see sometimes make the difference. Most of the times make a difference. Even when you have a great draft on paper, you got to be able to meet those conditions when it's in the game to make that draft effective. And in the last game, I mean, the draft looked great. The objectives were taken, but it was just a lot of the traps that Papara Supermassive was falling in when it came to the 5v5 skirmishes, where they were just pretty much giving the advantage right back over to Incendio Supremacy. And so with this next matchup, it's definitely something they want to keep a close eye on. Is now this is 2 wins for the side of Incendio. One that came by default for them just winning the upper bracket, so they already get a bypass for game number 1. Game number 2 was a fancy finish at that 13-minute mark and a dominant performance.
Here, I want to talk about that last pick there, the Claude picked up for Zhao. Even though it doesn't win against Granger, even though I think it's a losing lane against Granger, I like this pick because they know it's a losing lane, which means that Papara Supermassive already know that they're going to need to support Zhao. They're going to need to send the constant rotations up there, and this might help him to kind of get to the point he needs to be, because he is amazing once he does get fed.
It's a bird, it's a plane. Oh, wait a second. It's game number 3 of the grand finals for the Snapdragon Pro Series. Incendio Supremacy up against Papara Supermassive. Incendio leading the way 2-0 and possibly putting them in a pinch with another win. If they claim this, it's one of the hardest things to come back from in esports when you're down 3 wins in a best of 7.
Yeah, right now a little bit of a skirmish happening here as both Alien and Wassaw looking to rotate for this Litho Wanderer. Apex 47 taking a lot of damage. Big pop-up comes onto him, but Alien and TNZ are right there for the backup. Did look like that Litho Wanderer actually went over to Papara Supermassive.
Yeah, able to take the Lethal Wonder on Papara's side. Looking at a couple of the emblems. Lethal Ignition picked up by Rosa. Whoa!
Blotsvet. I do like the juggling he's doing back there. I was a little worried because, I mean, we saw him in the last game. He kind of bit off a little bit more than he can chew a lot in the early game and cost some early deaths on the side of Papara Supermassive. But here, he's kind of juggling back and forth, still putting on the damage, but still has a huge toolkit for escapes.
Yeah, they have 2 great heroes to be able to get to the backline from Papara. You have the Hilda alongside the Cho. So Incendio Supremacy is going to need to be careful. Definitely focusing in on Rosa, which means positioning is going to be pivotal to making the difference in these skirmishes.
Yeah, and I'm just kind of wondering, though, I mean, I guess we do have, it depends on how this Feathered Airstrike goes, where Blotsvet is on the map, where Wausau is on the map to really be able to punish Rosa once this level 4 kicks in, once you have the threat of those artillery strikes and the Feathered Airstrike on the backside. We do have an Alpha Charge out there. I'm not sure if Mohi was able to get that. He was not. Big pop-up there. This is exactly what I was talking about. Feathered Airstrike comes out, and Blotsvet is right there with the pop-up. Wausau comes in for the backup, forcing out the flicker from Rosa, and this is what I was talking about. It was going to be an explosive early game, but doesn't look like Papara Supermassive are in a good position to be able to counter this first turtle take.
The idea is there, the opportunity as well, but they're not able to hit the mark they are looking for. The turtle is going to go to the side of Incendio Supremacy. Neither side has found a casualty, but a lot of focus on trying to catch Rosa out of position, and we just got to look at Rosa. She's able to evade a lot of these dives and holding on to that flicker last second to be able to get back to safety. And now, speaking of last second, a last second pause, a brief intermission, and a slight lead for Incendio Supremacy for game number 3.
Yeah, that was amazing. I thought for sure Rosa was a goner. Dodged, I want to say, three characters coming at her. Even the Hilda running through the tower to try to get to her. Able to dodge that with a flicker into the tower. So Rosa's pretty slippery. So, I mean, you're absolutely right. The opportunity is there. They have shown the game plan of what they want to do, especially when it comes to these feathered airstrikes. They want to be able to kind of just blitz onto Rosa, but they're going to have to be pretty careful because even with what we just saw, he's very slippery, and he knows his way around this hero, and he's not putting himself in harm's way just yet from a lot of these feathered airstrikes. He knows where he is on the map, where safety is immediately.
And the thing is, like, I don't really mind what Papara Supermassive is trying, right? I mean, they haven't found anybody falling. And these are risks that I feel like they have to take. If they can catch Rosa out of position, they can really change the entire dynamic of the early game. So not losing a member, but not winning the objective, that's okay. You can take that trade. But overall, if it starts to become a problem where they're just not able to get Rosa, then maybe they shift to a different area. Maybe they try and go in for the ADC on the side lanes instead. But nonetheless, yeah, with the wings by wings, with the flicker combination, it's very hard to catch a Farza. And now we're starting to see just exactly why that was picked up.
Yeah, it's really interesting there. I just love the reaction that came out so early from Incendio Supremacy. You had the Joy in the back trying to steal the purple buff that immediately triggered for their mage to go go for the Feathered Airstrike, which triggered for the Cho to try to come in, which triggered for Hilda to try to come out as well. It just it's showing that both of these teams are thinking many steps ahead, especially when it comes to some of these engagements. Taking a look here at the detailed stats for Incendio Supremacy there.
SVR now jumping back in the game, though. A little bit more excitement. Big push in the mid lane.
Yeah, and they are going to get themselves to safety. Nice little trio. I like this rotation coming out from the side of Incendio Supremacy. It's going to be the roam, mid, and a jungle. It's a pretty typical rotation that you see from teams here. Very strong, very helpful for the side lanes. Rosa putting some damage on there. Blotsfed in a little bit of trouble, has a little pop-up wave. The Dragon is out there too to try to take down Apex. 47 is able to find the kill, and a blazing duet onto the back line. Zhao almost finds himself a kill.
Yeah, Mohi able to take down TNZ as well. 3 members falling for the side of Incendio Supremacy, all in favor for them to be able to get this turtle, but was it worth the trade? And now Papar Supermassive now leading the way by 1,000 gold off of that skirmish. Thunderbelt being picked up over there by Alien as well. Gonna have to watch out for that slow and gonna have to watch out for those pushes. But there was a smart placement from the G Kondo Way the Dragon onto Apex 47 to separate him from the team.
I haven't seen any help in the gold lane, and Zhao is still doing a decent job against a Granger in that lane, to the point that he's even able to help out his team during some of these skirmishes, which is amazing. I almost feel like Zhao plays better when the odds aren't in his favor or when he has a losing lane, because I feel like he probably respects it a little bit more. Rosa! Oh, a nice flicker from Rosa. Changes the trajectory of that way of the dragon kick. So Rosa actually got kicked into her tower there. Blotsfed in a little bit of trouble there. You have to use that Jikuto to get out of the way. We do have a Revitalize out there, followed by the Feathered Airstrike. Eve laying down the real-world manipulation. Wasau in trouble, getting taken down very low. The glorious pathway has been laid down. Wasau running for the hills, able to make it to the safety of the bush as the fight. Oh, as I say that, gets taken down. Alpha charge him right to his face, and that is going to be Wasau down for the count. 1-3 right now. Big pop-up lands, and down goes Rosa. Mohi with the pickup there.
Yeah, some great placement from Blatchfed to be able to get these setups. He's just focusing Rosa time and time again, and now the pressure on the way for the battle in the Turtle Pit.
Yeah, it's a 3-on-3 right now. Mohi is going to look for those electrifying beats, tries to get the stun and the dashes onto Alien, using the electrifying beats right now. Alien taking very low. TNZ allowed the opportunity to get the turtle, and this might be it. Do have the bestial form coming out. Wasau gets taken down. TNZ with another kill onto the XP laner.
And that's the thing, when Papara Supermassive starts to get a massive advantage, it just goes right back into Incendio Supremacy's favor. Even though they're down in kills, they're able to pick up that second turtle and also able to get some kills as well to find Wasa. Wait a second, was that a Grand Theft Purple?
Yeah, he just came in, retreat, and electrifying beats his way out of there. Blotsfed in trouble, takes the whole front of a Feathered Airstrike, and it looks like Incendio Supremacy trying to return the favor at the enemy purple buff as well, and it does look like TNZ was able to grab it.
Hey, tomato, tomato, it don't matter where the purple buff's at. My side, your side, I'm gonna get it one way or the other. That's what's going on for TNZ. And yeah, just another kill for the side of Incendio Supremacy. Now 3-4, slowly starting to equalize this game, and now leading the way in the economy. It's been such a match of tug of war. But you're going to see the turret on the top side, tier 3 fall, or bottom side, and the top side is going to fall as well to match it up.
Yeah, so, I mean, we're kind of tied up when it comes to the macro of the base right now. The one thing, though, is I kind of like, as much as I'm leaning right now to Incendio Supremacy through the laning phase here, I do kind of like Papara Supermassive and what they have set up when it comes to, like, team fighting ability, and when these objectives start finally coming in. We'll just see if they're going to be able to execute it as well, especially with Zhao. Is he going to be able to kind of get to that back line, lay down that blazing duet to allow his team to kind of chunk them down? Mohi. Okay, I was about to say it's like very suddenly might have been a close game for Mohi there, but senses something in that bush and decides against going down there.
Yeah, just his spidey senses are tingling right there. As you are going to go ahead and see Incendio Supremacy still maintaining a slight lead and doing some great rotations across the map. But the battle on the way, Wasa doing some hits on Alien.
Yeah, they're trying to kind of keep this, the Lord, or trying to keep the Turtle, trying to keep the stacks up on Zhao right now. As we go ahead, Alien on the backside gets popped up. 3 members there. Feather Airstrike is out as well. Alpha charge into the back line. Alien finds a kill onto Blotzfed. Out comes that bestial form. Zhao finds himself a double kill, and one of those are on TNZ, which is going to open up this Turtle for Papara Supermassive.
All right, here we go. Papara Supermassive found that window again, able to take this Turtle. Mohi will be the one to secure it, and now they have the gold in their favor. Now, can they maintain this momentum? As that's been the thing in question this entire game. Who is actually leading this match? Is it Papara or is it Incendio?
Yeah, and this is about as tied of a game as it can get. A 500 gold lead that is not even a gold lead here right now. However, I do want to say Papara Supermassive, when you start breaking down these mid towers, that's where the game really starts rolling into your favor. So whichever team can start making those first hits, those first takedowns onto those mid towers, I feel like that's going to be a huge advantage for the team.
Yeah, and that's going to be what makes the difference here. But again, if we look at Incendio Supremacy, when it comes to the all 5v5 fights, their poke potential is just a little bit better. Those little micro mechanics tend to overwhelm Papara Supermassive, so they need to be careful on what fights they choose to engage on. When you have this advantage, not every fight is worth it, right? Just play for the objectives. Play for just winning the entire control of the map. But you're already seeing some recon from Papara Supermassive.
Yeah, they're trying to set up so they can take this top tower, and a great rotation there. We have the Feathered Airstrike coming down, raining down damage. Actually wards them off, so they're actually going to be able to protect this. Mohi takes a heap of damage. Alien in trouble as Wasau trying to secure the escape of his brethren there. Still some damage out there. Alien still with the poke there. Apex does find himself a stun onto Blotzman, who's going to use that Jikundo to get himself out of harm's way. Some great rotations from both teams, who both seem to have the same thing in mind. They were pushing the side lane, hoping to get the rotation from the enemy team there. They met them. Both of them did the exact same thing, met each other on the opposite lanes, cleared them out, and then we begin this tango all over again.
Yeah, it's definitely the most even match we've had so far, but Alien!
Yeah, very far into enemy territory there. There's 2 men knocked up their glorious pathway down. Sunshine running for the hills as Wasau looking for some protection on the back line. We do have Zhao putting on the damage onto Rosa. Feathered Airstrike is out again, but Zhao uses the BMI, comes back into the hands of 3 Incendio Supremacy members and gets taken out.
Ooh, now we're going to try and take the turret in the mid lane, try and make the most out of the situation. Okay, we can't get the turret. Do we shift focus over to this Lord? TNZ still 16 seconds until he spawns in, which does buy them a little bit of time for this objective, but the punish may be on the way from Incendio.
Wasau just sitting here. He just is, his only goal here is to be a distraction, trying to take some of this damage and take damage he does. Sunshine with the kill there. Mohi finds a kill onto Alien there. That is a double for him, and they decide to reset this Lord.
It's going to be a little bit of a challenge, though. 2 members shy for the side of Incendio, 1 member shy for Papara Supermassive. Papara still having the advantage to be able to take this objective, but their time is limited. TNZ, he's not even going to go for it. He's going to rotate over to his purple buff instead. So this is going to be a free Lord over to the side of Papara Supermassive, which should get them the advantage they were looking for to be able to push through the mid lane.
Yeah, I do like that there's still effort from Incendio Supremacy. Still had a Sunshine. He's like, I realize we're not going to be able to get this Lord, but I'm going to throw some pot shots out there just in case. You never know. Get a little steal out there. He does not succeed there. TNZ on the back line finds After Dark, but is met by the entirety of Papara Supermassive. And down goes Mohi on the back end as well. 8-11 right now. Lord on the side of Papara Supermassive, but advantage on the side of Incendio Supremacy?
That's the $1 million question. They do have a Lord on the top side, but Incendio Supremacy is going to go ahead and push the mid turret, and now going to go ahead and patch the bleeding from this objective and may catch Blotzfet for a 2-for-1 combo.
Oh, yeah, and I mean, he's dancing back and forth. I think he's just trying to create some time there. Right now, he's back and forth. Oh, does get the pop-up onto the Sunshine, and the Way of the Dragon is... Zhao comes in from out of nowhere and takes down Sunshine, BMIs his way right back out of the fight.
The counter from Papara Supermassive. He bought them the time. Blotchfet, a genius. He was waiting for Papara to wrap around and punish, they will. Glorious Pathway trying to go to safety.
Ooh, and some damage coming out to Zhao. Lord beginning to make its way to the high grounds of Incendio Supremacy. Meanwhile, at mid, oh, we do have an electrifying beats. TNZ's going to take a heap of damage. Does not ward him away from that fight. They are still trying to clean up this Lord. Zhao finds himself the high ground tower at top as Papar Supermassive now begin the cleanup of the enemy jungle. Ooh.
Yeah, clean up. Ooh.
Yeah, a big feather airstrike came down there, and then from the side, a big flank coming out from the side of TNZ. Does not find the mark just yet, and right now, Incendio Supremacy basically being turtled into their base.
Yeah, into their base, but they still can't count Incendio Supremacy out of this one just yet. Right now, it's a 3,000 gold lead for Papara Supermassive. They definitely have the advantage to be able to kind of push through. But look at Incendio. They're still holding on to the 2 turrets in their mid lane, their inhibitor. But they have got their inhibitor on the top side, bursted down. Finally getting a little bit of a look at the items. The gold difference is not that far from Zhao compared to Bilali. He does have the Malefic Roar, the Sky Piercer, and the... Blade of Despair to be able to work in his favor for some damage. Also inside the Hunter's Strike as well. But for the side of this Claw, Zhao, right? This man has been a menace with the BMI. He has that Demon Hunter Sword to be able to soak in, especially onto Apex 47, Alien, alongside the TNZ combination, and something they want to be wary about.
Yeah, we're going to see how well this kind of push is going here right now. 8-13 right now. Incendio Supremacy, you said it before. It doesn't mean that they're out of it just yet. All they need is just an opportunity. But right now, Papara Supermassive trying to close down a lot of these opportunities. Ooh, Zhao takes a lot of damage, down to about 10% health. That's going to set the tone for this first Lord. As coming in, TNZ gets that alpha charge, and Eve dropping down that real-world manipulation as well. We do have the Blazing Duet already used by Zhao as they are starting to push away Incendio Supremacy from the back end. Alpha Charge finds Wasau on the back end. He has been doing, and the crazy thing is that Wasau's getting caught, but his whole job is to try to distract Incendio Supremacy so that they can use their abilities on him, giving Papara Supermassive at least an opportunity to try to get this Lord. Looking for about a 50-50 here right now. Lord at 20%. Both teams doing the dance here. TNZ right up in their face. Alpha Charge into nothing. A tower has been destroyed for the side of Papara Supermassive, coming in with the real-world manipulation as well. Zhao finds a kill onto TNZ as Blotsfed gets taken down, and the Lord goes to Mohi, and with a nice icing on the cake as they're able to take down Sunshine as well.
Yeah, Sunshine does get the double kill before going out, though. The Lord is going to be working in Papara Supermassive's favor. Should be pushing in here momentarily, and now Incendio Supremacy forced to defend yet again. Massive damage from that feather airstrike from Rosa. Definitely don't want to take that lightly. But Incendio Supremacy struggling to kind of match the fights when it comes to the micro from the side of Papara Supermassive, and some great rotations from Wasa, putting on a lot of pressure on this Hilda to be able to wrap around to the back line and force Incendio Supremacy to kind of group together. So it's definitely going to be a little bit of a challenge. Incendio Supremacy, they're on the back foot, and that's no secret. But big stun, Wasa does connect on to Rosa, forces out the Wings by Wings off the map, while the Luminous Lord is going to be pushing on the top side. Now marching into the base for Incendio Supremacy. Papara Supermassive, though, they need to be able to close the distance. They're going to go in for these inhibitor turrets, try and go in to possibly find their first victory in this series. They do not want to allow Incendio Supremacy to take 3 wins in a row. When a crown goes out, but not enough to stop Bilali on this Rhapsody and Destinata. Zhao will fall. Mohi able to find TNZ. A 1-for-2 trade. Papara Supermassive have the numbers. They have the Lord. They have the minions. Can they close out this game and find their first victory in this series? Feather airstrike dropping down from Rosa for the zonage and forcing out Papara Supermassive from their base. What a turnaround. 11-17 though. I'm not sure if Incendio Supremacy can afford another mistake. They need to be careful. They need to pick their fights. And they need to find an answer to Wasa, wrap it around and finding Rosa. It's going to be a challenge, but the damage is definitely there. I mean, we saw a lot of heavy hits from Rosa. Speaking of Rosa, the queen, we got to see a lot of those damage items start to stack up. The Wishing Lantern, also the Divine Glaive for the pin, and the Arcane Boots, and just picked up that Winter Crown for survivability. And now with the Lord possibly going to be the difference in this one. 40 seconds until it spawns in. Incendio Supremacy starting to inch their way up the map. Papara Supermassive still leading by 2,800 gold. Gold leaderboard, by the way. Mohi is sitting in that number 1 position. Right behind him is Sunshine. It's a little bit staggered back and forth between both members of opposing sides. And Incendio Supremacy, they're still putting on a great fight. I feel like this is the most even match we've seen so far in today's games. And right now, still a great lead for Papara Supermassive. Both sides are past that 50,000 threshold for gold, so it should be full items for both sides to be able to take this fight. So the difference is going to come down to who makes the first mistake in these engagements. It's going to boil down to who has the overall better micro mechanics, and possibly a little bit of macro with the split pushing could be the difference.
Yeah, and with only one high ground left on the side of Incendio Supremacy, Papara Supermassive, I mean, they've got an easy road ahead of them to kind of try to take this advantage. Another Lord coming up here right now. And we're going to see if, from the back end, what a flank coming from Papara Supermassive. And we have Zhao coming in with a blazing duet. Is it going to be enough? Down goes Sunshine, down goes Tienzi, and they are continuing to push. They said, screw the Lord, we're going to continue and take down this core. Feathered Airstrike is out trying to clean up the rest of these minions. Down comes the real world manipulation as Papara Supermassive turn their attention to the last high ground tower. Now the damage going onto the core to 10%, 5%, and Papara Supermassive are on the board.
They woke up today and chose violence with that flank to secure this game number 2, but technically 3 on paper, since there was a handicap working inside of Incendio Supremacy's favor. But a surgical procedure toward that bot side made the difference, and the bait was set and the trap the hands of Incendio Supremacy fell into, and a victory for Papara Supermassive.
Well, I'm kind of baffled right now with how good Zhao has been in that marksman lane and how good he did, despite I didn't really see a lot of focus. I've been sitting here harping on Papara Supermassive to try to support that gold lane. This time he was in a losing lane with no support, and he was able to dominate and do so well against Sunshine on the Granger. I'm actually, my mind is wrinkled right now trying to figure that out. 11 and 20, what a dominating game for the side of Papara Supermassive.
Yeah, just a dominant performance, and it's looking very promising for them in this series. It's like we mentioned, if they would have fell short in this game, it would have been very hard to claw back from a 3-0 deficit. One of the hardest things to do in esports in general. But to be able to find this victory, technically they just need one more game and it's a tie series. So definitely off to a great start and a major victory on their side.
One thing gotta take a look here at the MVP, definitely deserved by Mohi on this, and this just shows the lethality of having that joy on your team, the mobility, the ability to get those flanking positions there as well. Nowhere was safe for Rosa. They were just absolutely hell-bent on being able to take Rosa down. Here, the early game, this was a 3-minute blazing duet from Zhao there. Usually, I mean, it takes a while for you to get those items to actually be able to do damage. And the fact that he waited and was so patient with it to be able to put on so much damage onto the enemy team just kind of shows the skill level there. And then, as we were talking about, like just the ability of being able to, oh, this is where he kind of came back. He came back to his BMI, but there were 3 members waiting for him and quite quickly took him out.
And it's crazy how close this game was, and it really boiled down to just this mistake from the side of Incendio Supremacy. And let's just talk about, Papara Supermassive for a second. These are some new faces rising to the occasion, going up against one of the most synergized teams in competitive international tournaments, Incendio Supremacy. And to be able to put on such a challenge is showcasing that Turkey is definitely rising and is as a a region you don't want to take lightly when it comes to the competitive international nature, and it's definitely going to be fun to be able to see them inside of the Mobile Masters. But there goes that play. That is the $1 million play right there that made the difference to be able to close out this game.
Yeah, they definitely found the answer. I've been harping on having a plan for both the Granger and for both the Lu Yi. This time they were able to ban out the Lu Yi, and then you had Mohi getting those great side plays, those angles that he needed to get to the back line, to take down Sunshine, to take down Rosa before they became a threat in a lot of these fights.
Yeah, and on this Joy, we talked about it time and time again. It's one of those heroes that sometimes you have to give the respect in terms of the counter, or it's going to be very effective against you. And it was one of the most threats that we've seen even in the M series, right? When teams didn't pick up something like the Belleric, something like the Fredrin, or possibly an Alpha, it was just really dominant on being able to get to those back lines and shut down pretty much everybody with the electrifying beats. I think there was a moment in time we saw the Grand Theft Purple come out, right? We just saw the Retry and then the electrifying beats to safety.
And another thing that was kind of really aiding in the side of Papara Supermassive was the mobility of Joy when it came to setting up pressure. When both teams were vying around the map looking to try to get an angle, you had Joy on the side lane, then back to the fight, then into the mid lane, then back into the fight, then onto the other side lane. Alpha was TNZ on the Alpha was trying his best, but I mean, when you're talking about Alpha, he doesn't have that same type of movement speed. He can't cover the same distance as fast as a Joy can on there, which really helped in a lot of these fights, because then you had not just a fight coming at you, but minions pushing at your towers as well during these fights.
And, you know, we got to see Papara Supermassive's detailed team statistics, but this time we're going to be able to see Incendio Supremacy 13 times for the blue side, 10 times for the red, which means they definitely have a little bit more of advantage. Not by a big margin, though. 69% compared to 60 when it comes to overall win rates. But that still is over 50%, which means it doesn't matter what side they're on. Statistically, they're just more favored to find the victory. But I mean, this is what happens when you have a synergized team, right? Trial and error, time and time again, eventually perfects their craft and helps them be more effective in these games.
Yeah, we'll see. I have to wonder now, though, if we're going to be if we're going to continue to trade back and forth with Incendio Supremacy getting a win, Papara getting a win, is that one match that Incendio Supremacy was offered for winning the upper bracket, will coming from the lower bracket possibly cost Papara Supermassive, especially because they opened up this series by taking a loss, which now gave Incendio Supremacy that 2-1 over them right now.
Yeah, and that's what I'm going to be kind of watching as well. But I guess technically, if you count the upper bracket final score with it being 3-2, technically on paper they're one win ahead of them regardless, even if they got to bypass. But we are now jumping into the drafting phase for game number technically 4 between both of these teams. It's now 2-1. But I may say game 3 on the screen for us, so just don't want to air the confusion on that one. But you are going to go ahead and see this Bedang as the first ban for Incendio Supremacy.
Yeah, and I'm expecting to still see that Lu Yi out there. The big thing for me is, are we going to adjust to a point where we are taking Joy off the board, where we're taking Hayabusa off the board? Because it definitely it seems like that was the game-winning recipe, to have something like that on your side, because it just has such a lethal effect on your backline, because there's not much that you can do to stop it.
And Incendio Supremacy opts in to go back on the blue side again, which means Papara Supermassive will be on the red side. Now, there goes the Fanny ban out. Joy has not been banned. The Lu Yi, this was respected from Papara Supermassive when they drafted last game. They took out the Lu Yi. They did not want Rosa to put that at her disposal, but I wonder if they're going to do that again. Are they comfortable running against that? I mean, the first time it went out, they tried to pick up the Valentina to counteract it and use the diversion as well, but it just did not work in their favor.
And there goes the Phobius ban out there. I'm expecting this to be a Lu Yi ban out there, which is going to be the first pick. I'm assuming it's going to be the Granger out in Incendio Supremacy. Even though it lost, I mean, it's still a strong pick for them. Sunshine, the only problem here for me is we need to do a better job of protecting Sunshine on that back line.
Yeah, Sunshine can definitely be a major threat, and I think it's Bilali in game, so everybody's like, who's Bilali? Bilali is definitely Sunshine with a little bit of a name change. They like to get creative on us side of the game, man. The amount of names we see inside of the Land of Dawn is insane. But nonetheless, yes, the Granger, it's very effective. It's one of the most dominant gold laners, if not the most dominant gold laner. You talk about the love triangle with the Irithel and the Harith alongside it, but it definitely rises to the occasion time and time again. But there goes that this E pickup. Now, last time we saw Rosa match this up with a Farza, but they steal the Cho away from Papara.
Yeah, they take the... Now you have the Cho and you have the Granger and the Joy on the same team. We need to have something to get to that back line. And right now, I'm just not seeing it from the side of Papara Supermassive. I'm assuming they're probably going to go with the Hylos here to help out the real-world manipulation of the Eve.
Yeah, because I was going to say Gatot, but I do think the Hylos can definitely be effective here. The Belleric still could be picked up because they technically need something for the Joy, right? They need something to be able to shut this Joy down in the tracks, and we'll have to see if that's going to be pulled out. They go in for the Lucas. Man, Lucas, every time I'm like, dude, there's such a good answer that a team could pick out that could just counter something hard on the other side. Nope, it's just the Lucas. Just throw Lucas in there, man. This man just fits in any composition when he does get picked up from Papara.
Well, I mean, he is able to kind of close the distance. So if you use that in combination with the real-world manipulation and then the flash step that Lucas has, he's going to be able to chase down whoever they're in. It's just the problem of getting outranged by a Granger. And well, Joy doesn't actually really need to be part of the fight until the very end once she has all of her stacks and can come in with the electrifying beats. So it's going to be very interesting to see how this combination works, because I still feel like something like a Lucas can still get kited away by some of these picks on Incendio Supremacy.
Yeah, it can definitely be a threat, but something, speaking of threats that we've seen work out really well in the previous match was the Hilda in the hands of Wasa. Can we talk about those rotations and how he was able to get to the back line and really disrupt Rosa? There's a lot of times where Rosa was forced to use that flicker and not even be able to engage in the fight because Wasa was just able to hit like a truck and then go back to safety with little to no punish. So I'm going to keep keeping a close eye on that as well. We still have yet to see what Rosa is going to be slotting up against this Eve as well. The Valentina now being banned off the board. It's looking like they're trying to focus on some of Rosa's pickups to be able to counteract it.
Yeah, and Farza taken off the board here for them. So I'm very curious as to where we're going to go with our picks. There's still some great pickups left out there as well. Aurora can possibly stop the engagement coming from a Hilda, coming from a Lucas, stop them in their tracks. It's big, good, nice counter. It's just the peeling ability. You're really going to lean on the Cho to try to protect the Aurora as they try to close the distance on her.
Vexana could come out here. I mean, it could give you a little bit more of survivability. The Sicilian technically could come out here as well. We know just how much of a force that can be when not checked. And you're going to see Par Supermassive, though. They have the capability to get to the back line, right? You kind of said that you wanted something to get to the back line, and now you got the Lucas, now you got the Hilda. I feel like they have enough in that department. Now we got to see, what are they going to pull inside of the jungle, right? Are we going to see this possible Hayabusa rise to the occasion again? I mean, there's not really much to check the assassin if Papara Supermassive decides to go that route.
Well, yeah, and that's the thing, too, is they also have the Hilda on their team, which is going to be a big thorn in the side of Incendio Supremacy in the early game, too, for Joy's going to have to be very, very careful, especially having a Lucas on the team, too. If they're on the same lane, Lucas clears very quickly, can join into the fights very quickly as well, using the flash step, flash combo. Still does a lot of damage, still has a lot of regen. We're going to go for the Zhao, we're going to go to fit Zhao onto this Claude, and potentially, I mean, I like what you talked about, the Sicilian pickup. It seems like it could work here too, because then you're going to have two avenues of poke damage coming out from the side of Incendio Supremacy.
And I like the Claude on the other side. I feel like the Claude was really good in the last game. I mean, just the BMIs were massive to be able to deal that damage and then get back out to safety. And not to mention you're going up against the Joy, who's already going to try and rush in and get you, or a possible dive. It's a dive composition from Incendio Supremacy. Just the Joy and the Cho alone is definitely going to be a problem. So Yes, I think the Sicilian could work out here. It could definitely be able to deal the damage, especially toward the late game for Incendio Supremacy. I wonder if they're going to go in for that route, especially with a lot of these mages being focused and target banned. They're going to go in for something different entirely, though. Looks like they want to go in for this Xavier, and they're going to pair that up with the Katat. Now, the Katat, we said it was something possibly to get to the backline. They already had that checked off with the Cho, though. How are we feeling about the Xavier pickup?
It's interesting. I'm actually kind of not questioning. I don't think it's a bad pick, but I'm kind of wondering why Xavier over the Sicilian. Because I feel like there's just more survivability in case they do get to the back line. So if you have Xavier, you have the Clock of Destiny, you have his Bat's Feast, to keep him topped up and help him to be able to kind of disengage from there. Xavier doesn't have those same type of tools, but what he does have is a lot of CC on his hands with a decent amount of damage. And then, of course, you've got the global Dawning Light that can come out. Yeah, and it can shoot you from afar, possibly still an objective if you're not careful, maybe even a buff or two. So now we're looking at Incendio Supremacy 2-1 on the scoreboard. Papara Supermassive able to find their victory. A really great performance from them in the last match. Not one-sided. I would say it was the closest game we've seen so far, but a step in the right direction for them to be able to have a possibility of evening out this series. Yeah, and as we take a look, this is going to be game 4 between Incendio Supremacy and Papara Supermassive. Papara Supermassive looking to continue their winning ways to tie things up here against their opponents. And I'm wondering how well this chip, I'm not gonna lie, unless I've only really seen the chip with the Lu Yi be like amazingly successful to where I was like, oh, that chip pick really paid dividends. Otherwise, I've really kind of not seen it be as flashy or as effective as we've seen in the past. Yeah, I mean, during the M series, we got to see the chip be very effective with the element of surprise, but I feel like in the challenge Snapdragon Pro series, we haven't really got to see it be as effective. And you know, something else that stands out to me is Rosa picking out this Xavier and then pairing it with the Temporal Rain to be able to have the cooldown rate on the non-ultimate skills. It seems like that's just the entire goal for Rosa. Did it on the Lu Yi, now she's doing it again on the Xavier. Yeah, and for some reason we're diving underneath the top. That was a little greedy there. Like a little bit of a pop-ups there. On to the Migs there. Watts out in trouble. He's gonna have to back off. Oh, and coming up from the backside, Blotzvet comes in onto 3 members. A little greedy there to go onto the backside, especially because Papara Supermassive looked like he had the disengage in hand. Yeah, looked like the disengage was gonna be there, but 1 kill will go for Alien. Able to shut down Blotzvet, and now a possible another shutdown on the way, a counter response. Yeah, Mohi's trying to put on the damage as Alien's going to have to use that healing skill there as well. Mohi in trouble there, put some damage on the TNZ. Electrifying beats are out, but on the backside comes with a stun there. Very low right now is Mohi, but Wasau finds the kill onto Alien from the backside. TNZ able to dash in as well, but the rest of Incendio Supremacy getting zoned out from their own purple buff, all the way getting chased all the way to their tower. Here comes a pop-up followed by the Dawning Light from Rosa, but they're not going to be able to counter that play at the turtle and might actually lose that purple buff. Yeah, possibly lose that purple buff if they're not careful. And right now, 1-1 on the scoreboard. Turtle spawned in, and Papara Supermassive wasting no time to gain control of this objective. We got to see how Incendio Supremacy responds. Are they going to allow this turtle to go with ease? It looks like that is going to be the game plan, and they don't even find the trade-off. They don't even go to the side lane to possibly get a response back. Wait a second. Yeah, speaking of trade-offs, Zhao's actually able to find a kill onto TNZ as well. Avatar the Guardian has to be used defensively. Dawning Light with the taunt on the Mohi. Mohi's still able to find himself and escape, and that is the value you get. Down goes Wasau, but the value you get when you're using a Lucas, that man is unbearably tanky for how like some of his skills he has out there. Blotzvet takes a Dawning Light on the backside, trying to put some damage on the Apex. Is he able to find it? He was not able to get the kill, I don't believe. No, but he didn't fall as well, so I guess overall objective secured. Yeah, and now After Dark very low. Mohi duking it out right now. Wasau joins the fight as well, able to take down Alien. There is just skirmishes all over Incendio's jungle right now. In comes TNZ to put the final touches onto Mohi there after the Way of the Dragon kick there from Apex.
Yeah, Mohi will fall, and now you're looking at Incendio Supremacy trying to shift their focus into the mid lane. They're up by about 300 gold. Still a very close game, similar to the last match that we had, right? It's a little bit of tit for tat, both sides just kind of testing the waters, but not a one-sided domination. I would say these teams aren't really too far apart when it comes to the micro and the macro. And Incendio Supremacy, they're respecting the aggressive play style. They're respecting the capability of Papar Supermassive, and they're not taking as many risks.
Wasau waiting in there trying to get some information from the back end. Blotsvet comes onto the flank for Apex 47. They do spot them out, and a little bit of a fight happening up at top. Lucas, and it looks like joining the fight is Wasau up there to try to sandwich Incendio Supremacy. Avatar the Guardian comes out, Dawning Light just wide as TNZ goes down, and Alien is trapped against 3 members of Papara Supermassive. And I was about to say, it's lasting a little longer than I thought he would. That's going to set up this next turtle take while Rosa and Apex are getting zoned out.
Yeah, and this match is starting to bleed red for Papara Supermassive in terms of the objectives, as now they're going to be able to take yet another turtle on their side. They got to find a way to take the turrets, though. The turtles is a great start, but it's the turrets that are going to be able to seize them on the map. Now the push on the bot side.
Yeah, big portal comes out. All members exude from it. Dawning Light just wide of 2 members. Ooh, nice little kick comes in there. TNZ finds a kill onto After Dark, and Zhao just narrowly gets away with a BMI. Wasau finds a kill onto the enemy mage as Blotsvet running for the hills. Wasau there to secure his escape.
Yeah, Rosa does fall. A mage for a mage as After Dark fell right before that. 5-6 on the scoreboard. 700 gold lead for Papar Supermassive, and the siege on the way for the mid turret from Blotsvet, and now onto the purple buff.
Oh, yeah, you can see a little bit of problems there for Mohi. Trying to take the triple buff, might have been a little bit greedy there. TNZ comes in with the electrifying beats, able to find the kill as well. Blotsvet in trouble under the tower, gets killed as Sunshine with the backup damage as well. Diving underneath the tower, TNZ claims himself a double kill.
A genius push, and Wasa left to go back to safety. TNZ gonna go ahead and let him know, hey, we're here if you try anything shaky. And it looks like they are gonna be able to secure the tier 3 turret for the mid lane.
Yeah, and that's going to open this jungle up really well for the side of Incendio Supremacy and put a firm bit of momentum in their side. And just these Dawning Lights basically being used on cooldown, always setting the tone for a lot of these fights. For what looks like it might be in the favor of Papara Supermassive, boom, Dawning Light comes in there, chunks their health.
I got to look at TNZ or Rosa's build on this Xavier, because, I mean, it's not that strong. The Dawning Lights aren't, but they're constant, which means that it's the CDR. He has to be going for a full CDR build. I mean, he has the Temple Rain for the non-ultimate skills, but it has to be like the Enchanted Talisman and some other items to be able to help him get that Dawning Light so fast. Look at that. It's like 3 I didn't even finish my sentence and 3 Dawning Lights came out.
Yeah, he's just lobbing those out there. And it's like I said, oh, nice little Way of the Dragon does come out there. Avatar the Guardian misses wide as Sunshine is able to take down Blotsvet. A beautiful blazing duet into the back line. Apex 47 goes down, and the BMI does find himself an escape. TNZ's going to be able to use his electrifying beats to claim up his purple buff, while the rest of Papara Supermassive looking for some positioning onto this turtle. They don't find it as TNZ's trying to chase away the back line of Papara. Wasau in trouble, taken down to about 10%, looking for an escape, does not find it as Sunshine finds the kill, and the Incendio Supremacy claim their land here on this turtle. Another Dawning Light goes out there, chunks down Mohi before he can even come into play. Alien backs him off there. TNZ comes in with a dash, but is not able to find the kill.
Yeah, not able to find the kill, but Incendio Supremacy able to find the turtle for their side, and 10-7 on scoreboard. They're now leading the way in this game. 3,000 gold lead. What a turnaround for them. And that was after a big AOG whiff from Alien. He didn't connect to any members of Papara Supermassive, but didn't affect them in that skirmish for that objective. And now the punish
Ooh, yeah, is able to find a way of the dragon well back into enemy or behind the line, and Sunshine is right there to scoop up the kill. Sunshine right now sitting at 4-0-2.
Yeah, a great play from Sunshine, just dominating time and time again on this Granger. Nonetheless, one of the strongest marksmen in the current meta so far. And Zhao, I mean, he did pick up this Claude and had a great performance in the previous game, but I really do think this also boils down to just a lot of the micro and macro mechanics overwhelming for Incendio Supremacy.
Oh my god, what a huge combination. Able to take down Wasa. Way of the Dragon followed up by the Avatar of the Guardian, and then the Dawning Light to chunk down Wasa. You'd have thought he was a mage, how quickly they were able to burst him down. Now putting the pressure onto the bottom lane and zoning out. The Resident Blotsfed eats a Dawning Light, followed by the CC from the Xavier, and we are starting to push ourselves closer and closer to Papar Supermassive's core.
And it was a full CDR build. I was wondering what exactly Rosa was building. Wishing Lantern alongside the Enchanted Talisman. I just got to see what boots were on there as well, but I'm pretty sure there's a full CDR build to work in Rosa's favor.
Oh, and after Dark goes down, Sunshine with the following, with the finishing touches there. BMI to get Zhao out of harm's way. They're still charging into the back line through mid lane, but they're able to kite them back right now. Mohi's not able to connect onto the Granger. Yeah, he did. He found the Granger, but the rest of his team took 2 deaths over at their base right now. Blott's been in a little bit of trouble here. Wasau tries to come in to take some damage. Another Dawning Light just for good measure. And right now, Papara Supermassive is losing ground very quickly.
Yeah, I mean, Rosa's just really there for the poke damage and the constant crowd control. I mean, that Dawning Light is just a scratch when it touches somebody, but it's so constant that it can definitely be overwhelming. And sometimes that little bit of damage can make the difference when it comes to these skirmishes. But so far, a great game from Incendio Supremacy to turn this around.
Oh, we do find a way of the Dragon onto Mohi. He's going to use that beast form to try to keep himself up. Lotsfed finds a kill onto Rosa. Big damage is down. Mohi finds a kill onto Apex. And down goes the Lord. Mohi able to claim it in the midst of a fight with Incendio Supremacy. He even got kicked out of that as well to set the tone on the backside. TNZ trying to put some damage. And look at the damage coming onto After Dark. Almost gets blown out of the water. The rest of the team on the backside looking for a kill onto Sunshine. Alien is right there to provide some assistance with the Avatar of the Guardian.
Yeah, and the Lord now going to make his way on the bot side, and Incendio Supremacy not able to find that objective. Another Dawning Light, though, barely misses members of Papar Supermassive. And Papar Supermassive, even though they're behind in the economy, this Lord could be the difference to turn this game back around in their favor.
Yeah, Alien is doing such a great job. Like I was just talking about this. They needed some type of protection for Granger. I mean, the team Papar Supermassive is closing the distance, but Alien is always right there. Throws an Avatar of the Guardian right onto his teammate to try to stifle the kiting process that they have there. Now starting to put some chunk and chip away at the Lord right now is Incendio Supremacy, Blotsfed, and Wasau guarding out the backside here, trying to look for an angle or an opportunity to come in. 4 members, they are able to take down the Lord, and now resetting on the map is Papara Supermassive.
Yeah, I mean, still, like we said, a massive lead for Incendio Supremacy in terms of the economy, so they're definitely winning on the itemization portion as well. But Papar Supermassive, they're starting to find ways to win these skirmishes and slowly starting to diminish the values from this early push and objective-focused advantage that Incendio Supremacy had. The Lord alone is going to be the deciding factor on what's going to keep Papar Supermassive to be able to turn this game around. Incendio Supremacy, they're starting to kind of fumble when it comes to these team fights. You're starting to see a lot of pressure from Papar Supermassive overwhelm them. Not to mention, I want to say that's the 3rd Avatar of the Guardian I've seen from Alien not connect on anybody.
Well, yeah, and that's the thing too, is the problem is that it's Avatar the Guardian is not meant to be an initiating tool. It's one of those things that in the midst of a fight, once like a lot of the flickers, once a lot of those repositioning tools have been used, then you can use the Avatar the Guardian to try to get a handle on it. But I want to say it's being more used defensively by Incendio Supremacy to create space once Papara Supermassive has like closed the distance on the Rosa onto Sunshine. The Avatar the Guardian comes out to try to back them up from it. And here right now, I mean, it's just a school book right now for Papara Supermassive because Incendio Supremacy still maintaining a 4K gold lead despite, I want to say, losing some of these fights. But as we move later and later, it feels like Papara Supermassive is starting to get their wits about them, starting to learn where the cracks and the crevices are in the armor of Incendio, and they're becoming more and more successful.
Yeah, on the bot side, a little bit of a push. The Lord does spawn in, and let's kind of paint the picture of just the stakes on what both teams are fighting for, right? Incendio Supremacy, if they win this one, they're up 3-1 and only need one more match to push on forward. If Papara Supermassive loses this one, they gotta win 3 games in a row to close out this series. That's definitely gonna be a challenge. They have an opportunity to tie things up.
After Dark almost got caught. Tienzi went and threw the whole load and dove into the back line. Now he's being chased by 3 members before the Lord is taken up. That means now they do not have their jungler. A great bait out there from After Dark. Mediova can still play there. Avatar the Guardian comes out as well, but they find no one. Dawning Light finds no one. On the back end, you can see them lying await. Wasau and Mohi looking for the angle. Wasau takes a lot of damage. In comes Mohi, blazing duet onto the back line, Apex 37, and now Sunshine finds a double kill. Down goes the jungler for Papara Supermassive. Sunshine is on fire, looking for another kill to add to his wall. Wasau goes down. That is a triple for Sunshine.
That may just be game if they're not careful. After Dark has to clear out these minions.
Yeah, now they're going to go ahead and take down the tower, but just Blotfet and After Dark. After Dark just has the real world manipulation. And down goes a Blotfet. Sunshine finds the kill there. Rosa actually gets taken down. After Dark with a nice little surgical damage there. Able to take down the enemy mage. Might have saved them a second for that push, but they are going to lose this Lord.
After Dark, man, he overextended. He was trying to get a steal. Just getting a little crazy there. But nonetheless, yeah, that was a little bit of a miscalculated play from Papara Supermassive. They did have the advantage there, but quickly was punished by Incendio Supremacy, even without having Tienzi in that push from falling early in that skirmish. It didn't really stop them from getting what they were looking for. As Papara Supermassive, they were out of position and lost in the skirmishes. And now the Lord pushed through the mid lane, and Papara Supermassive left to defend.
Ooh, Apex 47 from the side lane there. Wasau locks onto him. In comes Tienzi. Mohi finds a kill onto Apex. Blazing Duet is out, laying down the damage for the enemy team. Sunshine finds another kill onto Zhao. Finds another one onto Wasau. That's a double. Another double for Sunshine. Sitting at 13, 1 and 2. Towers, high ground towers from the side of Papara Supermassive starting to go down as well. Blotsvet comes in, tries to put some damage onto them. Little bit of a misplay there, might have been, but Sunshine turns it around, finds himself a kill. Another double for Sunshine. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is a victory for Incendio Supremacy. And what a game by Sunshine.
Able to dominate yet again. Reigning supreme Incendio Supremacy finding their 3rd victory for this series in the grand finals for the Snapdragon Pro Series up against Papara Supermassive. Now, this is huge, right? This is a chance for them to be the grand finalists, to be the top team out of EMEA before we step into the Mobile Masters. And Papara Supermassive, they have to win 3 games in a row to be able to take down Incendio.
I just want to put some attention here on this 16, 1 and 2 on Sunshine here. It almost felt like TNZ was the bait to go into the back line to try to find After Dark, and they didn't even care if he died as long as Sunshine was up. It's no surprise here. MVP going to Sunshine with that 16 kills and a heck of a lot of team damage there. 100k there, as you can take a look at some of these stats. 75% kill participation for him as well.
And not to mention, Sunshine alone had more kills than the entire team of Papara Supermassive. He had 16, they only had 14. That's insane. The man was definitely a problem, and there was no solution for the side of Papara Supermassive for game number 4. And so this kind of raises the question, do you allow him to pick up the Granger? Was it because he had the Granger? What created this opportunity for him to dominate so well?
Well, for me, I kind of felt like at the beginning of the game, the focus seems to be on trying to get to that back line, trying to close the distance onto the Granger. They actually got a decent amount of kills onto him. It's just, I want to say, when the focus, when we got into these team fights, I felt like Granger was kind of an afterthought for a few of these fights. Also, Blotsvet, I didn't really feel the use of these portals, you know, like there's another you were talking about it, the Avatar of the Guardian just kind of going wide. That one wasn't even distancing the rest of the team, it was just to the side of them. So I mean, a little bit of a problem there, but eventually Alien did get his job up, was able to start protecting Sunshine on that Granger, and help them with a successful game.
Yeah, and just a great performance, and one for the books for the side of Incendio Supremacy, a major victory to help them pretty much almost secure their spot as a grand finalist, but it's not too far out of the ballpark for the side of Papara Supermassive, as we've seen them have a lot of potential. We've seen a lot of these skirmishes pretty much be 50-50, but this one is just a little bit more of that synergized gameplay that came to fruition from the side of Incendio Supremacy. Even when TNZ would fall, we would think, oh, it's an easy take on this Lord. But then no, out of nowhere, somehow, some way, Incendio Supremacy able to find the turnaround, and Sunshine 16-1-2 on the Granger.
Well, there was also the point of it, just like the first game, it felt like Papara Supermassive was doing good, getting kills, getting objectives, but Incendio Supremacy was still on the boards as far as gold, still farming, still getting those tiny little kills that they needed. And I feel like their macro is just something to be contended with here, because no matter how much of an advantage Papara Supermassive get, it still feels like Incendio Supremacy is never... They never feel behind in that last game. Even when they were taking kills, when they were losing objectives there, they were still farming up, still getting everything that they needed on the characters they needed to get that late game, to get those little steamrolls for Sunshine to get online, for TNZ to get online, and things like that.
And that's the thing about them, right? They're a team, even when behind, they play like they're ahead, right? They don't let that falter them. They don't let it disrupt their synergy. They just keep playing, and they find the needle in the haystack, and they thread through. And so there's a free code on the screen, guys, for those who have been staying tuned through this entire series. Make sure you guys claim that while it's available, as we are progressing through the grand finals. This is an opportunity for Incendio Supremacy to close out and earn the spot as the grand champion for Snapdragon Pro Series EMEA. But Papara Supermassive, they still have a shot, right? They just need to take things one game at a time.
Yeah, we take a look at the kill leaderboard. TNZ at number 1 with 152, and right behind him, right at his heels, is Sunshine with 151 there. Mohi from Papara Supermassive with 130. The gap is ridiculous here. It's a 20 kill gap there, and then a 30 kill gap from Mohi to Zhao. I have to ask the same question you did. At what point do we address that Granger is possibly a problem here?
Yeah, now panning over to the assist leaderboard as well. Still seeing Incendio Supremacy reign supreme, holding the top 2 spots. This time, though, Apex 47 will be the one in the number 1 spot. Rosa right beside him. So that means everybody pretty much on the team for Incendio Supremacy has a title somewhere in 1st and 2nd place across the board. Blotsvet right behind them, though, and also After Dark over there at the very bottom. Alien even on the board. So, yeah, just a great time to be able to see these two teams fighting it out. The Turkish region definitely have a lot to be proud about between their 2 top contenders inside of the challenge season.
Yeah, and right here, I mean, top 20 bands, 39 picks here, a 57% win rate. I'm not sure. I would love to know what I was about to say, win rate here for Sunshine here. Actually, not as high as I would assume it is on Sunshine, but only 54%. So, I mean, I'm assuming that he's won 6 times out of those 11. So I thought it was going to be a little bit more dominant. Zhao, when he gets that thing, that's pretty much a guarantee. So I'm kind of wondering why don't we prioritize this Granger on him, or at the very least it needs to be taken away. Maybe we flip it out and we start banning Granger instead of Liu Yi. I'm not a coach, I'm not a drafter, so I'm kind of wondering. There needs to be a change though, and I just feel like when you allow Incendio Supremacy, when you allow Sunshine on the Granger, I feel like, and just like the stats here, you're starting yourself off at a disadvantage, a huge one that you have to work your way. You're almost kind of tying your hands behind your back. So I'm wondering if maybe we can take that off the board to try to even things out a bit.
You know, I finally figured out what Zhao is looking at. He's looking at Granger. He's looking at a picture of Granger, man. He's like, let that thing walk through the draft. Let me have it. And it's a guaranteed win. But nonetheless, yeah, just definitely something that we got to put some focus on is that Granger. But then again, if you ban it out, you have to allow something else to walk on the table that could create a whole nother problem. There'd be a whole nother hero up on that board that we're having a discussion about. So we'll have to see. But nonetheless, for Incendio Supremacy, it still seems like they are going for taking blue side, at least in those previous matches. They've been blue side heavy, and they're going to be blue side again for this game as well. They're not allowing Papara Supermassive to take the red side for dear life. And here we go. Possibly the final match of the day for Incendio Supremacy if they close this out. Possible chance to earn the title as Grand Champion, or a chance for Papara Supermassive to push on forward and remain in this series.
I want to say, like, one thing that I've kind of noticed about Papara Supermassive is while they are super aggressive, maybe that is the problem here, is that they're spending so much time being aggressive that they're not allowing themselves time to continually start farming and stuff. They spend a good, let's say you spend like 30, 40 seconds trying to engage the enemy in their jungle that the enemy has already cleared out, and you walk away with maybe 1 kill on that. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, they're clearing out your jungle, they're clearing out their jungle, they're continually rotating, they're continually farming, and I feel like that's where Papara Supermassive is starting to fall back. If they're going to get these engagements, there needs to be a quick, all right, we got him, do we got him? Nope, we don't, all right, get back out, and start clearing out our jungle again, and try to get that farm, because some of these continual fights, some of this time that they're spending on the enemy side, I feel like is kind of kicking themselves in the butt, because Incendio Supremacy is always still up on gold. This time, Granger on Incendio Supremacy, but Papara Supermassive prioritize the Cho and the Joy.
Yeah, but now you give the Eve to the side of Incendio Supremacy. Since you prioritize this Joy, you can pick up the Beleric, you can pick up the Hylos, whatever, poison you want to choose. They both can be effective in this draft. But I would say maybe even just the Hylos and the Eve here could be huge for the side of Incendio Supremacy. Now the Hilda is still up there. There goes the Hayabusa. Do they go the Hayabusa-Hilda combination? Maybe try and disrupt that? No, they're not. They're going to go in for the Valentina. Now, that's a surprise because there's not really much here to grab from. I mean, you can use the way of the dragon, I guess, but to force that Valentina this early is definitely a little questionable.
Well, I mean, it's obvious. Like, you have the way of the dragon. You have the counter for the Joy out there. And with the Hayabusa out there as well, I was actually going to ask, like, where do we go from here? Do we get the Hilda? Do we get the Eve? Eve actually almost seems like, I don't know if you would want it, because then you're giving Rosa even more options of what she can do with that IMU. A very interesting pick up here. Wondering, and both of these teams have kind of strayed away from the Hayabusa picks for the last few games for a while. Hilda, the obvious counter for an assassin composition. We'll see how well it plays into it.
I was going to say, that's why I thought Incendio Supremacy would have took the Hilda away, though. I'm surprised they're going to go in for the double counter against the Hayabusa. It's going to be a little bit of an upscale battle And then they don't really have anything. I mean, I guess they have the Way of the Dragon for the Joy. But that's going to put their mage in an awkward situation, as now the mage is going to be, you know, a little invulnerable, or not invulnerable, but not basically stationary for when the teams decide to engage and use the Way of the Dragon. So we'll have to see how that kind of plays out for both sides. But nonetheless, I'm looking at the way these gold laners have been matched up. We've been seeing the Granger work time and time again for the side of Incendio Supremacy, and also for the side of Papara Supermassive. And he knows Zhao, his win rate on that. It's not something that's you want to ever allow him to grab.
I'm kind of wondering where we go. Zhao, I mean, he's been showing how dominant he is on the Claude. Is that going to be the last ban on Incendio Supremacy? If that happens, then do we kind of switch gears, maybe going towards... are we going to pick up the Harith? Do we go with the Beatrix, which he was also They
don't want no parts of that.
Hellcurt.
No parts of that.
That's just very interesting. They kind of, I was wondering too, especially because they're leaving him at the end, and that's where it was so successful, because it was such a surprise, especially for such a squishy lineup so far on the side of Incendio Supremacy. But I almost feel like I feel like there are still better options than the Hellcurt to use here. Irithel on the board now for the side of Papara Supermassive.
Okay, you asked about the Claude. You got the Hellcurt ban instead, and then I guess they're not going to pick out the Claude. They're going to pick up the Irithel. I like the Claude. I feel like the Claude was okay, right? It had a lot of key moments, and I don't normally say that too often. But to be able to see Zhao perform, let's just talk about Zhao as a gold laner in general. Is just very good on being able to find the backliners and deal the damage necessary in these engagements. So having this Irithel, he's going to be very mobile. He's going to be very sustainable, especially against the Hayabusa, who's going to be rushing in. I'm glad that Incendio Supremacy did ban out that Vexana, though, because that could have definitely been a problem. You have the Vexana, you drop down that Eternal Guard, and then you try and do an Ouija Shadow Kill on that. It's going to basically soak up the damage alongside your mid laner, which is going to help that Vexana stay alive. It's 2 picks left for Incendio Supremacy. They go in for the double frontline composition, the Hylos and the Tigreal.
That is a very tanky front line coming in from Incendio Supremacy. And it depends on how these engagements happen. I know from the side of Papara Supermassive, we're going to be looking to try to hit them from all of these different angles. Hilda on one side, the Joy on the other side. They're going to pick up... I'm not sure how well this kind of fits into it. Vale has, I mean, it's got a lot of CC there. You can potentially upset, I want to say, the Tigreal trying to come in for the implosion. It's one of those like immediate little pop-ups there. We'll see how well this plays in. I do find it interesting how much Vale has kind of come onto the scene in these last few matches, especially these last 2 days.
Yeah, I mean, just today, specifically, Papara Supermassive pulled it out, and it was very effective. The damage was huge, but I wonder if they're not even going to go for the damage veil, though. They're going to go in for that knock-up on the wind blow instead, because like you mentioned, it's a great counter to the Tigreal when he tries to rush in for those knockups and implosion plays. So maybe that is going to be the game plan. It's definitely a Papara Supermassive special that we've been seeing them pull out. But even in the M Series, we got to see Incendio Supremacy pull out the veil. But here we are. The curtains have been drawn, and stepping into the Land of Dawn.
Yeah, one match for Incendio Supremacy to close out this day on the finals. Papara Supermassive fighting for their existence here on the Challenge Finals Day 2. Can they answer back to Incendio Supremacy? We are going to find out.
Yeah, the $1 million question, and we are going to be able to see this Joy fared off against this Hayabusa. Both of them some great heroes that can get to the back line and create some chaos. But we got to look at the Hilda picked up from the side of Papara Supermassive, specifically into the hands of Wasa, who's really great on finding these opponents in the back line and creating that pressure.
Ooh, Blopsvet baits out a little bit of a push there from Apex. Zhao actually steals the gold minion coming out from Tienzi there. He's like, this is mine. Excuse me, sir, this is my lane. He just steals that back from the Hayabusa. A little pop-up there lands onto Rosa. As I want to say, Papara Supermassive actually kind of getting dominated in their lane right now, which is going to really kind of hinder some of these rotations to the side lanes.
Yeah, definitely going to have to keep a close eye on it. I like the Tigreal, though, because it is going to pressure this Hilda. It's going to pressure the Cho, possibly. But the Cho can use the Way of the Dragon and pretty much disrupt Apex 47 if he's not careful. So it is a little bit of an upscale battle for both sides. When it comes to the emblems, though, double concussive blast for the side of Insidio Supremacy, and then also double concussive blast on the side of Power Supermassive. Nothing really out of the ordinary. I mean, the quantum charge on Zhao, we know he's running this Irithyll, so he's going to be very mobile, able to sustain himself and get away, especially when TNZ decides to rush in.
Ooh, they do put a lot of damage on the Apex 47. A few abilities there. Wasao no worse for wear there. Alien does find Blotsvet, trying to use that Jikunto to get away, looking for the hit onto Rosa on the backside. They might have bit off a little bit more than they can chew. They do have the Revitalize out their Glorious Pathway. Mohi finds the kill onto Rosa. That's going to be a first blood for Papara Supermassive. TNZ, Apex 47, smell blood in the water, hiding out, looking for an opportunity, looking for an angle. Electrifying beats are out. Big push comes out there. Pop up onto Alien and Apex. Now just trying to clear out the distance and keep the rest of Incendio Supremacy zoned out while Papara Supermassive, while Mohi tries to take this turtle. Comes in, and do have a shadow kill. TNZ able to find a kill onto Blotsvet. Mohi finds one onto Apex. A double kill for TNZ. 2 kills out of nowhere for Incendio Supremacy, and still trying to look for something onto this turtle. Rosa goes in and gets taken out quickly.
Yeah, a little questionable on Rosa. I mean, there's nobody there to help you. I don't know what he was expecting to do there, especially with a Hilda and a Joy staring you dead in the face, but maybe he expected TNZ to kind of follow through and deal some damage with the Ouija Shadow kill, but it looks like he's a little bit more focused on that purple buff instead. So now it's going to be a turtle over to the side of Papara Supermassive, leading the way by 2 kills, 4-2 on the scoreboard, and 1,000 gold.
Yeah, 1,000 gold still. Finally, when it comes to some of these objectives, they also now have the gold lead as well, which means that they're kind of farming up on over the side of Incendio Supremacy, which is where you want to be. Like I said before, when they were getting these kills, when they were getting these objectives, somehow Incendio Supremacy still had the gold lead. Here is where you want to be. Oh, actually, they're starting to lose that very quickly. As I say that, the lead from 1K went to like 300 real quick.
Hawes Claws picked up from Zhao. We'll be able to have that sustainability, that regen, and to be able to stay in these fights a little bit longer. Glorious Pathway, though, from Alien.
Yeah, locked out and onto the back end, on to After Dark, looking to make something happen there. Ooh, TNZ comes in with that quad shadow, does not find a mark. Definitely looking for the mage there on the side as well. Now we're going to have the triple rotation coming down to the bottom lane. Zhao probably senses something. You can see him kind of hanging out the back of the tower as well. He's trying to create some distance there from the front. Implosion over there, followed by a push. Finds Mohi in the bush, surprise, and takes him down.
Yeah, able to burst him down. No, he did not expect them to be right there in that bush. And a great play from Incendio Supremacy. Now going to proxy the bot lane as well.
Yeah, and you can see up there, Zhao taking a lot of damage. Is going to have to back off from that. Oh, Blotsvet comes in, does find a pop-up, and a way of the dragon takes him under the tower. Big damage coming in from the Veil, too. After Dark finds the kill and the cleanup onto Alien, and it looks like it might cause Papara that tower. No, they are able to finally protect it. Zhao comes in to clean up the rest of those minions. 3-5 right now. Still a very tie game, and no towers for either team.
Yeah, Zhao is rocking on that Purify, and that really helped to not get set up by Apex 47, and that's why they're still holding on to that turret on the bottom side. Turtle spawned in. Zhao will be able to pull the aggro from it. Mohi in position for the Retribution play, but not the same for TNZ.
Ooh, Glorious Pathway has been laid out. Alien sitting, guarding the turtle there as Zhao on the back end. Ooh, it does look like Sunshine able to get the turtle. Electrifying beats are out as well. Blotsvet going to dive to the backside of the line to get away, and a lot of damage going on to Zhao, who is still able to find himself and escape from the side. Wasao doing Wasao things, creating that distraction he needed to help his team get that escape.
Yeah, and maybe able to take the turret on the bot side with the separation. Zhao now forced to go to the tier 2 turret. Bilali Sunshine able to claim tier 3. Sky Piercer picked up in his kit as well. Has that lethality when those HP, when the HP gets low from Papara Supermassive, can possibly execute them and will stack over time. So definitely going to be a major threat to deal with.
Yeah, right now I feel like there's just a huge problem when it comes to this Wasau and After Dark combination here at mid lane. They are constantly getting pushed back by Rosa, constantly getting pushed back by Incendio Supremacy, to the point that they're not able to really support some of these side lanes until after. Like, they're basically replying every time because the rotations come out just a lot faster on Rosa. Blott's been in a little bit of trouble there. Is going to have to use that flicker to get away.
Yeah, and that's okay if I'm Incendio Supremacy. You bait out the Cho's flicker. It's going to stop him from those TikTok plays. But you are going to go ahead and see this high boost on the top side. TNZ proxy these minions, possibly go in for a tier 3 push. But look at the focus from Papara Supermassive, quickly trying to rotate around and maintain their wave management.
Yeah, they're going to have to answer that. Wasau's going to go ahead, run to the top. Meanwhile, at the bottom, Apex 47 and the rest of Incendio are taking over enemy territory. Alien from the bush there takes a little bit of damage from Zhao. And right now, unfortunate as it seems, Papara Supermassive kind of being held at a standstill. It's almost like they're being turtled on their side of the base, even though they're not at the core just yet. They're not really able to find the angles or what they need to make any of these plays right now. They have the consistent threat of a Tigreal in a bush that could get the set and put the damage onto them. Now we're going to see if this kind of comes into play now as we work on this next turtle. Glorious Pathway is out. After Dark, just narrowly sitting at the edge there. TNZ finds the turtle and a bit of a stun there on to Wasau, who tanks the damage and lives to fight another day.
Oh, do they spot him in the bush? Oh, he has get spotted out. Mohi!
Yeah, Mohi's in trouble, catches an implosion, a push out there. He's going to try to look to get out of here. Oh, is he going to be able to get away? Oh, the flicker. Rosa, quick to get there on the draw, finds the damage, and takes down Mohi.
Yeah, just a little unfortunate. Not only do they get the turtle, but they also get the jungler from Papara Supermassive, and now it's a 1,700 gold lead for Incendio Supremacy, taking down the tier 3 turret in the top lane. Sunshine will be the one to seize that objective, and now the push for the tier 3 in the mid will be next on the board for Incendio Supremacy.
Yeah, damage coming down. Right now, Zhao just not having a great game on this hero. I don't feel the effectiveness of what he's doing. You can see there he does have, as we come in, another Glorious Pathway coming down on there. Looking for After Dark. They're pushing all the way into the purple buff of Papara Supermassive. That's going to be another buff refused by Incendio Supremacy.
And there goes the push they were looking for into the tier 3 turret, but a lot of members wrapping around. Wasa!
Yeah, big tornado comes in there as well. Shadow kill on to the side of Papara Supermassive. Does find the kill onto Zhao. That is a big chunk of damage that is down for Papara Supermassive. They tried to group up to kind of dissipate that shadow kill coming in from TNZ, but Zhao still ate the dust there.
Ooh, Blatchfett hit with the Terrify. Quad Shadow.
Yeah, and then another Glorious Pathway up there, and just like that, it feels like Papara Supermassive is starting to fall apart at the seams right now. Sunshine sitting at 0-0-3, so he hasn't really kind of come up when it comes to the kills just yet, but I mean, it's usually when we get to that late game when he really starts to fire off, and especially now that we're getting to these Lord fights, we're going to start seeing the team fights and the group ups from both of these teams. Zhao on the side there, good placement from the side of Incendio Supremacy, but look, they're baiting this out. They don't have to take this Lord. They just want a fight because they know that they're ahead of Papara right now.
Yeah, and Papara is still playing like they're ahead when they're behind. Normally we see this from Incendio Supremacy, but now to see things switched up. Can Papara match that momentum that Incendio Supremacy is usually, beating to? But right now, it's 10 minutes in. Lord spawned in, and a lot of pressure into the mid lane as they've lost the tier 3 turrets for the top and bottom. Incendio Supremacy holding on to all of their towers so far.
Yeah, TNZ comes in, and look at the rest of Papara Supermassive getting backed up there. Mohi looking for an angle to come in here right now. Big pop-up lands. It does catch TNZ. Implosion is out there as well. TNZ finds a kill onto Blotsfed. After Dark finds one onto Sunshine. Dwasau is down as TNZ finds himself a double kill. Mohi with the electrifying beats does take down Mohi or Rosa, I'm sorry, I'm getting confused with the names here, and finds himself a double kill as well. That is 3 down for the side of Incendio Supremacy. Possible setup for this next Lord. In comes the shadow kill, possibly. Mohi gets taken out by TNZ. 4 down for the side of Incendio Supremacy, but they do find themselves a little bit of an opportunity. They are going to be able to take this Lord. I mean, actually, I don't even know if they will, because TNZ is going to be able to come in here. He has the quad shadows. He doesn't. Oh, he does have his ultimate too. I guess he just. Honestly, I'm at the point I'm just like, risk it for the biscuit, man. Just go in there, try to get yourself a shadow kill, and maybe get that retribution as well. But deciding against it, going for the safer play, allows Supermassive to get that Lord.
I don't know, man. I think I would have went in for it as well, but I guess I get a guaranteed mid lane push because he still has his Luigi Shadow Kill, so he's looking more for the team fight versus trying to go in for that Lord. He knows that with this Lord, they're not really going to be able to do much for it, but if he has a Luigi Shadow Kill in a team fight, it could be very much more effective for them to kind of push up even further on the map.
And that's why they're the pro players.
Oh, yeah, I would have been greedy, man. I would have been greedy. I would have used it probably on the buff by accident.
TNZ finds another kill onto After Dark. 10-9 right now. It's only about a 1k gold lead right now, but Incendio Supremacy just having such great team fights. The synergy big push comes onto Wasau. Damage coming out from Sunshine as well. Wasau running for the hills, getting slowed up on this as the rest of the team looking to help secure that escape on Wasau.
Still a very safe game for the side of Incendio Supremacy. They're, making sure they're crossing their T's and dotting their I's and everything in between when it comes to pushing up on this map, and they're not making much mistakes. I mean, you could see how safe they're playing, even with that play from TNZ not going in with the Ouija Shadow Kill and a guaranteed retribution, even with Mohi not being on the board. That's even a risk he's not willing to take, and that just shows you how they understand we got to take things one step at a time. Every inch adds up to a big leap.
Mohi in trouble, gets caught by an implosion. CC is on, big push there, has the Winter Crown, tries to get out, gets kicked for his efforts, able to get away. Blotsvet finds a kill onto TNZ, and Rosa is down. 2 down for the side of Incendio Supremacy. Papara Supermassive able to answer back quickly, now going to start their push through the mid lane. From the side, Wasau trying to be the threat that he is on the flank, making Alien and the rest of Incendio think twice about trying to protect this tower. And what a turnaround for Incendio Supremacy. Mohi went in for the enemy purple buff, gets it, and almost gets caught. The rest of Papara Supermassive so quick to respond and are able to turn that fight around.
Yeah, able to turn that around, and who would have thought it, right? Papara Supermassive, full of surprises, and now forcing Incendio Supremacy to kind of think twice before they decide to engage again. And now there's not really that much of a major advantage. Both sides are pretty much even in gold, less than 1,000 in difference at the 14-minute mark, and you are going to see the Bloodwings picked up from After Dark on this Veil as well. Malefic Roar picked up from TNZ to have a little bit more of that pin, especially when going in with that Ouija Shadow killing some damage. Divine Glaive for additional pin on the Rose as well. Glorious Pathway dropping down.
Yeah, on to After Dark. He didn't even use his, oh yeah, he didn't have his flicker. From the backside, TNZ comes in with the quad shadows looking for the flank play. Oh, gets caught by Away of the Dragon and might be taken down using the Ouija Shadow Kill. Able to take down Blotsvet, but Mohi answers back quickly.
But that's massive. There's no retribution for the side of Incendio Supremacy. You lost Blotsvet in the process, but they still have an opportunity to take this fight if they want, but it could be costly. Mohi on this Joy. We know how much damage he can dish out, especially on this Joy, and the mobility is definitely there, but they're not going to go in for the punish. Even though they don't have the retru play, it seems that they don't think that they can take this fight.
Well, they've had plenty of opportunities where they take down the jungler, and you still have to worry about the huge amount of damage that comes out from Rosa, that comes out from Sunshine here, plus this huge tanky front line. It's not just about the Lord, not just about the retry. It just can, like I said, like even though they're not that far behind, Supermassive just doesn't have this type of clashing ability that Incendio does to have this 5v5 fights because of this huge front line of Incendio.
Yeah, and they're just providing a lot of pressure. Such a close game. Great Dragon Spear does get picked up from Zhao as well for some damage.
After Dark tries to flicker out, gets put down. Now the rest of the team's going to have to turn their attention. Finds a kill onto Sunshine. Way of the Dragon onto Alien. Mohi finds another kill onto Rosa. That's a double kill. In comes the Quad Shadow. Shadow kill. TNZ finds Zhao on the back end as well. Able to get out with that Quad Shadows. And Apex 47 might be in trouble here. Wasau trying to chase him down. Ooh, a lot of damage coming out there. Still has the Immortality. Uses the conceal play to run his way back to base.
Yeah, but TNZ need to be careful.
Yeah, Mohi's coming in. Electrifying beats are out there. He's getting juke and dive on the backside. Alien looking for an escape. Gets taken out by Mohi. Blotsfed on the back end. Not able to catch TNZ. Does get hit by a Way of the Dragon. Why would you go back into a chow? He gets kicked for his efforts, and Incendio Supremacy lose their retribution.
Wait, did he have a Ouija Shadow kill? That's the only thing I can make sense of. Maybe he thought he could get it off in time.
Yeah, big pop-up there lands onto After Dark. Gets taken out by Apex 47. This is why they've been so scared about taking that Lord, because of how dangerous Incendio Supremacy with the amount of tankiness, the amount of CC that they have. Pushed under the core there. Mohi has the damage, going to come in for another dash. Down goes Apex. No, Apex 47 lives to fight another day again.
There's no way that Apex survived that. I'm just like, what? Man, I would have just took a turret hit and rushed in and got one more basic attack and something. But yes, another opportunity for Papara Supermassive. The cards are just laying out on the table for them right now. And Incendio Supremacy are making some major mistakes. Even Alien, he was in the bush and he noticed TNZ was in a bad situation and he was very low himself. He decided to engage and he didn't really help out TNZ. He just led to another kill inside of Papara Supermassive's favor. And then they still found TNZ alongside that. So now with the Luminous Lord on the bot side, a push on the way.
Ooh, big shadow kill comes out. Mohi uses the Ice Croc. Ooh, still has the Immortality. And here comes the Implosion and a big push there. Blotsfet using that Jeet Kune Do as well. Zhao gonna have to use the Wind Chant to get himself to safety. Wasau in trouble, surrounded by the entirety of Incendio Supremacy, gets put down. Luminous Lord at the bottom has to be responded to by Incendio.
They're not even waiting for that Lord to make it to that inhibitor turret. They're taking that fight as soon as they see anybody from Papara Supermassive on site.
Oh, Rosa checked the wrong bush. After Dark just put him down. In comes Way of the Dragon onto TNZ. He checked into that bush, got kicked immediately.
Man, Control, Delete. Rosa has been shut down. That just shows you the power of this Veil from After Dark with the Lethal Ignition on his side. Man, this is such a great game. 16-18, both sides pretty even. I mean, it's barely even over 100 when it comes to the gold difference. And speaking of gold, we're past the 50,000 mark threshold, which means everybody is now full build. And you're seeing TNZ and Mohi fighting for that #1 position, and it keeps flipping back and forth for the gold leaderboard between both of them.
Yeah, and this is basically anybody's game. Finally, Papara Supermassive have kind of come on to a point where they're not afraid of some of these engagements anymore. But I want to say, like, a lot of their success has been due to some pretty blaring mistakes from Incendio Supremacy, getting caught out, deciding to join fights a little bit late when they're not actually going to be able to have an effect. It's almost like the same mistakes that Papara was making in some of the first games, Incendio seems to be doing here in the later game.
Yeah, and the mistakes are very costly, especially as we are getting close to that 20-minute mark. The respawn timers are now about a minute long, so whoever falls will be out for pretty much a couple of skirmishes and a possible Lord as it does spawn in, and now both sides going to have to determine how they engage. It seems like they're trying to control the wave management, right? I mean, it's a little bit of a stalemate through the mid lane, but Papara Supermassive in a great position. But look at Blotsfed. He's waiting for a backdoor setup.
Yeah, and right now we do have a little bit of an engagement here. A little bit of a surround by, from the back end, and we do have a Way of the Dragon comes out onto TNZ. Is he going to be able to find a shadow kill on the Blotsfet? Takes him down. Lord at about 50% now, and Papara have started the engagement. Zhao, very low, has to disengage. TNZ finds another kill onto Wasau. Papara is in trouble. Double kill, a triple for TNZ right now, and firmly going to be able to take this Lord. 3 down for Papara Supermassive.
3 down, and that is a guaranteed Lord for Incendio Supremacy. Can't count them out just yet. Able to find the needle in the haystack and able to take this objective on their side. And this is going to be hard for Papara Supermassive to put on a defense 20 minutes in with this Luminous Lord marching through. But they do have their inhibitor turrets and a tier 2 to go through. Zhao need to be careful as Apex 47 spots him out.
Tienzi sitting at 15-3-1 on his Hayabusa. Why wouldn't he think he could take on a Cho with his ultimate? So, I mean, I guess I get the ego. Not making a mistake this time, though. It did look like Blotsvet tried to come in, tried to land the Way of the Dragon. He actually did land the Way of the Dragon onto Tienzi. Tienzi still able to use the Shadow Kill to take down Blotsvet to start things off, start the ball rolling, and the dominoes started to fall into place right after that.
And this is match point for Incendio Supremacy right now. If they claim victory, they'll move on as the grand champions for EMEA, Snapdragon Pro Series. Papara Supermassive putting on a great fight and also a good defense, but they're going to have to put the defense of a lifetime to stop this push from Incendio.
Yeah, we have Luminous Lord up at top and the enemy knocking at the door. Out comes the glorious pathway. Shadow Kill comes in on to the enemy team. Now they are pushing out into the core. Is that going to be enough? And TNZ finds Blotsvet again. Luminous Lord up at the top. Tower's going down. Another quad shadow. Sunshine taking down the tower as well. One down for the side of Papara Supermassive. Still trying to defend onto the backside. Wasau trying to put the damage onto TNZ. Is not able to find it. Immortality has been proc. Wasau still going for the kill. Immortality is out, but down goes Wasau. Zhao able to answer back. Mohi able to take down Sunshine. Rosa is down. 3 down for the side of Incendio Supremacy. 2 down for Papara. I'm going to kind of put that at an even just because you lost 3 players, but you still took down 2 high ground towers of Papara Supermassive. So you didn't completely get that turned around on you.
But the defense from Papara Supermassive to be able to pull that off, that is something you don't see every day. Wasa rushing in. His immortality gets procced. He's taking like 3 or 4 members on by himself. He hurries up and sells his immortality and buys the winner crown to buy them even more time. And now, this may have been flipping Incendio Supremacy on their back end as they're going to have to be careful on this next push. And that was supposed to be a game winner. We're now tied 21-21, 23 minutes in.
Yeah, right now it's just a game of trying to get enough gold so that you guys can get those immortalities, so that your team can get those winter crowns to last even longer in the fight. The problem is, I want to say right now, the side of Papara Supermassive, I don't see a lot of immortalities on their side. I'm wondering if they have winter crowns they're maybe lining up first. Oh, quad shadows come in. He immediately backs off. He's definitely not trying to get caught by another Way of the Dragon as well. And right now, I mean, it's just a game of stalemate. Next Lord is up, though, waiting for Papara and Incendio to answer.
Yeah, TNZ's going to have to chill on those quad shadows, man. He's going to get hit with the Way of the Dragon, and it's going to be GG's if he is not careful, especially with the Luminous Lord spawning. I mean, look at again. Look at Blotsvet. He's been the deciding factor in these engagements. He's going to wrap around. He has Conceal, and he's going to look for another backdoor play, and that's when you're going to see Papara Supermassive start to sandwich in for that punish, and it's up to Incendio Supremacy to sniff him out, but his positioning has been huge on these engagements.
The biggest surprising thing for me has been, especially Sunshine. They're able to shut him down. He's only taken 4 deaths, but they've kind of held him at bay. He's been more the suppressive fire, not able to get as many kills this time around. And I'm wondering if what's been kind of holding him back. It's not exactly a huge tanky front line. I think it's just the angles from Wasa coming in. But you know the concealed play, Blotsvet coming in there. Ooh, it almost looked like he was going to be able to lock onto Rosa. That would have been a game ender right there. Able to take this purple buff. Ooh, nice little pop up there onto Apex. The rest of Papara Supermassive have started on this Lord. TNZ comes in, finds himself some information. Wasau at the bottom. TNZ comes back in with the quad shadows. Pop up onto Papara Supermassive, and the fight has started. Wasau uses that. He has the Winter Crown out there as well. In comes TNZ, finds the kill onto Wasau. Comes back in with a shadow kill. Able to take down After Dark. Zhao has to back off Tianzi with the kills and Way of the Dragon, able to take down Mohi. Immortality has been procced, ladies and gentlemen. This could spell the end. Blotsvet in trouble, juking, diving, trying to find himself an escape, leading the team away on that show. Still has Immortality procced. The entire team trying to chase him down, but you have two members now at the core. Sunshine is joined by Rosa at Papara's core right now. This, ladies and gentlemen, your Challenge Finals champions, Incendio Supremacy, reign supreme.
Able to put on the crown, able to defy Papara Supermassive, and with style, a full wipeout and a 4-1 finish in our best of 7. What more could you ask for? Incendio Supremacy.
That last game really going back and forth. You could tell there was history between these two teams here, both from the same region, both from Turkey. But man, what a game played by Tienzi. I believe the final score was 22-3-1. 22 kills on the Hayabusa is absolutely insane.
Yeah, it was a long game as well, passing that 25-minute mark, and both sides, you could tell the hunger was there. And I look forward to seeing them both inside of Mobile Masters. We have a lot of good teams here from the Challenge Finals of EMEA moving on forward. So, yeah, that was, I want to say, the longest game we've had today, and the longest one we've had between both of these teams fighting it out. And it was definitely a lot of highlights to kind of take away from that. Nonetheless, though, highest kills in this game, Tienzi on the Hayabusa, 22-3-1.
What is this build? I don't know if he swapped out before the end there. But man, you can take a look here. MVP, deservedly so. Tienzi, 22 kills for his team. 22. There was only 4 kills that he was not the reason for on his team. That's absolutely insane. 88% kill participation for him as well. A worthy effort for the side of Papara Supermassive, but in the end, they just were not able. I mean, I wouldn't have expected Hayabusa's, the skill level that Tienzi brought out on the Hayabusa. Blotsvet was doing everything right to try to get to him. It just, at the end, there just wasn't enough damage. He would get those Way of the Dragons. Tienzi would still come in with the shadow kill and be able to kind of turn it around on him.
I dare say it, I don't even think Zhao saw that one coming. You're going to see just a great performance so far from Incendio Supremacy. I mean, they reigned at the top of the ladder inside of the upper bracket, and they stayed there, right? They were able to knock down Birthright. They were able to knock down Papara Supermassive to the lower bracket, and then they get a chance to rematch them again, and it's the same story. It just goes to show that the crown is definitely well-deserved from Rosa and the team, and we look forward to seeing them as they step forward from EMEA Challenge Finals into the Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Masters. And we'll have to see exactly where they go from there. But nonetheless, this game, there was so much back and forth, down to the wire. We saw immortalities being sold, winter crowns being bought, and last-minute turnarounds to where you never knew which way it was going to go. Everybody at the edge of their seats.
Great plays. I want to say an unsung hero here too, as we're watching some of these replays. Rosa, able to steal the Way of the Dragon kick, was instrumental in holding down Mohi for their team. A lot of these, you could see, I was actually getting confused. I'm like, a Way of the Dragon that just hit Mohi? Wait, what? And then I remembered, yeah, they have Valentina on these right there. Another Way of the Dragon there onto Mohi, which allowed TNC to come in and get the kill.
That's Rosa for you. It makes you think that they had an actual Cho over there on their side with how well Rosa was performing. And then there it goes, the last-minute fancy finish with the recall spams. You gotta love to see it. And Tienzi, like we mentioned, on this Hayabusa, 22-3-1, full domination with the rapid boots and 4 Windtalkers on his side to be able to make that difference to close out the game.
I think that was just a little bit of flashiness to buy that at the end there. A great game played by Incendio Supremacy, and Supremacy doesn't even begin to I want to say describe how well they did in this tournament as well. They didn't take a loss here, stayed in the upper bracket, and then continued the domination here in through the grand finals as well.
Yep, and now we're going to have to pan on over to our amazing host, Liz, who sneaks up on us. What'd you think about the matches?
Well, I would say supremacy is their name and is what they deserve. They've demonstrated absolute supremacy throughout the challenge finals, and especially in today's tournament, where they actually cleaned up some of the mistakes that they were making in the very beginning of the open finals all the way to the challenge season. And now they've really today proved that they are indeed the champions of the challenge finals. And for Tianzi, I'm surprised 22-3-1 for a 25-minute games in the grand finals is something that we don't usually get to see a lot. But indeed, 88% kill participation, meaning that none of his teammates were stealing his kills, which I gotta say pretty impressive. But Weezy, why don't you break this down for the final recap of our bracket and the ultimate results?
That's right. The challenge finals was full of excitement. It's been a pleasure casting alongside our team to be able to showcase these teams to the world for the EMEA region. Starting the upper brackets semifinals, you got to see Birthright and Incendio fight it out. Incendio push on forward to the upper bracket finals, knocking down Birthright. Falcons facing up against Papara Supermassive. Papara Supermassive moving on to the upper bracket finals as well. We got to see this all yesterday, where Incendio Supremacy earned their spot as the first grand finalist. And then the battle on the lower bracket really caught some eyes, right? Birthright losing to Team Falcons. Team Falcons holding on to that title from MENA, and then going up against Papara Supermassive, the only other team from Turkey, and losing in that 3-1 finish. Papara Supermassive getting a chance at revenge from losing to Incendio Supremacy in the upper bracket finals, but not able to find the victory they were looking for. But was one of the most entertaining series that we've had so far inside of the challenge finals, and a final series for the challenge finals for the EMEA region. And now, as they all move on forward into the Mobile Masters.
Yeah, as you can see here, the first three teams that have been admitted for the Mobile Masters going to be Incendio Supremacy, Team Falcons, and Papara Supermassive. It's going to be a huge event for Mobile Masters. Like we said, this is a journey that started in October and still keeps getting better and better.
Yeah, and the Mobile Masters will be the ultimate live showdown that we're all waiting for. We get to see all the teams collide from all across the world. And for Papara Supermassive, we gotta commend their effort and also their skill that they've demonstrated. And with that time that they have until the Mobile Masters, a lot can happen, right? And what are some advice you guys have to give to them, being probably their first world stage experience at the Mobile Masters?
I would say, well, yeah, just for Papara Supermassive, I think they just got to keep doing what they're doing, right? To be able to go so close the distance with Incendio Supremacy, this is a team that has shaken up the scene since the beginning of the Mobile Legends competitive nature scene, and I think that they have the talent. I think they just got to keep driving forward and play the same way in Mobile Masters, and Turkey will be in good hands.
Yeah, it's I'm not even sure if I have advice for them, because they keep on getting better and better. They keep improving every year, every single time they have a showing on the international stage, and this is where it's all going to kind of come down to. It's been an absolute honor to cast these matches again here with Weezy, with Liz, with Yui to cast and see what these teams here in EU, in MENA, and Saudi are able to encapsulate here for these regions.
Yeah, and casting these games really help us understand more of the other regions and how they play and what are the meta and how these individual players and characteristics that they've shown on stage. It's all been a blast coming from all of us. Make sure to follow the Snapdragon Pro Series on their social medias. That's ESL Mobile on X, on Facebook and Instagram, and Snapdragon Pro Series on the Discord server. Make sure to follow our wonderful casters as as well at their private Instagrams and other social media accounts. We would love to see you guys once again for the upcoming tournaments. Hopefully we get to see more teams compete and more stars rise from these regions, including Birthrights, including Papara Supermasket, and including all the other teams that we have yet to mention. But yeah, any last words coming in from our casters to end our journey for the Season 6 of the Snapdragon Pro Series?
Guys, it's been a pleasure being on the desk yet again for another season along these familiar faces, and we look forward to casting many more games for the Snapdragon Pro Series. But yes, definitely keep an eye on EMEA as they step into the Mobile Masters and going up against some heavy competitors. I'm going to sign off here. Thank you so much for tuning in, and I look forward to seeing you guys in the next one.
Yeah, same thing. It's been an absolute honor to see all of these teams here once again and to see what these regions can offer to us. It's been an absolute blast to cast all of these matches.
Yeah, same goes for me. Absolutely blessed to be with our wonderful casters and the community throughout this season's challenge season, as well as the entire tournament. And for you guys watching at home, make sure to follow the social media and keep updated on all the other regions and all the teams that will be making it to Mobile Masters. Make sure to track the journey of your favorite team to Jakarta, Indonesia, and see the stars born on the world stage. Once again, thank you guys for joining us. We had a blast this season, and hopefully we'll get to see you next time.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.